One hell of a tip. Can we leave the lecture for tomorrow so I can just enjoy? Fine, I said through gritted teeth, but I'm driving you home tonight. Fine, but you're not allowed to yell at me on the drive. I can't make any promises.
21. Family Emergency. Naomi. My feet were begging for a break, but the $20,000 in my apron gave me more than enough energy to face the final hour of my shift. Naomi! I spotted Sloane at a table in the corner with middle-aged biker babes and library board members Blaze and Agatha. Sloane had her hair pulled back in a perky ponytail and was wearing cutoffs and flip-flops. Blaze and Agatha were in their usual uniform of denim and vegan leather. Hey, I greeted them with a spring in my step. Out on the town? We're celebrating, Sloane explained. The library just got a big fat grant that I didn't even remember applying for. Not only does that mean we can start offering free community breakfast and upgrade the second-floor computers, I can also officially offer you that part-time gig. Are you serious? I asked, elation rising inside me. As serious as a nun in detention, Blaze said, slapping the table. Sloane grinned. It's yours if you want it. I want it. The librarian held out her hand. Welcome to the Knockabout Public Library, Ms. Community Outreach Coordinator. You officially start next week. Come by this weekend and we'll talk about your new duties. I grabbed her hand and shook it. Then I hugged her. Then I hugged Blaze and Agatha. Can I buy you beautiful, amazing ladies around? I asked, releasing a dazed-looking Agatha. A public librarian can't say no to free drinks. It's in the town charter, Sloane said. Neither can us literary supportive lesbians, Agatha added. My wife is right, Blaze agreed. I floated through the crowd on the dance floor and plugged in the order for my new bosses. I was thinking about the car I could now afford and the desk I wanted to buy Waylay for her room when Lucian appeared. I believe you owe me a dance, he said, holding out his hand. I laughed. I guess it's the least I can do since you let me win. I never let anyone win, he assured me, taking my tray and setting it at a table of lady horse farmers who didn't seem to mind. That's very mercenary of you, I observed. The band shifted into a slow, twangy tune about lost love. Lucian pulled me into his arms, and once again, I found myself wondering why Knockabout had such a large population of impossibly sexy men. I was also wondering what Lucian's motive was for asking me to dance. He struck me as the type of man who never did anything without an ulterior motive. Knox and Nash, he began. I congratulated myself on being so astute. What about them? They're my best friends. Their feud has run its course. I want to make sure it doesn't get stirred back up. What does that have to do with me? Everything. I guffawed right in the man's face. You think I'm going to reignite some feud that I had nothing to do with in the first place? You're a stunning woman, Naomi. More than that, you're interesting, funny, and kind. You're worth fighting for. Well, thank you for your kind but bizarre opinion, but you can rest easy knowing that Knox and I can barely stand being in the same room. That doesn't always mean what you think it means, he said. He's rude, mercurial, and blames me for everything. Perhaps because you make him feel things he doesn't want to feel, Lucian pointed out. Like what? Murderous? What about Nash? He asked. Nash is the opposite of his brother, but I just got out of a long-term relationship. I'm in a new town trying to do what's best for my niece, who hasn't had the easiest life. There's no time left on the clock to explore things with any man, I said firmly. Good, because I know you'd hate to unintentionally add fuel to the fire. What started their stupid fire in the first place? I asked. Stubbornness, idiocy, ego, he said vaguely. I knew better than to expect a straight answer from a man who was like a brother to the Morgans. "Hey, Naomi, can we add an order of—" Sloane cut off mid-sentence. The petite blonde was staring open-mouthed up at Lucian like she'd just been sucker-punched. I felt Lucian's entire body go rigid. My heart sank with the realization that I'd somehow betrayed my new friend. "Hey," I said weakly, "do you know—" My awkward introduction was unnecessary. "Sloane," Lucian said. While I shivered at the ice in his tone, Sloane had the opposite reaction. Her expression went mutinous, and an emerald fire snapped in her eyes. "Is there an asshole convention in town I wasn't aware of?" "Still charming as always," Lucian snapped back. "Fuck off, Rollins." With that parting shot, Sloane spun around and marched toward the door. Lucian still hadn't moved a muscle, but his gaze was glued to her retreating back. His hands, still on my hips, gripped me hard. "You about ready to unhand my waitstaff, Luce?" Knox growled behind me. Startled, I yelped. There were too many pissed-off people in my vicinity. Lucian released me, gaze remaining on the door. "Are you okay?" I asked him. "He's fine," Knox said. "I'm fine." It was clearly a lie. The man looked as though he wanted to commit a cold-blooded murder. I wasn't sure who I should attempt to fix first. "Dinner, tomorrow," he said to Knox. "Yeah, dinner." With that, he headed for the door. "Is he okay?" I asked Knox. "How the hell should I know?" he asked irritably. The door opened just as Lucian got to it, and Wiley Ogden, creepy ex-police chief, stepped inside. The man flinched, then covered it, poorly, with a smirk when he saw Lucian in front of him. They stared at each other for a long moment before Wiley stepped sideways, giving him a wide berth. "What in the hell was that?" I asked. "Nothing," Knox lied. Silver whistled from the bar and waved him over. Knox headed in her direction, swearing under his breath. The guy was wound tighter than a mummy wrapped in Spanx. "Did Sloane just leave?" Blaze demanded, arriving at my side with Agatha on her heels. "Yeah, I was dancing with Lucian Rollins. She took one look at him and left. Did I do something wrong?" Blaze blew out a breath. "That's not good." Agatha shook her head. "Definitely not good. They hate each other." "Who could possibly hate Sloane? Isn't she the nicest person in Northern Virginia?" Agatha shrugged. "There's some kind of sticky history between those two. They grew up next door to each other. Didn't run the same crowds or anything. No one knows what happened, but they can't stand the sight of each other." I'd been caught dancing with my new friend/boss's mortal enemy. Damn it. I needed to make this right. At least ignorance was a plausible defense. I was already reaching for my phone when it started ringing. It was Steph. "Shoot, I have to take this," I told the bikers. "Hey, is everything okay?" "Witty, I've got bad news." My heart stopped and then stuttered to a start again. I knew that tone of voice. This wasn't "we're out of champagne and ice cream." This was family emergency. "What's wrong? Is Waylay okay?" I plugged my other ear with my finger to hear over the band. "Way's fine," he said. "But Nash was shot tonight. They don't know if he's going to pull through. He's in surgery." "Oh my God," I whispered. "Some sergeant named Grave notified Liza. He drove her to the hospital. He's sending someone to notify Knox." "Knox." I found him through the crowd behind the bar, half smiling at something a customer said. He looked up and locked eyes with me. My face must have telegraphed something because Knox vaulted over the bar and started pushing his way toward me through the crowd. "I'm sorry, babe," Steph said. "I've got Way here at Liza's with all the dogs. We're fine. You do whatever you need to do." Knox reached me and grabbed my arms. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" I have to go, I said into the phone and disconnected. The front door opened, and I saw 2 officers in uniform looking grim. My breath hitched. "Knox," I whispered.
Right here, baby. What happened?
His eyes were bluer in this light, searingly blue and serious as he held on to me. I shook my head. "It's not me. It's you."
What's me?
With a shaking finger, I pointed at the officers making their way to us.
Knox, we need to talk, the taller one said.
I backed up the truck for the 3rd time and pulled forward before finally being satisfied with my park job. The hospital rose in front of me like a glowing beacon. An ambulance unloaded a patient on a gurney at the emergency department entrance. Its light painted the parking lot in red and white. I puffed out a breath, hoping it would settle the anxiety that was burbling in my stomach like a bad chowder. I could have gone home. I should have. But when I'd finished my shift, I drove towards the man who had tossed me his keys and told me to drive myself home. He'd made me promise before he'd followed the deputies out the door into the night. Yet here I was at 2 a.m., disobeying direct orders and sticking my nose where it didn't belong. I should definitely go home. Yep, for sure, I decided, getting out of the truck and walking right on in through the front door. Given the hour, there was no one sitting at the information desk. I followed the signs to the elevators and the surgical intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. It was eerily quiet on the floor. All signs of life were limited to the nurses' station. I started toward it when I spotted Knox through the glass in the waiting room, the wide shoulders and impatient stance immediately recognizable. He paced the dimly lit room like a captive tiger. He must have sensed me in the doorway because he turned swiftly as if to face an enemy. His jaw clenched, and it was only then that I saw the turmoil. Anger, frustration, fear. "I brought you coffee," I said, lamely holding up the travel mug I'd prepared for him in Honky Tonk's kitchen.
"Thought I told you to go home,"
he growled. And I didn't listen. Let's just move past the part where either one of us pretends to be surprised.
"I don't want you here."
I flinched, not at his words, but at the pain behind them. I put the coffee down on an end table stacked with magazines that pretended they could distract visitors from the endless loop of fear. "Knox," I began, taking a step toward him.
"Stop,"
he said. I didn't listen and slowly closed the distance between us. "I'm so sorry," I whispered.
"Just get the fuck out of here, Naomi. Just go. You can't be here."
His voice was ragged, frustrated. "I'll go," I promised. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay."
"I'm fine."
The words came out bitterly. I raised my hand to lay on his arm. He flinched away from me.
"Don't,"
he said harshly. I said nothing but stood my ground. I felt like I could breathe in his anger like it was oxygen.
"Don't,"
he said again. "I won't."
"If you touch me right now,"
he shook his head.
"I'm not in control, Naomi."
"Just tell me what you need." His laugh was dry and bitter.
"What I need is to find the motherfucking bastard who did this to my brother. What I need is to rewind the clock so I didn't waste the last however many years over some stupid fucking fight. What I need is for my brother to wake the fuck up."
His breath hitched, and I had no control over my own body. Because one second I was standing in front of him, and the next I was wrapping my arms around his waist, holding on and trying to absorb his pain. His body was tight and vibrating as if he was seconds away from coming apart.
"Stop,"
he said on a broken whisper.
"Please."
but I didn't. I held on tighter, pressing my face to his chest. He swore under his breath, and then his arms were around me, crushing me to him. He buried his face in my hair and clung to me. He was so warm, so solid, so alive. I held on to him for dear life and willed him to release some of what he'd kept bottled up. "Why don't you ever fucking listen?" he grumbled, lips moving against my hair. "Because sometimes people don't know how to ask for what they really need. You needed a hug." "No, I didn't," he rasped. He was quiet for a long moment, and I listened to his heartbeat. "I needed you." My own breath tripped in my throat. I tried to pull back to look up at him, but he held me where I was. "Just shut up, Daisy," he advised. "Okay." His hand stroked down my back and then up again, over and over until I melted into him. I wasn't sure which one of us was giving the comfort and which was receiving it now. "He's out of surgery," Knox said finally, pulling back incrementally. His thumb traced my lower lip. "They won't let me see him till he wakes up." "Will he want to see you?" I asked. "I don't give a fuck what he wants. He's seeing me." "What was the fight about?" He sighed. When he reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, I swooned internally. "I don't really feel like talking about it, Days." "You have something better to do?" "Yeah, yelling at you to go the hell home and get some sleep. Waylay's first day of school is tomorrow. She doesn't need a zombie ant pouring dish soap on her cereal." "First of all, we're having eggs, fruit, and yogurt for breakfast," I began, then realized he was trying to distract me. "Was it about a woman?" He looked at the ceiling. "If you start counting to 10, I will kick you in the shin," I warned. He sighed. "No, it wasn't about a woman." "Besides love, what's worth losing a brother over?" "Fucking romantics," he said. "Maybe if you get it out instead of bottling it up, you'll feel better." He studied me for another one of those long, pensive beats, and I was sure he was about to tell me to get my ass home. "Fine." I blinked in surprise. Okay, wow, so this is happening. Maybe we should sit?" I suggested, eyeing up the empty vinyl chairs. "Why does talking have to be a whole damn thing with women?" he grumbled as I led us to a pair of chairs. "Because anything worth doing is worth doing right." I sat and patted the chair next to me. He sat, stretching his long legs in front of him and staring blankly at the window. "I won the lottery," he said. "I know that. Liza told me." "Took home 11 million, and I thought it was the answer to everything. I bought the bar, a building or two, invested in Jeremiah's plan for some fancy-ass salon, paid off Liza J's mortgage. She'd been struggling since Pop died." He looked down at his hands as his palms rubbed against the thighs of his jeans. "It felt so fucking good to be able to solve problems." I waited. "Growing up, we didn't have much. And after we lost Mom, we didn't have anything. Liza J and Pop took us in and gave us a home, a family. But money was tight. And in this town, you've got some kids driving fucking BMWs to school on their 16th birthdays or spending their weekends competing on $40,000 horses. Then there was me and Nash and Lucy. None of us grew up with anything, so maybe we took a few things that weren't ours. Maybe we weren't always on the straight and narrow, but we learned to be self-sufficient. Learned that sometimes you gotta take what you want, instead of waiting for someone to give it to you." I handed him his coffee and he took a sip.
Then Nash gets a bug up his ass and decides to become Dudley fucking Do-Right.
Which must have felt like a rejection to Knox, I realized.
I gave him money,
Knox said.
or tried to at least. The stubborn son of a bitch said he didn't want it. Who says no to that?
Apparently your brother.
Yeah, apparently.
Restless, he shoved his fingers through his hair again.
We went back and forth about it for almost 2 years. Me trying to shove it down his throat, him rejecting it. We threw a few punches over it. Finally, Liza J made him take it. And you know what my stupid little brother did with it?
I set my teeth in my lower lip because I knew.
That son of a bitch donated it to the Knockemout PD to build a new goddamn police station. The Knox Morgan fucking municipal building.
I waited for a few beats, hoping there was more to the story. But when he didn't continue, I slumped in my seat. Are you saying you and your brother have barely spoken in years because he put your name on a building?
I'm saying he refused money that could have set him up for the rest of his life and gave it to the cops instead. The cops who had hard-ons for 3 teenagers just raising a little hell. Fuck. Lucian spent a week in jail on some bullshit charges when we were 17. We had to learn to take care of things ourselves instead of running to a crooked chief and his dumb fuck cronies. And Nash just up and hands over $2 fucking million to them.
The picture was coming into focus. I cleared my throat. Are the same cops still with the department? Knox hitched his shoulders in a shrug.
No.
Does Nash allow the officers under him to take advantage of their position? I pressed. He poked his tongue into the inside of his cheek.
No.
Is it fair to say that Nash cleaned up the department and replaced bad cops with good cops?
Don't know how good Grave is, considering he still likes to drag race on the weekends,
Knox said stubbornly. I put my hand on his arm and squeezed. Knox.
What?
He asked the carpet. Look at me. When he did, I saw the frustration etched on his gorgeous face. I cupped his cheeks in my hands. His beard was coarse against my palms. I'm going to tell you something that you and your brother both need to know, and I need this to resonate in your soul, I said. His eyes locked on mine. Well, more on my mouth than my eyes, but it was good enough. You're both idiots. His gaze tore away from my lips and his eyes narrowed. I squished his cheeks together before he could snarl at me. And if either of you wastes one more damn day on the fact that you two have both worked so hard and given so much to this town in your own ways, then the idiocy is terminal and there's no cure. I released his face and leaned back.
If this is your way of cheering me up about my brother getting shot, you suck at it.
My smile spread slowly. Take it from me, Viking. You and your brother have a chance to fix things and have an actual relationship. Some of us aren't that lucky. Some burnt bridges can't be rebuilt. Don't burn one over something as stupid as money.
That only works if he wakes the fuck up,
he reminded me. I blew out a breath. Yeah, I know. We sat in silence. His knee and arm were warm and firm against mine. Mr. Morgan. A nurse in blue scrubs stepped into the room. Knox and I both came to our feet. I wondered if he realized he'd taken my hand. Your brother is awake and he's asking for you, she said. I blew out a sigh of relief.
How is he?
Knox asked. Groggy, and he's looking at a long recovery, but the surgical team is happy. The tension in his back and shoulders loosened. I gave his hand a squeeze. On that note, I think I'll head home to get Waylay's cereal and dish detergent ready. He tightened his grip on my hand.
Can we have a minute?
He asked the nurse. Sure, I'll be right outside. I'll take you to him as soon as you're ready. He waited until she stepped outside before drawing me in close.
Thank you, Naomi,
he whispered, just before his lips met mine. Hot, hard, unyielding. His hand slid up to cup my jaw and neck, holding me in place as he kissed every thought out of my head, leaving me nothing but a riot of sensation. He pulled back, eyes fierce. Then he pressed a kiss to my forehead and left the room.
22. 1 hatchet, 2 bullets. Knox. You look like shit, Nash rasped. The lights were on low in the room. My brother was propped up in his hospital bed, chest bare to reveal bandages and gauze over his left shoulder. Machines beeped, screens glowed. He looked pale, vulnerable. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. I could say the same about you, I said, rounding the bed slowly to sink into the chair by the dark window. Looks worse than it is. His voice was barely a whisper. I rested my elbows on my knees and tried to look relaxed, but inside, a rage simmered in my gut. Someone had tried to end Nash's life. You didn't mess with a Morgan and walk away from it. Some asshole tried to kill you tonight. You mad someone almost beat you to it? They know who did it? I asked. The corner of his mouth lifted as if it were too much effort to smile. Why? You gonna get him back? You almost died, Nash. Graves said you came this close to bleeding out before the ambulance got there. The truth of it had bile rising in my throat. It's gonna take more than a couple of bullets and a wrestling match to end me, he assured me. I ran my palms over my knees, back and forth, trying to tamp down the anger, the need to break something. Naomi was here. Even as I said it, I didn't know why. Maybe just saying her name out loud made everything feel a little more bearable. Of course she was. She thinks I'm hot. I don't care how many bullet holes you've got in you. I'm moving on that, I told him. Nash's sigh was closer to a wheeze. About damn time. Quicker you screw it up, the quicker I can swoop in and be the good guy. Fuck off, dick. Hey, who's the one in the hospital bed, asshole? I'm a damn hero. Women can't resist a hero with bullet holes. The hero in question winced when he shifted in the bed, his hand reaching for the tray, then falling back to the mattress. I rose and poured the water bottle into the waiting cup. Yeah, well, maybe you should stay in here out of my way for a couple of days. Give me a shot at fucking it all up. I pushed the cup and straw to the edge of the tray and watched him reach for it with his good arm. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his hand shook as his fingers closed around the plastic. I'd never seen him like this. I'd seen him every other way. Hungover, wrung out from the flu bug of 1996, exhausted after pouring his heart out in the homecoming football game his senior year. But I'd never seen him look weak. Another nurse pulled back the curtain with an apologetic smile. Just checking the fluids, he said. Nash gave him a thumbs up, and we lapsed into silence while the nurse busied himself with IVs. My brother was hooked to a half-dozen machines in the ICU. and I'd gone years with barely speaking to him. "How's your pain?" the nurse asked. "Fine, practically non-existent." His answer was too quick, his mouth too tight. My brother had played the second half of that homecoming game with a broken wrist, because he might be the nice brother, the good brother, but he didn't like showing weakness any more than I did. "He's in it," I tattled to the nurse. "Don't listen to him," Nash insisted, but he couldn't hide the grimace when he shifted on the mattress. "A bullet just ripped its way through your torso, Chief. You don't have to be in pain to heal," he said. "Yeah, you do," he countered. "Pain is what tells you you're alive. You numb that, and how do you know you're still here?" "She thinks we're both idiots," I said when the nurse left. Nash gave a wheeze, followed by a racking cough that looked like it was going to tear him apart before collapsing back on the bed. I watched the green spikes on his heart rate monitor slowly settle. "Who?" he said finally. "Naomi." "Why would Naomi think I'm an idiot?" he asked wearily. Told her why things are the way they are. She wasn't impressed with your Robin Hood routine or my manly independence. Not even a little. She may have made a few points. About what? About how she thought it was over a woman, not money. Nash's head was slowly lolling to the side, his eyelids getting heavier. "So love is worth a family feud, but a few million isn't?" That was the gist of it. "Can't say she's wrong." "Then why the fuck didn't you just suck it up and make it right?" I snapped. Nash's smile was a ghost. His eyes were closed. "You're the big brother, and you were the one trying to make me beholden to you by shoving cash down my throat. The only reason I'm not kicking your ass right now is you're attached to too many machines." He gave me a weak middle finger. "Jesus," I grumbled. "I didn't want you to be beholden or whatever the fuck to me. We're family, we're brothers. One of us wins, we both win. It also meant if one of us lost, we both did. And that was what the last few years had been. A loss. Fuck, I hated losing." "Didn't want the money," he said, his words slurring. "Wanted to build things on my own." "You could have put it away for retirement or some shit," I complained. The same old cocktail of feelings was trying to rise in me. Rejection, failure, righteous fury. "You deserved some good. After the shit we went through, then Liza J. losing Pop, you deserved more than a cop salary from some shitty town." "Our shitty town," he corrected. "Made it ours. You in your way, me in mine." Maybe he was right. But that didn't matter. What did matter was the fact that if he would have taken the cash, he wouldn't be here in this hospital room. My little brother would be making a difference some other way, without towing the line, without paying the price. Should have kept the money. If you had, you wouldn't be lying here like roadkill. Nash shook his head slowly against the pillow. "I was always gonna be the good guy." "Shut up and go to sleep," I told him. "We went through some shit, but I always had my big brother. Always knew I could count on you. Didn't need your money on top of that." Nash's shoulders sagged. Sleep took him under its spell, leaving me to sit in silent vigil. The automatic doors opened, spilling me and a cloud of air conditioning into the humidity of the breaking dawn. I'd stayed by Nash's bedside, letting my rage simmer, knowing what came next. I wanted to punch a hole through the building's facade. I wanted to bring a tidal wave of retribution down on the person responsible. Idly, I picked up one of the smooth rocks from a flower bed and ran my fingers over it, wanting to send it flying, to break something on the outside instead of feeling all the cracks on the inside. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I closed my fingers around the rock and squeezed. What are you doing here, Lucy? Lucian leaned against the limestone column just beyond the hospital entrance, the end of his cigarette glowing brighter as he sucked in a drag. He only allowed himself one cigarette a day. I guess this counted. What do you think I'm doing? Holding up the building, hitting on sexy surgeons? He flicked ash to the ground, eyes locked on me. How is he? I thought of the pain, the exhaustion, the side of my brother I'd never seen before. Okay, or at least he's gonna be. Who did it? The cool, dispassionate tone didn't fool me. We were down to business now. Lucian may not have been blood, but he was a Morgan in every way that counted, and he wanted justice as badly as I did. Cops don't know. Graves said the car was stolen. Nash hasn't given them a description of the suspect yet. Does he remember what happened? I shrugged and squinted up at the sky that was turning pink and purple as the sun worked its way off the horizon. I don't know, man. He was pretty fucked up on anesthesia and whatever they put in his IV. I'll start digging, Lucian assured me. Let me know what you find. I'm not getting cut out of this. Of course not. He studied me for a beat. You look like shit. You should get some sleep. People keep telling me that. Lucian, on the other hand, looked like he'd just walked out of the boardroom in a slick suit sans tie. Maybe you should listen, he said. He almost died, Luce. After I was an asshole to him, he almost bled out in a fucking ditch. Lucian stubbed out his cigarette in the concrete ashtray. We'll make it right. I nodded. I knew we would. This wouldn't stand, and the man who'd put a bullet in my brother would pay. And you'll make the rest of it right, too, he said, words clipped. You both wasted enough fucking time. It's done now. Only Lucian Rollins could make a statement like that and will it into reality. I thought of Naomi's proclamation. Maybe we had been idiots wasting time we thought we'd had. It's done, I agreed. Good. I was tired of my childhood best friends acting like they were still children. Is that why you came back? His expression darkened. One of the reasons. One of those other reasons have anything to do with the pretty little librarian who hates your guts? He sighed, absently patting his pockets. Already had your one, I reminded him. Fuck, he muttered. It was as flustered as he allowed himself to get. I had the temper. Nash had the good nature, and Lucian had the self-control of a fucking monk. Whatever happened with you two, anyway? I asked, enjoying the distraction of his discomfort. Your brother is in an ICU bed, Lucian said. That's the only reason I'm not knocking your teeth out right now. As close as we'd all been, the one thing Lucian never shared was what made Sloane hate him. Up until last night, I'd thought the feeling was mutual. But I'd seen his face when he saw her, when she walked away. I didn't know much about feelings, but whatever was written all over his face didn't look like hate to me. You probably don't even remember how to throw a punch, I teased. All those conference room negotiations. You just sick your lawyers on people instead of delivering a nice right cross to the face. Bet it's less satisfying. You can take the boy out of knock him out, but you can't take the knock him out of the boy, he said. I hoped it was true. Appreciate you being here. He nodded. I'll stay with him until Liza comes back in. That'd be good, I said. We stood in silence, legs braced as the sun rose, adding gold to the pink and purple. A new day had officially begun. A lot of things were going to change, and I was keyed up to make it all happen. Get some sleep. Lucian dug into his pocket and tossed me his keys. Take my car. I caught them midair and hit the unlock button. A shiny Jaguar blinked its headlights at me from a primo parking spot. Always did have good taste. Some things never change, but some things had to. I'll see you later, man. He nodded, and then I surprised the hell out of us both by wrapping him in a hard, one-armed hug. Missed you, brother.
23. Knocks, knocks. Who's there? Naomi. I was torn from a fitful sleep on the couch by pounding at the front door. Disoriented, I stumbled around the coffee table and tried to remember where I was. The $20,000 in cash, still tucked away in my apron. Nash. Knox. Waylay's first day of school. No wonder I'd fallen prey to a nap attack. I opened the door and found a freshly showered Knox standing on the welcome mat. Waylon trotted inside, wagging his tail. "Hey," I croaked. A man of few words, Knox said nothing and stepped over the threshold. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. He looked tense, like he was spoiling for a fight. Well, if he'd come here for a fight, he was going to be disappointed. I was too tired to deliver one. "How's your brother?" I ventured. He shoved a hand through his hair.
Long recovery ahead, but he'll be okay. Get way off to school this morning?
His brother had been shot, and the man remembered to ask about Waylay's first day. I didn't know how to reconcile that with the jerk who yelled at me in front of his own customers. If he could ever settle fully into the thoughtful grump and give up the pissed-off bad boy, he'd make some woman very lucky someday. "Yeah," I yawned. "She slept at Liza's last night since I didn't get home until late. Liza, Steph, and I made her send-off breakfast there. Steph made chocolate chip pancakes, even though I told him spikes in blood sugar make kids tired and unfocused at school." I was tired and unfocused, not because of pancakes, but because Knox's edginess made me nervous. Speaking of Steph, I think he and Jeremiah might be into each other," I said, grasping for a topic that would warrant some kind of verbal reaction. But Knox remained silent as he prowled the tiny living room, looking much too big to belong here. He was a man with a lot of feelings locked up tight. Part of me wanted to crack him open. The other part wanted to just go back to bed and forget everything for a few hours. "Do you want some coffee? Maybe some alcohol?" I offered, following him as he moved toward the kitchen, his hands clenching into fists only to release again, over and over again. I didn't have any beer, and the hardest alcohol in the house was a cheap rosé I'd been planning to crack open with Sloane. But I could sacrifice it for the guy whose brother had just been shot. He picked up the pretty yellow leaf on the counter. I'd found it in the lane that morning after walking Waylay to the bus. The temperature still said summer, but the change to fall was inevitable. Waylon hopped up on the couch in the living room. "Well, make yourself at home," I told the dog. When I turned to face Knox, he was closing the distance between us.
"Naomi."
His voice was rough as it caressed the syllables of my name. And then his hands were on me, yanking me into him. His mouth found mine, and I was lost to sensation, drowning in desire. Neither of us wanted to want this. Maybe that's what made it feel so damn good. One hand slid into my hair while the other pressed my lower back until I was flush against him. "Knox," I breathed. "This isn't what you want," I reminded him.
"It's what I need,"
he said before diving back into the kiss. This wasn't the kiss from the waiting room. This was different, desperate. I lost myself in it. Every thought tumbled out of my head until I was nothing but feeling. His mouth was hard and demanding, just like the man. I softened under him, welcoming him. He responded by tugging at my hair to angle my head just the way he wanted as he slanted his mouth over mine. His tongue didn't twine or dance with mine, it battled mine into submission. He stole my breath, my logic, every reason why this was a terrible idea. He took them all and made them disappear.
That's what I need, baby. I need to feel you go soft under me. Need you to let me have you.
I couldn't tell if this was dirty talk or romantic prose. Whichever side of the line his words fell on, I loved it. His fingers found the strap of my dress. My heartbeat skittered into high gear as he slid the fabric an inch down my shoulder, leaving my skin burning. He needed this. Me. And I lived to be needed. I reached for his shirt and slid my hands under the hem, finding the rigid muscle under warm skin. For once in his life, Knox appeared to be feeling helpful and yanked the shirt over his head with one hand. God, all that skin and muscle and ink. I dragged my nails over his chest and he growled into my mouth. Yes, please. With one deft swipe, he shoved the strap of my dress off my shoulder, then did the same to the other one.
About time I find out what you've got on under these dresses,
he murmured. I sank my teeth into his lower lip and yanked hard on his belt. I cursed myself for putting on my least sexy underwear this morning, but at least I hadn't bothered with a bra this morning. Between unsexy undies and unshackled boobs, I figured it all evened out. He lost his jeans at about the same moment my dress slithered down my body and pulled at my ankles.
God damn it, baby, I fucking knew it.
His mouth was on my neck, nibbling and kissing its way south. I shivered. Knew what?
That you'd look like this. That you had a fuck-me body.
He cupped one breast greedily. He backed me into the fridge, and the cold metal had me yelping. Knox!
I'd apologize, but you know I'm not the least bit sorry,
he said as his tongue darted out to stroke my aching nipple. I was no longer capable of forming words. I was no longer capable of drawing in a breath. All I could do was cup his erection through his boxer briefs and hang on for dear life. When his lips closed over my nipple and he started to suck, the back of my head hit the fridge. Those deep, decadent pulls echoed all over my body, and I had a feeling he knew it. He didn't stop sucking as he shoved his free hand into my unsexy underwear. We both moaned when his fingers found me.
Knew it,
he muttered again as his mouth moved to my other breast.
Knew you'd be wet for me.
My moan turned into a cry when he parted my slit with 2 fingers. The man knew what he was doing. There was no fumbling, no wasted, awkward movements. Even driven by need, every touch was magic.
Need to feel you from the inside,
he said, brushing his beard over my sensitized nipple. When his fingers thrust into me, my knees buckled. He was too much, too skilled, expert level, professional ruiner of vaginas, and I didn't know if I could keep up. When he started moving those amazing fingers, I decided I didn't care. His penis flexed in my grip. I clumsily shoved his briefs down, freeing his thick shaft, and gripped it hard. Knox straightened on a groan and dropped his forehead to mine as we worked each other with eager hands.
Need you in a bed,
he growled as a drop of moisture leaked over my fingers. I gripped him harder, stroked faster. I sure hope you can get us to one, because I can't walk.
Damn, baby. Slow the fuck down,
he ordered through gritted teeth. But I wasn't listening. I was too busy matching the pump of his fingers inside me. I gasped when he pulled out of my throbbing core. Mean, I hissed against his neck. But just when my body felt desolate over the loss, he tossed me over his shoulder. Knox! His only acknowledgement was a resounding slap on my behind.
Which room?
He demanded, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I was dizzy with lust and vertigo. This one, I managed. In seconds, I found myself on my back in bed with the naked Knox ranging himself over me. Oh my God, is this really happening? Whoops, I hadn't actually meant to say that out loud.
Do not come to your senses yet,
he ordered. No sense here, promise. He was too busy looking pained to be amused. I couldn't blame him after I got my first good look at his erection. It was arousing, intimidating. A thick, purple-headed leader in the world of erect penises. I got a little dizzy when Knox fisted it. I hoped to God he knew how to use it. Few things were more disappointing in this life than a well-endowed man who had no clue how to use his equipment. Apparently it wasn't time to find out, though, because Knox slid down my body, parting my legs and draping them over his shoulders. When he pressed his face between my legs, my stomach muscles contracted so hard I worried I'd pulled something. Oh, God. His beard was abrasive between my thighs, and I freaking loved it. His tongue. For being a man of few words, his tongue was pure magic. He paired long, greedy strokes with short, shallow thrusts. In a matter of seconds, I was ready to come. Wait, I whimpered, gripping his hair. He stopped immediately, earning serious points.
What's wrong? You okay?
Concern warred with need in those steely blue-gray eyes. This is a one-time thing. I needed to say it aloud, to remind myself that this was the one and only time I was going to let Knox Morgan make me come.
One time,
he agreed, still watching me closely.
Final offer.
Don't talk like a game show host when your face is between my legs.
Don't ask me to have a conversation when you were just about to come on my goddamn tongue.
Point taken, I said. My insides were actually pulsing with greedy desire. One-time thing. Make it count.
Then you better hang the fuck on.
It was a good thing I did as he told me, because a second or two after my hands wrapped around the brass headboard, he did something magical with his tongue at the same time that he crooked his fingers inside me and my entire body imploded. I closed so tight around his fingers I worried he was going to need an X-ray. Not worried enough to stop and check, of course, because I was in the middle of the best orgasm of my life, and I had priorities. If I had broken his fingers, he didn't seem to mind, because he just kept right on licking me through my bone-shattering release.
Still coming. I can feel you,
he said on a groan. At least that's what I thought he said. My ears were ringing like I was in a church bell tower on Sunday morning. Gonna need a minute, I gasped, fighting to get oxygen into my lungs.
Making it count,
he said from somewhere that sounded very far away.
Besides, I want to slide my cock in you while you're still coming.
Okay. I heard the distinct crinkle of the wrapper from either a Pop-Tart or a condom. It appeared to be the latter, because the wide crest of his erection was prodding at my very core. He paused long enough to swipe his tongue over each of my breasts before rising up on his knees. He looked like a vengeful warrior, tattooed and muscled. his lids heavy, chest heaving. At least I wasn't the only one having a damn good time, I realized. It was my last coherent thought before he thrust his hips and buried that long, thick weapon of mass destruction inside me. Our eyes locked, and his face froze in agonized pleasure and triumph as he hit the very end of me. I didn't realize I'd spasmed up into an ab curl until he put one of those big hands on my chest and pressed me back down to the mattress.
"Relax, baby. Relax," he whispered.
I let out the breath that had been trapped in my lungs and sucked in another. He was so damn big. And he was right. I could feel the tiny little tremors working my muscles around him.
"You keep milking my dick like that, sweetheart, and this is gonna have to be a 2-time thing."
Good. Yes. He grinned down at me.
"So this is what it takes for you to lose that fancy vocabulary of yours."
Ugh, are you going to talk all day, or are you going to move? I grumbled. The need was already building in me again. I wondered if Knox's cock was some sort of magical wand that cast orgasm spells, rendering things like rally time and biological requirements non-existent.
"Look at me, Naomi," he said. I did as I was told. "God damn it, you're beautiful, and so fucking wet for me."
And he was rock hard for me. That's when he started to move. Slowly, languidly. Sweat glistened on his skin. His jaw was set, but his hips pumped like a metronome as he glided in and out of me. It felt like heaven, but I could tell he was holding himself back, and I wanted to give him everything he needed. Wanted him to take it. "Don't be gentle," I groaned.
"Taking my time. Deal with it."
"Knox, if you get any more blood in that appendage, it's going to explode."
"You've got an opinion on everything, even on how I fuck you."
"Especially on how you fuck me." He kissed me, probably just to shut me up, but I didn't care, because when I hitched my hips higher, his thrusts came faster, went deeper. He was pushing me just past my comfort zone, making me take a little more than I was confident I could handle. And damn if I didn't get off on it. He was giving me what I needed without me having to spell it out for him and break it down, without me having to ask, without him saying, "Maybe it's just easier if you do it yourself."
"Come back to me, Daisy."
I blinked, and Knox's face came back into focus, hovering over me and looking serious.
"You're right here when I'm inside you, nowhere else. Got me?"
I nodded, embarrassed that I'd nearly gotten lost inside my head. He was right. How many times had I gotten so wrapped up in my plans and lists that I missed what was right in front of me, or in this case, inside me? To prove I was with him, I sank my nails into his shoulders and squeezed my muscles around his shaft as he drove deep.
"That's my girl,"
he groaned. What we were doing felt so good, so right. His chest hair tickled my puckered nipples as my heels dug into those perfect ass cheeks of his. Another orgasm was already starting to build. It felt otherworldly good. He felt it too. His thrusts were harder now, less controlled, and I wanted more.
"Can't decide how I want you,"
he confessed through gritted teeth.
"Thought about too many ways."
"You have?" I breathed, trying to sound surprised, like I didn't have a regular fantasy of him banging me bent over the pool table at honky tonk. He nipped at my bottom lip.
"Up against a wall in my office, my hand over your mouth so no one can hear me making you come. You riding me in my truck, these perfect tits in my face so I can suck you while I fuck you, on your hands and knees looking over your shoulder while I work you from behind." Okay, those were pretty good. My breasts felt heavy, swollen. Every nerve ending in my body was lighting up.
and those ab muscles I thought I'd torn with my first orgasm were tensing again.
Fuck, baby, you just keep getting tighter.
I could feel every vein, every ridge, every inch of his arousal as he drove into me. Again and again, he rammed himself home. Euphoria filled my head like a fog. His muscles were taut under my fingers. We were both shaking. I was going to come with him inside me and never be the same again. He forced a hand between us and cupped my breast, my greedy nipple pebbling against his palm.
Take it all, baby.
And I did, opening as wide as I could and holding on for dear life as he drove me over the edge. He didn't ease me into the orgasm. He detonated it. It shot through me like high voltage, making me tremble from head to toe. I buried my face in his neck and screamed.
Ah, fuck! Fuck!
I opened my eyes to find him powering into me, eyes half closed, all vestiges of control snapped. I felt his erection swell inside me as he grunted on the next thrust and the next. I was still coming when he jerked inside me, letting out a guttural shout of triumph. He buried himself deep and held there. Our bodies aligned, releases synchronizing. With every wrenching pulse of his erection, my muscles gripped him tighter.
Naomi,
he growled into my neck as we rode it out together, hearts pounding as one. 24. Uninvited Guests. Naomi. A soft snore startled me from my incredibly steamy dream about Knox Morgan. When I heard the snore again, felt the warm, hard body against me, my eyelids flew open cartoon shade style. This wasn't a dream. I'd accidentally had sex with my grumpy boss, infuriating neighbor, and flagrant backyard peer. I waited for the stampede of regrets to charge through my brain like bison on a dusty prairie, but it seemed my body was too sated to allow for that. Knox had banged my brain and body into submission. Carefully, so as not to disturb my snoring bed partner, I rolled to face him. He was naked, the sheet tangled up in his legs, leaving most of his spectacular body on display. This was the first time I'd had the opportunity to study him up close without him knowing. That thick, dark, dirty blonde hair was mussed from my hands. There was a small scar between his eyebrows and another one, longer, more jagged, near his hairline. His lashes were long enough to make me jealous. His lips, usually closed in that firm, disapproving line, were parted slightly. He slept on his back, one tattooed arm under his head, the other around me. I hadn't pegged him for a cuddler. No one in their right mind would. But the hold he had on me said differently. His chest rose and fell with deep, even breaths. I studied his stomach muscles with fascination. Mine were sore from the unexpected ab workout orgasms delivered. His looked like they could withstand anything, tapering down to a taut V that disappeared beneath the sheet. He looked so peaceful that even the perpetual line of annoyance between his eyebrows had smoothed. I couldn't believe Knox Morgan was naked in my bed. Oh, God. Knox Morgan was naked. In my bed. And the sneaky son of a bitch had given me 2 of the most intense orgasms known to humankind. How in the hell was I supposed to look him in the eye now and not send my vagina into involuntary spasms? Ah, there it was. My old friend, abject panic. What was I doing in bed with a man I knew better than to sleep with, mere weeks after running away from my own wedding? I needed to get out of this bed because if Knox woke up and gave me a sleepy-eyed stare, I'd throw caution to the wind and hop right back on that cock of his without another thought. It took a few tries, but I managed to extricate myself from his surprisingly snuggly grip. Not wanting to wake him by rummaging through drawers, I grabbed the nightgown I'd set out for tonight and wiggled into it before tiptoeing out of the room. One-time thing, I chanted to myself as I made my way down the stairs. It happened. It was over. Time to move on. I tripped over a discarded boot on my way into the kitchen. Ow! Damn it! I hissed. Waylon lifted his head from the couch, let out a yawn, and stretched luxuriously. Hi, I said, feeling self-conscious that the dog might be judging me for sleeping with his human. But if the basset hound was feeling judgmental, it didn't last, because he rolled over and promptly went back to sleep. I moved Knox's boots away from the foot of the stairs. We'd left a trail of clothing on the first floor, something else I'd never done. I'd pick it all up and fold it just as soon as I had a hit of coffee. The late night, the worry over Nash and Waylay's first day, not to mention the mind-altering orgasms, had all rendered me nearly comatose. I quickly started a pot of coffee, then rested my forehead on the counter while I waited for it to brew. I thought about Waylay trudging onto the big yellow school bus in her purple dress and pink sneakers, her new backpack full of supplies and snacks. She hadn't been excited for her first day of 6th grade. I could only imagine how awful last year, her first in Knockemout, had been. Hopefully, between Nina, Chloe, and a new teacher, Waylay would get the second chance she so deserved. And if that didn't do the trick, I would find another solution. Waylay was a smart, funny, sweet kid, and I wouldn't let the world ignore that. The coffee maker beeped its siren song of a finished pot. My fingers had just closed around the handle of the coffee carafe when there was a peppy knock at the front door. Waylon's head popped back up from the couch. Hastily, I poured a mug and took a scalding swallow before throwing open the door. I choked on the mouthful of caffeine when I found my parents standing on the porch. "There's our girl!" My mother, looking tan and happy, opened her arms. At 61, Amanda Witt still dressed to accentuate the curves that had caught my father's eye in college. She took pride in coloring her hair the same auburn it had been on their wedding day, though now she wore it in a daring pixie cut. She golfed, worked part-time as a school counselor, and breathed life into every room she entered. "Mom?" I croaked, automatically leaning in for a hug. "Lou, isn't this the cutest little cottage you've ever seen?" she said. My father grunted. He had his hands stuffed into the pockets of his shorts and was nudging the porch railing with the toe of his sneakers. "Seems solid," he said. Mom was impressed by pretty things. Dad preferred to appreciate sturdiness. "How you doing, kiddo?" he asked. I transferred my hug to him and laughed as my toes left the ground. While Mom was a few inches shorter than Tina and me, Dad was over 6 feet tall. A bear of a man who always made me feel like everything was going to be okay. "What are you two doing here?" I asked as he carefully put me down. "Sweetheart, you can't tell us we have a granddaughter and not expect us to drive straight here. Did we get you out of bed? That's a lovely nightgown," Mom noted. Bed. Nightgown. Sex. Knox. Oh, God. I told you we should have cut that cruise short, Lou, Mom said, slapping Dad on the shoulder. "She's obviously depressed. She's still in her pajamas." "She's not depressed, Mandy," Dad insisted, rapping his knuckles on the doorframe as he stepped inside. "What is this, oak?" "I don't know, Dad. Mom, I'm not depressed," I said, trying to figure out a way to get them out of the house before my naked guests woke up. "I just, worked late last night, and there was a family emergency." Mom gasped. "Is something wrong with Waylay?" "No, Mom, sorry, not our family. The family who owns this place and the bar I work at." "I can't wait to see it. What's it called again? Hanky-pank?" "Honky-tonk," I corrected her, spying my dress on the floor. "Did you see the living room?" It came out as an almost shout, and my parents exchanged a glance before pretending to be enthralled with the space I was waving at. Just look at that fireplace, Lou. Yes, look at the fireplace, I all but screeched. Dad grunted. As my parents admired the fireplace, I hooked the dress with my toes and swept it under the kitchen table. And you got a dog! Ma, you have been busy since the wedding. Waylon lifted his head, a jowl still stuck to the pillow. His tail thumped on the cushion, and my mom dissolved into a puddle of affection. Who's a handsome boy? You are, sir. Yes, you are. See, Mandy, she's not depressed. She's just busy, Dad insisted. Isn't the view of the woods great? I said, the words sounding strangled as I pointed frantically at the windows. When they turned to admire the woods through the glass, I grabbed Knox's jeans off the floor and threw them into the cabinet under the sink. Beeper, come meet your niece or nephew doggy. My mother was using her straight-A report card on the refrigerator voice, which was definitely loud enough to wake the man upstairs in my bed. You guys brought Beeper? Beeper was my parents' latest rescue dog. She was a mix of breeds. I got them the DNA test for Christmas the previous year that had been scrambled together and came out looking like a large brown Brillo pad with feet. The Brillo pad appeared in the doorway and trotted inside. Waylon sat up and gave an appreciative woof. This is Waylon. He's not mine. He belongs to my, neighbor. Hey, do you guys want to get out of here and go for breakfast or lunch or just leave for any reason at all? Waylon hopped off the couch and booped noses with Beeper. Beeper let out a high-pitched yap, and the two of them began to zoom around the minuscule first floor. Daisy, baby, what the fuck are you doing down there? I watched in horror as bare feet attached to naked, muscular legs appeared on the stairs. Mom and I froze to the spot as boxer briefs, thank God for penis-covering miracles, came into view. Dad, moving quickly for a big guy, put himself between us and the approaching boxer briefs. State your business, Dad shouted at Knox's bare torso. Wow, 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 Mom whispered. She wasn't wrong. The man was freaking spectacular. Waylon and Beeper chose that moment to take their zoomies up the stairs. Daze, you want to explain what's going on? Knox drawled as he sidestepped the canine catastrophe. I ducked under Dad's arm and moved to stand between my parents and my boss, neighbor, one-time sex partner. Okay, so I really wish I would have had more coffee. Are those tattoos real? How many times a week do you go to the gym? Mom asked, peering under Dad's armpit. What the hell is going on? Dad rumbled. Oh, Lou, so old-fashioned, Mom said, giving him an affectionate pat on the backside before walking up to Knox and hugging him. Mom! Knox stood there woodenly, clearly in shock. Welcome to the family, she said, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Oh my God, I'm going to die of embarrassment, I decided. Knox patted my mother awkwardly on the back. Thanks. She released him and then grabbed me by the shoulders. We were so worried about you, sweetheart. It wasn't like you to just up and leave your own wedding like that. Not that we ever liked Warner that much anyway. Always thought he was a pretentious ass, Dad cut in. I thought maybe you were depressed, Mom continued. But now it all makes sense. You fell in love with someone else and couldn't go through with a sham of a marriage. Isn't that wonderful, Lou? I need coffee, Knox muttered and headed for the kitchen. Aren't you going to introduce us? Dad demanded, still not looking very pleased. Naomi, Knox called from the coffee pot. Pants? I winced. Under the sink. He gave me a long, unreadable look before bending to retrieve his jeans. My mother gave me an incredibly inappropriate double thumbs up as Knox turned his back on us and zipped the fly of his jeans. Mom, I mouthed. But she just continued flashing me the thumbs and a creepy smile of approval. It reminded me of the time I'd taken her to see the Andersontown Community Theater's production of The Full Monty. My mom had an appreciation for the male form. Okay, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Mom, Dad, this is Knox. He's my neighbor and boss. We're not in love. My mother's face fell, and Dad looked at the floor, hands on hips, his shoulders hunched. I'd seen that reaction before. Concern, disappointment, worry, but never for anything I'd done. It was always Tina bringing them trouble. I hated that this time it was me.
Is this some one-night stand? Are you having some kind of midlife crisis, and this guy took advantage of you?
My father, who had won Best Hugger 3 years running at the Witt family reunion, looked as if he was about ready to start throwing punches. Dad, no one took advantage of anyone. I shut up as Knox appeared at my side and handed me a fresh cup of coffee.
How long are you two in town?
Knox asked my parents. Dad glared at him. We haven't decided, Mom said to his tattoos. We're very excited to meet our granddaughter, and we're a little concerned about you-know-who. She pointed at me as if I hadn't heard her stage whisper. Knox looked at me and sighed. He put his free hand on the back of my neck and pulled me into his side.
Here's the situation. Your daughter blew into town trying to help her no-good sister, no offense.
None taken, Mom assured him.
I took one look at Naomi and fell hard and fast.
Knox, I hissed, but he squeezed the back of my neck and continued.
We're just seeing where this thing goes. Could be nothing, but we're enjoying it. You raised a smart, beautiful, stubborn woman.
Mom fluffed her hair. She gets that from me.
What is it you do for a living, Knock? Dad demanded.
Knox, I corrected. He owns businesses and some property, Dad. My father harumphed.
Self-made man? Guess it's better than Mr. Nepotism.
I assumed he was speaking of Warner, who got a job at the family company after college graduation.
Got lucky a few years back and won the lottery. Invested most of it here in my hometown, Knox explained. Thought I'd used up all my luck till Naomi here showed up.
Fake romantic Knox was going to ruin all real romance for me if I wasn't careful. His name's on the police station, I said with forced brightness. His grip on my neck tightened again. I reached behind him and pinched the skin just above the waistband of his jeans. He squeezed harder. I pinched harder.
I need some Advil or something, Dad muttered, rubbing his forehead.
You shouldn't have a headache, Lou. Our daughter is fine. I was the one who was worried on the way down here, remember? Mom said as if Knox and I weren't even in the room.
Yeah, well, now I'm the one who thinks there's something wrong with her.
Let me get you something for your head, I offered, trying to extricate myself from Knox's grip. But he merely squeezed tighter and took a sip of his coffee. Don't be silly. I have all of your father's favorite anti-inflammatories in my purse, Mom announced. She bustled over to where she'd planted her purse next to the front door. Dad shoved his hands in his pockets and wandered into the kitchen. I saw him frown at Knox's t-shirt where it lay crumpled on the stovetop. Waylay is going to be so excited to meet you. Where are you two staying while you're here? I asked, desperate to make small talk.
There's a motel in town. We'll see if they have any rooms available, Dad said, opening cupboard doors and tapping the shelves. After a 3-week luxury Mediterranean cruise, I didn't think my parents would enjoy the moldy, dilapidated motel. I was already shaking my head when Knox spoke up. I think we can do better than that. We'll find room for you at Liza J's.
Knox, I hissed. How was I going to pretend to be in a relationship with Knox with my parents staying practically next door? He leaned in like he was going to nuzzle the side of my face and whispered,
Shut up.
Then he brushed his lips over my temple, and my nipples went hard. Mom waltzed by with a bottle of pills, beaming at me. I crossed my arms over my chest.
I'm sure you'd want to stay as close to your daughter and granddaughter as possible,
Knox said. Knox, can I see you outside? I asked through clenched teeth. Do you see how they can't keep their hands off each other? Mom trilled behind us.
Yeah. You got any antacids in there?
Dad asked, looking ill. I closed the door and dragged Knox onto the porch. So, what are we supposed to do? Pretend to be in a relationship until my parents leave?
You're welcome. You fucking owe me, Days. Do you have any idea what this is gonna do to my bachelor reputation?
I don't care about your reputation. I'm the one who has to pass a home study. Besides, I'm tired of owing you. Why do you keep riding to my rescue? He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
Maybe I like being the hero for once.
My knees threatened to buckle as the knee-jerk desire to swoon swept over me. His grin was downright sinful when he pulled me into him. The contact with his body so soon after the best sex ever was frying my circuits. I didn't want to yell at him anymore. I wanted to kiss him.
Or maybe,
he whispered against my lips,
I just want to know what it feels like to have your smart mouth wrapped around my cock.
That was at least honest. And dirty. And I liked it. He had one hand boldly cupping my rear end. The other held my hair at the base of my neck. Pardon the interruption. Instinctively, I jumped back from Knox. Well, I tried to. He still had a pretty good grip on me, which turned out to be a good thing since I probably would have fallen right over the railing when I spotted caseworker Yolanda Suarez eyeing us from the foot of the steps. Mrs. Suarez! How lovely to see you again. I choked the words out.
25. Family fuss. Knox. Even with the unwelcome intrusions of Naomi's parents, followed by the disapproving caseworker who'd been missing a signature on a page, I was in a great fucking mood when I returned to the hospital. Sure, the whole pretending to be in a relationship thing was definitely going to be a pain in the ass, but it would get Naomi out of a jam and piss my brother off. I'd woke up that morning knowing that once wasn't going to be enough when it came to her. Now we could fool around for a few weeks, get each other out of our systems, and once her parents headed home, go back to our regular lives with itches scratched. All in all, it wasn't a bad gig. I stepped into Nash's room and found most of the Knock-'em-Out PD crowded inside. "Let me know what you find from the office and the storage unit," Nash said from the bed. His color was a bit better. "Sure glad you didn't kick the bucket, son," Graves said. The rest of them nodded their agreement. Yeah, now get the hell out of here and try to keep Knock-'em-Out from unraveling." I nodded to each cop as they left, thinking about what Naomi had said about Nash cleaning up the department to better serve the town. She was right. I guess we both wanted to do right by the town that had given us a place to call home. "So, how's Naomi?" Nash asked, sounding only a little irritated after the last officer walked out the door. "Good," I said. Morgan men didn't kiss and tell or fuck and tell, but I did allow the smallest of smirks. "You fuck it up yet? You're hilarious when you're pumped full of lead and drugs." He sighed, and I could tell he was already sick of being cooped up in the hospital. "What's with the staff meeting?" I asked. "Couple of break-ins last night, an office and storage unit, both owned by Rodney Gibbons. Office wasn't bad. Someone got the petty cash and riffled through the safe. Combination was on a sticky note next to the computer. Storage unit was trashed. No one saw anything at either place," he explained. "How long they keeping you?" I asked. Nash used his thumb to scratch between his eyebrows, a tell of frustration. too fucking long. Said the soonest I can get out is a couple of days. Then it's PT to see how much mobility I can get back. If Nash didn't get back to 100%, he'd be handcuffed to a desk for the rest of his career. Something even I knew he'd hate. Then don't fuck around, I advised. Do what the docs say, do your PT and get your shit together. No one wants you riding a desk. Yeah, Luce is digging into it, he said, changing the subject. He didn't sound happy about it. Is he? I hedged. You damn well know he is. It's police business. I don't need either of you amateurs out on the streets stirring shit up. I was offended by the amateur remark. We'd been professional hellraisers in our day. And though I might be a little rusty, I had a feeling our friend was even more dangerous now than he'd been at 17. Your boys get anything on the guy? I asked. Nash shook his head. Stolen car, wiped clean on the outskirts of Lawlerville. Locals found it about an hour ago. How clean? He shrugged, then winced. Dunno yet. No prints on the wheel or door handles. Asshole's dumb enough to shoot a cop. He's dumb enough to leave prints somewhere, I predicted. Yeah, he agreed. He was moving his legs restlessly under the thin white blanket. Heard Liza has a few new guests. I nodded. Naomi's parents showed up this morning. Guess they're anxious to meet their granddaughter. Heard that too. Also heard that you made quite the impression coming downstairs in your birthday suit. Your grapevine needs some pruning. I was wearing underwear. Better Dad loved that. He handled it. Wonder how you stack up against the ex-fiancée, he mused. Her parents weren't fans of the ex, I said, though I wasn't sure how I compared in Naomi's eyes. I peered down at Nash's untouched lunch tray, broth and ginger ale. How the hell are you supposed to survive on clear liquids? My brother made a face. Something about not taxing the system. I'd kill for a burger and fries. The boys are too scared of the nurses to sneak in any contraband. I'll see what I can do, I promised. Gotta head out. Some shit to take care of before the big family dinner tonight celebrating Way's first day and Naomi's parents coming to town. I hate you, Nash said, but there was no real heat to his words. Let this be a lesson to you, little brother. You gotta make your moves faster, or else someone else will make them for you. I started for the door. Tell Way to let me know if anyone at school messes with her, Nash called. Will do. Tell Naomi she's welcome to swing by any time. Not happening. Liza J's house no longer smelled like a mothball museum. It might have had something to do with someone opening the door to let 4 dogs in or out every 5 minutes. Then again, it probably had more to do with the fact that rooms that hadn't been touched in 15 years were getting Naomi's floor-to-ceiling treatment. Dusty drapes and the windows behind them opened wide. The lights were on in the den, a room that hadn't been used since the house had welcomed paying guests. I spied Steph behind the desk on the phone, staring at the laptop in front of him. There was music coming from the kitchen, and I could hear the sounds of people socializing in the backyard. Maybe not all change was bad. I knelt to give the pack of dogs their rubs. Naomi's parents' dog, Beeper, was standing on one of Waylon's ears. Fuck yeah! The exclamation came from the den. Steph closed his laptop triumphantly and stood behind the desk, arms overhead in a V. The dogs, excited by his excitement, charged the doors and barreled into the room. Okay, no, everyone out, Steph said. These are very expensive Gucci loafers you're destroying with your doggy toenails. Good news? I asked as he exited the den. The dogs took off toward the kitchen, moving as one clumsy organism of slobber and barks. Don't buddy up to me. I'm still mad at you, he said. When Naomi and I brought her parents over to meet my grandmother, Steph had tried to cover the fact that he'd been in town for days. No one would have bought his, "What a coincidence, I just got here this morning," bullshit for long. I just helped them get here by telling Mandy and Lou what a relief it was to have Steph under Liza's roof for such a long visit. "You'll get over it," I predicted. "Just wait until you disappoint Mandy," he said. "It feels like kicking a litter of kittens." I didn't really have anyone in my life to disappoint. I followed him into the dining room where my grandmother's buffet had been transformed into a high-end bar, complete with cut lemons and limes, an ice bucket, and several bottles of decent liquor. "What are you drinking?" he asked me. "Bourbon or beer?" "It's too hot for straight room-temperature liquor, and beer isn't celebratory enough. We're having G&Ts." I could roll with that. "What are we celebrating?" "Naomi's house," he said. "It went on the market 2 days ago, and she has 3 offers. Let's hope she thinks it's good news." "Why the hell wouldn't she?" Steph shot me a bland look, then started scooping ice into 2 highball glasses. "You know how some people have dream houses? Well, Naomi had the next step house. She loved it. It was the perfect place to start a family. The right neighborhood, the right size, the right number of bathrooms. Giving up that house is like giving up on all her dreams." "Plans change," I said, as he cracked open a bottle of tonic water. "I'll say, since she had no intention of getting in bed with you." "Here we go," I muttered. "This is the part where you tell me I'm not good enough for her, and I tell you to fuck off." He poured a healthy slug of gin into each glass. "Let's skip to the bottom line. She's giving up everything to clean up Tina's mess. Again. As long as you're a pleasant distraction and not another mess to fix, I won't destroy your life." "Gee, thanks. By the way, same goes if you hook up with Jer." To Steph's credit, he didn't fumble the lime slices or sprigs of rosemary he was adding to each glass when I mentioned my best friend. "So that's what it feels like to have an obnoxious meddler sticking his nose where it doesn't belong," he said evenly. "Yeah, not great, is it?" Message received. Maybe a short-term palate cleanser is exactly what she needs to get Warner Fuckface III out of her head and start planning a life for herself and Way. "I'll drink to that," I said, ignoring the way palate cleanser rubbed me the wrong way. "Cheers. Let's go tell our girl that in 15 days her money troubles are officially over if she's willing to kiss her dreams goodbye." We headed into the sunroom and out onto the deck. The humidity had broken just enough that it was almost comfortable outside. Oldies music poured from a speaker on the table. Lou was manning the grill. The sizzle and scent of red meat made my mouth water. Amanda and my grandmother were sitting in Adirondack chairs, shading their eyes from the lowering sun. The dogs, wet now, shook and sunned themselves in the grass. But what caught and held my attention was Naomi. She was knee-deep in the creek, sunglasses on, that short, dark swing of hair pulled back in a clip. She was wearing a coral bikini that showed off every curve I'd enjoyed that morning. Waylay, in a pink polka-dotted bathing suit, doubled over and scooped 2 hands of cold creek water at her aunt. Naomi's shriek and ensuing laughter as she attempted to exact revenge on the kid hit me someplace besides my cock. I felt a warmth in my chest that had nothing to do with the damn good gin and tonic in my hand. Amanda adjusted her straw hat and sighed. "This is heaven," she said to my grandmother. "You must have had a different Bible than the one I grew up on," Liza quipped. "I always dreamed of having a big family in a big house. All these generations and dogs all tangled up in each other's lives. I guess sometimes we're just not meant for certain things." She said it wistfully. Steph cleared his throat. "Ladies, can I freshen up those Long Island iced teas?" Liza held up her empty glass. I could do another round. I'm still working on mine, sweetie, Amanda told him. Have you decided to forgive me? Steph asked. Well, you did sneak down here without a word, she said, lowering her sunglasses to give him what I identified as a mom look. But you were just looking out for my girl. Anyone who does that is always all right in my book. Steph dropped a kiss on top of her head. Thanks, Mandy. Naomi and Waylay were now in a full-fledged splash battle. Arcs of water rose high, catching glints of the late afternoon sun. How much time left on those burgers, Lou? Liza called. 5 minutes, he said. Knox, Amanda said, drawing my attention. Yes, ma'am. Take a walk with me, she said. Uh-oh. Steph flashed a smug look at me and disappeared inside with Liza's glass. I followed Amanda to the end of the deck and down the stairs into the yard. It felt like only yesterday that it was Nash and me in the creek fooling around, scaring the fish. Pop manning the grill. She slid her arm through mine as we walked. You've only known Naomi for a short time, she began. I already didn't like where this was going. Sometimes you don't need a history to see the future, I said, sounding like a damn fortune cookie. She squeezed my arm. I meant, in her entire life, my daughter has never jumped into anything, especially bed with someone. I didn't know what to say to that, so I kept my mouth shut. She's a born caretaker, always fussing over everyone else in the room. It's no surprise to me that she'd step up to keep Waylay even when the rest of her life is spiraling out of control. She gives until she's got nothing left. This wasn't news to me. If Naomi wasn't slinging drinks to customers, she was doing everyone else's side work in the kitchen or cleaning out Liza's mausoleum of a house. You brought her a cup of coffee doctored up just the way she likes it, she continued. She also told me that you got her this place to stay and gave her a job. You drive her home? Steph mentioned you got her a cell phone when she didn't have one. I was getting antsy. I wasn't known for my patience with conversations when I didn't know where they were going. She's a worrier, but doesn't want anyone worrying about her, Amanda continued. I get that. You worrying about her, you taking care of her when you only just met, says a lot about your character. So does the fact Naomi let you into her bed without the usual 99-point inspection. I was equal parts uncomfortable and oddly pleased. All due respect, Amanda, I don't like talking about your daughter's sex life with you. That's because you're a man, sweetie, she said, patting my arm. I just want you to know that I see how you're taking care of my girl. In all their time together, I never once saw Warner bring her a cup of coffee. Never once saw him do anything that benefited her unless it benefited him too. So, thank you for that. Thank you for seeing my girl and wanting to be there for her. You're welcome. It seemed like the appropriate response. Out of curiosity, why do you call her Daisy? She asked. She had flowers in her hair when I met her. Amanda's smile broadened. She left Warner and drove straight to you without even knowing it. Isn't that something? I didn't know if it was something or nothing. Yeah, something. Well, I like you, Knox. Lou will come around, eventually. But I like you already. Dinner's ready, Liza J. bellowed from the deck. Get your behinds around the table. I'm starving, Amanda announced. Why don't you get our girls out of the creek? Sure. I stood there as Naomi's mother made a beeline for the house steps. Naomi's laugh and another splash caught my attention. I walked over to the edge of the creek and whistled. Waylay and Naomi paused their water fight, both laughing and dripping. Dinner's ready. Get your asses out of the water, I said. He's so bossy, Naomi said in a stage whisper. Waylay let out a girlish giggle. I tossed a starfish towel over Waylay's wet head. How was your first day, kid? Fine, she said, peering quizzically out from under the towel. The kid was a fucking rock. Abandoned by a no-good mother, taken in by an aunt she didn't know, then meeting her grandparents for the first time on the first day of school. And it was fine. She turned and ran for the stairs and the promise of food. Go wash your hands, Way, Naomi called after her. Why? I just got out of the water, Waylay yelled back. Then at least don't pet the dogs until after you eat. Fine. That's all she'd tell me, too, Naomi said as I helped her up onto the bank. You worried? I asked, unable to tear my gaze off her breasts. Of course I am. How am I going to fix any problems if I don't know they exist? So talk to the teacher, I said, watching the outline of her nipples get more pronounced under the 2 triangles of fabric that stood between me and what I wanted. I think I will, she said. How's Nash doing? Instead of answering, I clamped a hand over her wrist and hauled her over to the shady patio under the deck. Her skin was cold from the creek. Seeing her curves all wet like that was messing with my head. I picked up the fluffy beach towel next to her neatly folded clothing on one of the lounge chairs that hadn't seen the light of day in years and handed it to her. Thanks, she said, bending over in front of me to run the towel through her hair. A man only had so much self-control, and I'd just reached my limit. I pulled the towel out of her hands and walked her backwards until her back met the support column. Knox, I pressed a finger to her mouth, then pointed above us. Who wants medium rare? Lou asked. Steph, this drink ain't gonna refill itself, Liza J. said. What are you doing? Naomi whispered. Pinning her in place with my hips, she got the message pretty damn quick. When her mouth opened in an O, I yanked the triangles of her top apart. Full, luscious, wet. My mouth watered, and it had nothing to do with the food being passed above us. Jesus days. I see you like this, and I can't wait to get back in your bed. I dipped my head and closed my mouth over one chilled peak. Her sexy little gasp, the way her hands clamped on my shoulders, the way she leaned into my mouth like she wanted it as bad as I did. It all went straight to my dick. I'd fuck you right here if I thought for a second I could get away with it. She took one hand off my shoulder and shoved it between our bodies, cupping my erection through my jeans. I covered her hand with mine and squeezed, hard. I thrust against our hands, greedy for the friction. Kids, dinner, Amanda called from above us. Aunt Naomi, how many green beans do I have to eat? The glassiness in Naomi's eyes cleared. Oh, my God, she mouthed at me. I gave both nipples a not-so-gentle tweak before readjusting her top. I wanted to fuck her in that bikini, to untie one or two of those strings and guarantee all the right access. Then I wanted to take her every way possible until neither one of us could walk. Instead, I was going to have dinner with a hard-on and an audience. Sometimes life just wasn't fucking fair. She slugged me in the shoulder. What is wrong with you? She hissed. Our families are right up there. A whole lot of things, I said with a grin. You're the worst. We're coming, she yelled. We will be later, I promised under my breath.
26. PMS and the Bully. Naomi. I arrived at Honky Tonk early for my shift in my dad's pristine Ford Explorer, a bonus to having my parents in town. Another bonus was the fact that they were having a movie night sleepover with Waylay at Liza's. I was under orders to buy a car ASAP. Between my poker winnings and the proceeds from the sale of my house, I found myself in a pretty solid financial position, even with the impending purchase of a decent car. Then there was the quickie Knox had coaxed me into that afternoon when he came over to help me put together Waylay's new desk. I was feeling pretty damn good about life when I strolled into Honky Tonk. "Hello, ladies," I said to Fee and Silver. "You're looking gorgeous today." "You're early and in a good mood," Fee noted, sliding the cash drawer into the register. "I hate that about you." Silver glanced my way as she flipped the stools off the bar. She paused. "She's got orgasm face. She's not one of us." Crap. The last thing Knox or I needed was our co-workers gossiping about our incredibly satisfying sex life. "Oh, come on," I scoffed, hiding my face behind a curtain of hair as I tied my apron. "A girl can be in a good mood without having orgasms. What's with the chocolate and heating pads?" Next to the register was a plate of brownies wrapped with pink cellophane, a box of stick-on heating pads, and a bottle of Midol. "Knox's monthly care package," Silver said. "Who gave you the O-face?" "Care package for what?" I asked, ignoring the question. "All our cycles synced up. Stasia's too," Fee explained. "Every month the boss puts together a period survival kit and is nice to us for a day or two." "That's really nice of him," I said. Fee slapped the bar. "Oh my God, you had sex with Knox!" "What? Me? Knox?" I felt my face getting hot. "Why would you think that? Can I have a brownie?" "She's definitely deflecting," Silver decided. "Yeah, Nomi, your poker face needs some serious work. This is so fucking exciting. You know, he's never shagged an employee before. Man, I knew there were sparks. Didn't I tell you there were sparks?" Fee slapped Silver in the shoulder. "Yeah, sparks," Silver agreed. "So are you guys a thing? Or was it a heat of the moment, my brother's just been shot kind of thing?" "On a scale of meh to my vagina is forever ruined, how good was he?" Fee asked. This was not going the way I'd planned. My gaze slid to the kitchen doors and back to the expectant faces before me. News traveled fast in this town, and I did not want to feed the gossip. "You guys, I really don't want to talk about this." They stood there staring at me. Then they looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, here's how it's gonna go," Fee said. "You're going to tell us everything, and in exchange, we won't tell anyone anything." "Or else what?" I hedged. Silver's smile was wicked. "Or else we spend the whole shift wondering out loud who put that smile on your face in front of all the customers." "You're evil." "We're evil. But we can be bought," Fee reminded me. "Your parents walked in on your one-night stand. Classic," Silver said 10 minutes later when I'd finished verbally vomiting all over them. "And your vagina is officially ruined," Fee added. "And we aren't in a relationship, unless you're my parents or a caseworker weighing my stability as a guardian, in which case we've been swept away by an unexpected romance." "But you are having sex," Silver confirmed. "Temporarily," I said with emphasis. Silver raised a pierced eyebrow. Fee stopped gobbling down her brownie. "Saying it out loud makes it sound stupid. Maybe we should finish getting ready to open?" I'm PMSing. I'd rather eat another brownie and talk about penis length and orgasm intensity," Fee said. I was saved from responding by my phone signaling a text. Sloan. "My blabbermouth niece told me something I think you should know." Me. "What? Is my side part out of style?" Sloan. "Yes. Also, she said the teacher's been pretty rough on Way the last 2 days." Me. "What do you mean?" Sloan. "Chloe said Mrs. Felch is being mean to Waylay, yelling at her in front of the rest of the class, making weird comments about her mom. Chloe and Nina got in trouble for defending her." Me. "Thanks for letting me know." Sloan. "You're going to go Mama Lion on an elementary school teacher, aren't you?" I pocketed my phone. "I hate to do this to you guys, but I need to go to Waylay's school." "Is Way in trouble?" Fee asked. No, but Mrs. Felch is about to be. Mind covering for me until I get back? Silver looked up from the heating pad she was taping to her stomach. I'll cover for you if you bring me back one of those pretzels with caramel dip from the place next to the school. Fee's eyes lit up. Ooh, bring 2. Better make it 3, Silver amended. Max is coming in at 4:30 and she's on day 2 of the red tide. 3 pretzels with caramel dip. Got it, I said, untying my apron and grabbing my purse. You sure you don't mind covering for me? Fee waved away my concern. It's always slow the first hour or 2 after opening, and Knox won't be here with all us gals in the middle of Shark Week. Shark Week? She pointed at the My Doll and brownies. Oh, right, that's Shark Week. Thank you for covering. I blew them kisses and headed for the door. The school was less than 2 blocks away, so I hoofed it. It gave me the time to work up a good head of steam. I was sick and tired of people thinking they could judge someone by their family's behavior. I'd lived in the shadow of Tina's misdeeds my entire life, and I hated that Waylay was facing the same kind of problem. She was just a kid. She should be having sleepovers, playing games, sneaking junk food, not dealing with the fallout of her mother's reputation. Worse yet, she hadn't trusted me enough to tell me she was having problems with her teacher. How could I fix a problem if I didn't know it existed? Knockemout Elementary School was a squat brick building in the middle of town. There was the standard wood-chipped playground to the right and the long drive out front where buses loaded and unloaded every day. The school day had already wrapped up, but I hoped I could catch Mrs. Felch in the building. The front doors were all still propped open from the mass exodus of students, so I headed inside. It smelled like floor polish and disinfectant. It was only the first week of school, but the bulletin boards outside the 6th grade classrooms were already full of artwork. Except for room 303. The board was empty, except for a calendar with a countdown on it and a piece of paper with the name Mrs. Felch. I hadn't met her at back-to-school night. She'd been out sick, and I'd spent most of the hour gently reminding parents and school staff that I wasn't my sister. I kicked myself for not making more of an effort to meet her before leaving her in charge of my niece. I spied a woman sitting behind the desk at the front of the classroom. Best guess put her in her early 50s. Her silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a bun so tight I bet she got headaches from it. She was dressed in head-to-toe shades of beige, and her lips were pursed in a thin line as she scrolled through something on her phone. She gave off the air of someone who was disappointed in just about everything life had to offer. I gave a cursory knock and walked into the room. Mrs. Felch, you don't know me, but... The woman looked up and bobbled her phone, eyes narrowing behind her glasses. Don't play games with me. I know who you are. Good Lord, hadn't the dang grapevine caught up to the teaching staff yet? I'm not Tina. I'm Naomi Witt. My niece, Waylay, is in your class, and I'd like to talk to you about how you've been treating her. I'd never been good at confrontations. Hell, I'd squeezed my ass out of a church basement window to run away from a wedding rather than tell the groom I wasn't going to marry him. But in that moment, I felt a fire burning in my belly. Backing down wasn't an option. Neither was retreat. How I've been treating her? I've been treating her the way she deserves to be treated, Mrs. Felch snarled. The lines on her face carved deeper. I treat her the way the daughter of a whore deserves to be treated. Excuse me? You heard me. A movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention, and I realized that I had a much bigger problem than a horrible 6th grade teacher.
27. Field Mice Revenge. Knox. I walked into Honky Tonk through the kitchen, twirling my keys around my finger and whistling. Someone's in a good mood, Milford, the line cook, observed. I wondered exactly how big of a dick I usually was that made my good mood breaking news, then decided I didn't really give a shit. Making sure to school my expression into my normal scowl, I headed into the bar. There were about a half dozen early birds scattered around the place. Max and Silver were eating brownies behind the bar and clutching their midsections. Fee came out of the bathroom with her hands on her low back. God, why do I have to pee 147 times a day when I'm riding the cotton pony? She groaned when she spotted me. Oh, what the hell are you doing here? It's period night. I own the place, I reminded her, scanning the bar. Yeah, and you're also smart enough not to show up when you have 3 menstruating women on shift. Where's Naomi? I asked. Don't you take that tone with me today, Noxie. I will break your face. I had taken no tone with her, but I knew better than to point that out. I brought you brownies. You brought us brownies so we don't cry in the kitchen. She had a point. Fee knew my secret. Tears were my kryptonite. I couldn't handle a woman crying. It made me feel desperate and helpless and pissed off. Where's Naomi? I asked again, trying to modulate my tone. I'm fine, Knox. Thanks for asking. Even though I feel like my uterus is being crumpled up inside my body so it can be expelled through my lady canal, I'm thrilled to be working tonight. I opened my mouth to retort, but she held up a finger. I wouldn't do that, she advised. I shut my mouth and tagged Silver at the bar. Where's Naomi? Her expression stayed carefully blank, but her eyes skated to Fee, who was making an exaggerated slashing motion across her throat. Seriously? I asked. My business manager rolled her eyes. Fine. Naomi was here, but there was some trouble with Waylay's teacher. She went to take care of it and asked us to cover for her. She's bringing us pretzels afterward, Max said around the brownie she held between her teeth as she shuffled by with 2 fresh beers. I was pretty sure that was a health violation, but was smart enough not to mention it. I eyed the women before me. You thought I'd be pissed that she went to take care of something at the school? Fee smirked. No, but it's a slow day. Thought it would be more fun this way. I closed my eyes and started to count to 10. Why haven't I fired you yet? Because I'm amazing, she sang, spreading her arms wide. She flinched and clutched her stomach. Fucking periods. Amen, Silver agreed. Strap on one of those damn heat pad things and take turns getting off your feet, I advised. Look who's Mr. Menstruation, Fee said. Working with the synced sisters has educated me in ways I never wanted to be. Who's the teacher? What teacher? Max asked as she blew past us again with a couple of empties. The brownie was now gone. I hoped it hadn't fallen into one of the beers. Waylay's teacher, I said in exasperation. Did she say what the problem was? Is there a reason you're so interested? Fee asked, looking too damn smug for my liking. Yeah, I'm paying her to be here and she's not here. Your tone is aggressive and I don't react well to aggressive during my lady business, Silver warned. This was why I didn't come near Honky Tonk during Code Red, which is how I labeled it in my calendar. Mrs. Felch, Max called from the corner two-top she'd commandeered. She was sitting on one chair with her feet propped on the second and a damp bar towel draped over her forehead and eyes. I'm personally not a fan of Mrs. Felch. One of my kids had her. She gave homework over Christmas, Fee recalled. Fuck. Fee and Silver turned to look at me. Max peeked out from under her cold compress. Mrs. Felch is married, I said. That is usually what Mrs. means, Silver said, patronizing me. Mrs. Felch is married to Mr. Felch, Nolan Felch. Fee got it first. Oh, shit. That's not good. Wait, Didn't Tina? Yeah, she did. I gotta go. Try not to scare off all the patrons. Fee scoffed. They're here for the free Bloody Mary shots we give out during crappy hour. Whatever. Later. Heading for the parking lot, I vowed never to come back to Honky Tonk during a code red. I made it almost to my truck when Liza's Buick rolled up. But it was Naomi's dad, worry lines carved into his forehead behind the wheel instead of my grandmother. Amanda was in the passenger seat, looking agitated. Everything all right? I asked, reading the mood. Waylay is missing, Amanda announced, a hand clutched to her heart. She walked to the cottage to get her schoolwork together and was supposed to come straight back to Liza's. We were going to have dinner and a movie night. She didn't come back and her bike's gone, Lou said gruffly. We're hoping Naomi had seen her. I swore under my breath. Naomi's not here. There was some trouble at the school with Way's teacher, and she went to handle it. Maybe that's where Waylay went, Amanda said, clutching her husband's arm. That's where I'm headed now, I said grimly. You're part of a parent-teacher conference? Lou scoffed. No, but I'm sure as hell gonna have your daughter's back when she walks into an ambush. I ignored the speed limit and stop signs on the short drive to the elementary school and noticed Lou did the same behind me. We pulled into adjacent parking spaces and stormed the front doors, a united front. I hadn't stepped foot in the school since I was a student here. It looked as though not much had changed. How do we know where to go? Amanda wondered when we walked in through the front doors. I heard raised voices coming from one of the hallways. My money's on that way, I said. Your sister ruined my life. I didn't wait for the wits. I headed toward the shouting at a dead run. I made it to the open door just in time to see a seething Mrs. Felch, fisting her hands at her sides as she leaned into Naomi's personal space. I stalked into the room, but neither woman paid me any attention. From what you've told me, your husband ruined your marriage. An innocent 11-year-old certainly isn't to blame, Naomi said, hands on hips, not giving the woman an inch. She was wearing another flirty denim skirt. This one had a distressed hem with threads that skimmed her thighs. I both loved the way it looked on her and hated the fact that she was wearing it to serve beer to men who weren't me. She's got her mother's blood, doesn't she? There's nothing innocent about any of you, Mrs. Felch hissed, pointing an accusing finger in Naomi's face. My plans for Naomi and her tight little skirt would have to wait. Bullshit. My announcement had both women whirling around to face me. Mrs. Felch's eyes got big behind her glasses. I was a scary fucking guy when I wanted to be, and right now I wanted to be downright terrifying. I took 2 steps forward, and she backed into her desk like a cornered rat in bifocals. Knox, Naomi said through clenched teeth, I'm so glad you're here. She was tilting her head and subtly pointing toward the floating wall that created a coat room just inside the doorway. I glanced in the direction and caught a glimpse of blonde and blue hair. Waylay, holding a jar of God knows what, gave me an embarrassed finger waggle of a wave from her belly on the floor. For fuck's sake, I muttered. There's no need for language, Mrs. Felch barked. The fuck there isn't, I countered, angling myself to block part of the opening to the coat room. And I think Waylay's grandparents will agree. I jerked my head toward Lou, who, until that point, had been holding Amanda back with a good grip on her summer sweater. Seems we've got ourselves a family conference, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. Judging from how your daughter turned out, don't think for a second that I'm falling for this show of familial support, Mrs. Felch sniffed. Waylay Witt is a juvenile delinquent and her mother is a home-wrecking, pill-popping boil on the bottom of society. Thought you said there's no need for language. Crap on a cracker, Amanda whispered, and I guessed she'd just spotted her granddaughter's hiding place. Huh? Lou was a little slower on the uptake until his wife pointed out the situation. Oh, hell, he muttered under his breath. He stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Amanda moved to his right. Together, we created a wall between Waylay and her shitty teacher. Naomi looked relieved, then turned back to face the Kraken. "Mrs. Felch," she snapped, bringing the woman's attention back to her. I snapped my fingers at Waylay and pointed to the door. She started to belly crawl her way toward the door. Naomi waved her arms and paced toward the opposite side of the classroom like she was throwing a fit. "I have empathy for your situation, I really do. You certainly didn't deserve what your husband and my sister did to you. However, you are responsible for not just teaching these students, but for making them feel safe in your classroom. And I have it on good authority that you are failing in spectacular fashion when it comes to that duty." Waylay's sneakers disappeared into the hallway. "Tina took my husband into her bed and—" "Enough!" I bit out the word and the woman's lip trembled. "Yeah, what he said," Amanda agreed, backing toward the door. "Oh dear, I just remembered. I left my purse in the hallway." She hustled out the door, holding her purse. Naomi returned to stand in front of me. "I'll give you the weekend to decide whether you're going to modify your behavior so that all your students, including my niece, feel safe in your classroom. If you refuse, then I'll not only have Waylay removed from your class, I'll go to the school board and I will raise hell." I reached an arm around her chest and pulled her back to my front. Naomi the Spitfire could be just a little terrifying when she wasn't screaming her frustrations into a pillow. "She'll do it too," Lou cut in proudly. "She won't stop until you're out of the classroom, and the rest of us will be there to back her up every step of the way." "It wasn't supposed to be like this," Mrs. Felch whispered. She sank wearily into the desk chair. "We were supposed to retire together. We were going to drive the RV cross-country. Now I can't even look at him. The only reason he stayed is because she dropped him as quick as she picked him up." I guessed it couldn't be easy for Lou to hear this about one of his daughters, but the man hid it well. I felt Naomi's anger drain out of her. "You didn't deserve what happened to you," Naomi said again, her voice softer now. "But neither does Waylay. And I'm not going to let anyone make her feel like she's responsible for the decisions adults make. You and Waylay both deserve better than the hands you were dealt." Mrs. Felch flinched, then sagged back in her chair. I gave Naomi an approving squeeze. "We'll leave you to your weekend," she said. "Feel free to email me your decision. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday morning." Waylay Regina Witt. Apparently, Naomi wasn't done yelling when we returned to the parking lot where Amanda and Waylay stood next to my grandmother's car. "Now, Naomi," Amanda began. "Don't you now Naomi me, Mom. Someone under 5 feet with blue streaks in her hair had better start explaining why I came down to discuss a situation with her teacher only to find my niece hiding in the coat room with a jar of mice. You're supposed to be at Liza's with your grandparents." Waylay looked at the toes of her sneakers. They were the pink ones I'd bought her. She'd added a heart charm to the laces. There were 2 mice nestled on a cushion of dried grass in the jar at her feet. "Mrs. Felch was being a pain in the—" "Do not finish that sentence," Naomi said. "You're already in trouble." Waylay's face went mutinous. "I didn't do anything wrong. I showed up to school on the first day, and she was mean to me. Like, really mean. She yelled at me in front of everyone in the cafeteria when I spilled my chocolate milk. She took recess time away from everyone and said it was my fault for not respecting what belonged to other people. Then, when she was handing out papers about some dumb bake sale to take home to our parents, she said I didn't need one since my mom was too busy in the bedroom to find the kitchen." Naomi looked like she was about to have an aneurysm. "Get it together," I warned her. tucking her behind my back. I put my hand on Waylay's shoulder and squeezed. Look, kid, I think we all get that you're not used to having an adult around who has your back. But you need to get used to it. Naomi's not going anywhere. You've got your grandparents too. And you've got me and Liza J. and Nash. But you scared the shit out of all of us running off like that. She scuffed her foot on the asphalt. Sorry, she said sullenly. What I'm saying is you have a lot of people in your corner now. You don't need to go it alone, and your Aunt Naomi can do a hell of a lot more than leave some mice in a teacher's desk drawer. I was also going to give her computer a virus, one of those annoying ones that adds extra letters and numbers when you're typing, she said, her cheeks pink with indignation. I hid my grin by biting the inside of my cheek. Okay, that's pretty good, I admitted. But it's not a long-term solution. Your teacher is a problem that you can't solve on your own. You need to tell your aunt this shit so she can deal with it like she just did in there. Mrs. Felch looked scared, Waylay said, chancing a glance behind me at Naomi. Your aunt can be real scary when she stops taking her screaming into pillows. Am I in trouble? Waylay asked. Yes, Naomi said firmly. Just as Amanda insisted, Of course not, sweetheart. Mom! What? Amanda asked, wide-eyed. She's been through a traumatic few days at school, Naomi. Your mother is right, Lou said. We should call an emergency appointment with the principal and the superintendent. Maybe they can convene a special school board meeting tonight. This is so embarrassing, Waylay groaned. I didn't know what the hell I was doing wading into a family disagreement, but I did anyway. Why don't we let Mrs. Felch stew for the weekend? Naomi already laid it out for her real clear. We'll deal with whatever needs dealt with Monday morning, I said. Why are you even here? Lou demanded, turning his anger on me. Dad! It looked like it was Naomi's turn to be embarrassed as she stepped to my side. Waylay, go let the mice out over there on the tree line, I ordered. She shot me a wary look before scampering off toward the skinny strip of woods between the school and Knock-'em-Out Pretzels. I waited until she was out of earshot before turning back to Lou. I'm here because Naomi was walking into a situation she didn't know anything about. Felch has had a hard-on for Tina ever since her husband banged Tina this summer. The whole town was talking about it. Now, once again, Naomi's cleaning up a mess that Tina left behind, something I get the feeling she spent her whole life doing. So maybe you can cut her some slack, or better yet, help her out with the cleanup this time around. Lou looked like he wanted to take a shot at me, but I saw my words had landed with Amanda. She put her hand on her husband's arm. Knox is right, Lou. Us second-guessing Naomi isn't helping anyone. Naomi took a breath and blew it out slowly. I ran my hand up her back, then down again. I need to get back to work, she said. I've already missed an hour of my shift. Will you two please take Waylay home and try to keep her from running off again? Of course, sweetheart. And now that we know that she's sneaky, we'll keep a closer watch on her. I'll take the front tire off her bike, Lou decided. I need to skip ahead to the chapter on discipline in my library book, Naomi decided. Damn it! I hate reading out of chronological order. Judith's daughter changes the Wi-Fi password on her kids and doesn't change it back until they're ungrounded, Amanda suggested helpfully. Waylay returned with a now empty jar, and I felt Naomi take another deep breath. Mrs. Felch is in way more trouble than you are, Waylay. But Knox is right. You have to come to me with this stuff. Don't tell me everything's fine when it's not fine. I'm here to help. You can't be sneaking out and exacting revenge on everyone who wrongs you, especially not with innocent little field mice. I brought food and I was going to put water in the drawer with them, Waylay explained. We'll talk about this in the morning, Naomi said. Your grandparents are going to take you home. It's up to them whether you have to scrub floors or if you still get to watch movies tonight." "It'll definitely be movies," Lou whispered. "But you have to do all the dinner dishes," Amanda added. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Waylay said quietly. She lifted her eyes to look at Naomi. "And I'm sorry for not telling you." "Apology accepted," Naomi said. She swooped down and gave the girl a quick hug. "Now I have to get back to work." "I'll drive you," I volunteered. "Thank you. I'll see everyone in the morning," she said wearily. There was a chorus of goodbyes and Naomi headed for the truck. I waited until she opened the passenger door, then interrupted Amanda, who was making plans to stop for ice cream on their way home. "Can you two do me a favor and swing by Honky Tonk to pick up your Explorer? I'll drive Naomi home tonight." I had plans for her. 28. Third base. Knox. "She ran away from home," Naomi said, staring out the window and clutching the bag of warm pretzels in her lap. "She didn't run away, she snuck out," I argued. "Either way, how does that make me look as a guardian? I let an 11-year-old walk into town with a jar of mice and a computer virus." "Days, you need to stop getting yourself so worked up over this custody thing. Do you really think any judge in their right mind is going to decide Way is better off with her mom?" She turned flashing eyes on me. "How about when your life choices are under a microscope by the legal system, you can decide not to get worked up?" I shook my head and turned onto a trail barely wide enough for my truck. "This isn't work," she observed. "Not going back to work yet," I told her as we bumped along the rutted track. "I need to get back. I have a shift that I should have already been working," she insisted. "Baby, you need to stop obsessing about the things you should be doing and make some time for the shit you want to do." "I want to get back to work. I don't have time for you to murder me in the woods today." The trees parted, and a field of tall grass opened up before us. "Knox, what are you doing?" "I just watched you stand up to that bully who was trying to take her shit out on a kid," I began. "Some people don't know what to do with their pain," Naomi said, looking out the window again. "So they take it out on whoever is nearby." "Yeah, well, I liked watching you in that excuse for a skirt standing up to a bully." "So you kidnapped me?" she asked. "Where are we?" I brought the truck to a stop along the tree line and shut off the engine. "Third base. Least, that's what it was called when I was in high school. We used to sneak beers and hold bonfires out here. Half of my class lost their virginity in this field." A hint of a smile played on her lips. "Did you?" I slid my arm around the back of her seat. "Nah, lost mine in Laura Byler's barn." "Knox Morgan, did you bring me out here to neck when I'm supposed to be at work?" She sounded adorably appalled. "Oh, I plan on doing more than necking," I said, leaning over to release her seatbelt. Task accomplished, I plucked the pretzels off her lap and threw the bag into the back seat. "You can't be serious. I have work." "Baby, I don't joke about sex. Besides, you work for me." "Yeah, in your bar, which is full of PMSing women waiting for their pretzels." I shook my head. "Everyone in town knows it's a code red. It'll be a slow night." I am really uncomfortable with the idea of an entire town tracking its women's menstrual cycles. "Hey, we're normalizing period shit," I argued. "Now, get your sexy ass over here." Good girl Naomi was warring with bad girl Naomi, but I could tell which one was going to win by the way she was biting her lip. Between that skirt and the way you stood up for Way, I barely managed to keep my hands off you in front of Way and your parents, and it almost killed me. We're lucky I got us here, driving with my dick so hard there's no blood left for my brain. "Are you saying you're turned on by me yelling at people?" days, the sooner you stop talking, the sooner I can drag you across this console and make you forget all about work and shitty teachers." She stared at me through heavy lids for a beat. "Okay." I didn't give her a chance to reconsider. I hooked her under the arms and pulled her into my lap so she was straddling my thighs, her denim skirt bunched high around her waist. "Did I mention how much I love these skirts?" I asked before crushing my mouth to hers. She pulled away from me. "Actually, you said you hated them, remember?" I gritted my teeth as she grinned evilly and ground down on my cock through my jeans. I lied. "This is very irresponsible of us," she said. I yanked the neckline of her honky-tonk tank down, taking her bra with it so her bare tits were in my face. Her nipples were already begging for my mouth. If there had been an ounce of blood left in my brain, it headed south at that view. "It's more irresponsible to make me watch you work your whole shift in that fucking skirt without getting you off first." "I know I should be offended when you talk like that, but..." I leaned in and took one perky pink nipple between my lips. I didn't need her to finish the sentence. Through my jeans, I could already feel how wet she was for me. I knew what my words did to her, and it was nothing compared to what the rest of me was capable of. She shuddered against me once as I began to suck, and then her fingers were at my belt. I shifted my hips to give her better access, and the horn sounded. She gasped. "Oops, sorry. That was my butt. I mean, my butt hitting your horn, not like my butt." I found myself grinning against her breast. The woman was entertaining on more than just the most obvious levels. Between the two of us, we managed to slide my jeans down to mid-thigh, freeing my throbbing cock, and only setting off the horn once more. I didn't want to wait. I needed to be inside her, and judging from the breathy little moans that were clawing their way out of her throat, Naomi was with me. I lifted her with an arm around her hips and used my other hand to guide the head of my dick right where I needed it to be, nestled against that tight, wet wonderland. My tight, wet wonderland. Naomi belonged to me, for now at least, and that was enough. With both hands at her hips, I yanked her down as I thrust up, sheathing myself inside her. She screamed my name, and I had to run through my emergency mental gymnastics to keep from coming right then and there. Her quivering pussy had every inch of my cock in a stranglehold. I held her there, impaled on me, as my mouth rediscovered her perfect breast. I swore I could feel the echo of each hard suck in the walls that held me captive. It felt like heaven. It felt, "Fuck, baby," I said, releasing her breast. "Fuck. Condom." She let out a low moan. "Oh, Knox, if you move a muscle, I'm going to come. And if I come, you're going to milk mine right out of me," I surmised. Her eyes were squeezed shut, lips parted, the picture of ecstasy in the late afternoon sun. I wasn't some teenage kid. I didn't forget protection. Hell, not only did I have a condom in my wallet like any responsible man, I also had a handful in my glove box. "You ever..." She shook her head before I could get the rest of the question out. "Never." Me either. I ghosted my fingers over and around her breasts. She opened her eyes then and bit her lip. "This feels too good." "I don't want you doing anything you don't want to do," I warned. But I wanted this. I wanted to finish bare. I wanted to let loose inside her and feel our releases mix. I wanted to be the first man to go there, to plant my flag in her memory as the first of something memorable. I'm on birth control," she said tentatively. I let my tongue dart out to tease her other nipple. "I'm clean," I murmured. "I can show you." Naomi was a data kind of girl. If she wanted to peek at my medical record, I had no problem. Especially if it meant I got to move in her, feel her ride me until she came with nothing between us. "Okay," she said again. It was better than winning the fucking lottery, that feeling that lit up my chest. the knowledge that she trusted me to take care of her. You sure? I pressed. Her eyes were open and locked on mine. Knox, it feels too good. I don't want to play it safe. Not this time. I feel like being reckless and whatever. Just move, please. I'd make it the best she ever had. I slid my hands behind and under her, cupping the curves of her ass. Testing us both, I held her up, pulling out just an inch. We both groaned, and her forehead met mine. Moving inside her with nothing between us felt better than good. It felt right. When she quivered around me, I had enough fucking rhapsodizing. It was time to take. You better hang on, baby, I warned. My heart was already pounding like I'd raced up a half-dozen flights of stairs. I waited until she gripped the back of my seat. This is what's going to happen, Naomi. I'm going to start moving, and you're going to come as fast and as hard as you can. Then I'm going to take my time driving you up again, and when you go off that second time, I'll be right there with you. Good plan. Very organized. Measurable goals, she said, and then she was kissing the air right out of my lungs. I withdrew another inch or two and captured her moan with my mouth. Hold on, I reminded her, and then I was yanking her back down as I rammed my hips up. It took everything I had not to let go and drive into her again and again. Jesus, Naomi, I breathed as her pussy fluttered around my shaft. I told you I'm close, she said, sounding annoyed and embarrassed. Everything you do makes me want more, I growled. Before she could react to my stupid-ass confession, I buried my face in her other breast and started to move, slowly, purposefully, even though it cost me. On my third thrust, she came like a lightning strike, setting off the horn like a victory cry. As the rest of her body tensed, her walls rippled around my dick in the sweetest kind of torture. I almost went cross-eyed trying to keep my release in my balls where it churned. I'd never had a woman like her, never felt anything like this before, and if I stopped long enough to think about it, I'd recognize that as a red flag. But in the moment, I didn't fucking care. I could ignore it as long as Naomi Witt was riding my cock. That's my girl, I groaned as she gripped and released me to a rhythm more beautiful than music. Oh my God, she chanted until her body finally went limp on top of me. I went still inside her and gathered her close. I could feel her heart pounding against my own. Then she poked me in the shoulder. You promised me another one, she said, the words muffled against my neck. Baby, I'm trying to hang on here to deliver. She lifted her head to peer at me through strands of chestnut and caramel. I brushed it back, tucking her hair behind her ears, the gesture feeling oddly intimate. And I wished I hadn't done it, because it felt like one more string knotting itself, tethering me to her. So it feels this good to you too? I mean, you're not just like, this is fine? To illustrate her point, she added a half-hearted thrust with her hips, and I couldn't hold back the groan. Hell, Naomi, there's nothing fine about what it feels like to have you come on my cock. Why the hell do you think I said I'd do this fake boyfriend crap? She smirked. Because you saw how disappointed my parents were in me, and you wanted to help me out like the grumpy small-town hero you are. Smartass. I did it because I woke up, and you weren't next to me, and I wanted you there. You did? I wanted you there so I could flip you over on your hands and knees and fuck you so hard you wouldn't be able to sit down for the next 48 hours without thinking about me. She opened her mouth, and something between a moan and a whimper came out. I'm not done with you yet, Daisy, I said. Inwardly, I cringed at the harshness of this statement. Mid-sex me was not usually so fucking chatty, but Naomi was doubting what I'd made her feel, and that wouldn't stand, not even in the short term. Can I move again? She asked. Jesus, God, yes. And then she was riding me, working my cock like it was a stallion in need of breaking, Every slick slide, every little moan, every time a fingernail bit into my skin, I felt the rest of the world recede a bit more until it was just Naomi and me. Sweat beaded on our skin. Our breath mingled as we panted together. There was nothing like being fully seated inside her. Nothing like claiming her and being claimed. Naomi. I gritted out her name as I felt her start to flutter around me again. Tiny little pulses that drove me out of my fucking mind. Knox, yes, please, she whimpered. I took her nipple on a long, deep pull. It was too much for both of us. As the first wave of her orgasm took her, I lost control, pumping into her hot, tight channel as if my life depended on it. Maybe it did. Because when that first hot spurt wrenched its way free, when she screamed my name for the world to hear, when she closed around me and milked a second and a third burst from me, I felt born again, alive, hollowed out and refilled to overflowing with something I didn't recognize, something that scared the ever-living hell out of me. But I just kept on coming, and so did she, our releases endless. This was why once wasn't enough. This was why now I wasn't sure what was enough. 29. Knox's house. Knox. Nice place, Naomi observed as I locked my front door behind us and flipped on the lights. Thanks. My grandfather built it, I said on a yawn. It had been a long day followed by a long night at Honky Tonk and I needed sleep. Really? She asked, her gaze lifting to the loft above the living room, the timber ceiling and the antler chandelier that hung there. The cabin was small and leaned toward rustic. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The floors were pine. The stone fireplace needed a good scrubbing but still did the job. The leather couch was finally broken in just the way I wanted it. It was home. Are these your parents? She asked, picking up a framed photo on one of the end tables. I didn't know why I bothered keeping it. My parents were line dancing at a picnic in Liza J. and Pop's yard. Smiles on their faces, feet in sync. Happier times that, in the moment, seemed like they'd go on forever. It was, of course, a lie. Happier times always came to an end. Listen, Days, I'm beat. Between my brother getting shot, the sudden onslaught of orgasms, and work, I needed a solid 8 hours of sleep before I'd be worth anything. Oh, yeah, sure, she said, carefully putting the photo back on the table. Though I noticed she'd angled it toward the couch, not away from it like I'd done. I'll head home. Thanks for the backup today with Way's teacher and my parents. And then all the orgasms and stuff. Baby, you're not going home. I'm just telling you why I'm not making any moves when we go upstairs. I should just go home, Knox. I have to be up early to get Way at Liza's. She looked as exhausted as I felt. I hadn't given it more than a passing thought in the past, but my girls at Honky Tonk dragged their asses home at 2 or 3 a.m., and on weekdays had to be up again by 6 or 7, depending on the usefulness of their significant others. I remembered a solid year stretch when Fee would fall asleep sitting up every day at her desk because her kids were shit sleepers. It got to the point where I had to do the thing I hated. I got involved. I'd unleashed Liza J. on her, and in less than a week, my grandmother had both kids on a schedule sleeping 10 hours a night. You have off tomorrow, right? I asked. She nodded, then yawned. So we'll get up in... I glanced down at my watch, then swore. 3 hours and go have breakfast at Liza J's. It was the gentlemanly thing to do, which usually wasn't a huge concern to me. But I felt the tiniest splinter of guilt thinking about staying in bed while Naomi dragged herself off to family fucking breakfast and then tried to keep Waylay from breaking the law for the rest of the day. Besides, I could just come home after breakfast and sleep until whenever the fuck I wanted. I liked the way her eyes went soft and dreamy for a second. Then practical, people-pleasing Naomi was back. You don't have to get up with me. You need sleep. I'll go home tonight and maybe we can... Her gaze slid down my body and her cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink. Catch up some other time, she finished. Yeah, nice try. Want some water? I asked, towing her toward the kitchen. It was bigger than the cottage's, but not by much. I could imagine some visitors would find it charming with its hickory cabinets, countertops in a deep forest green, and a tiny island on wheels that I used to pile unopened mail on. Water? She repeated. Yeah, baby. Do you want a drink of water before we go to bed? Knox, I'm confused. This is just sex. We both agreed. Unless my parents are around, and then it's a relationship. But my parents aren't here, and I'm so tired I don't think even an orgasm could keep me awake, so what the hell are we doing? I filled a glass from the sink and then took her by the hand and led the way toward the stairs. If you leave, I have to walk your ass home in the dark, then walk my ass back here, which puts me hitting the sack back by another 15 minutes at least, and days, I'm really fucking tired. My stuff is at my house, she said, biting her lip in hesitation. What stuff do you need in the next 3 hours, Daisy? A toothbrush? Got an extra upstairs. My face wash and lotion? Got water and soap, I said, tugging her up the stairs. I stopped and faced her. Baby, I don't want to think about it or wonder what it all means. I just want to put my head on a pillow and know that you're safe and asleep. I promise you. We can nitpick this mess to death tomorrow, but right now, I just need to close my eyes and not think about shit. She rolled her eyes. Fine, but we're definitely nitpicking this mess to death tomorrow and reconfirming the ground rules. Great, can't wait. Before she could change her mind, I pulled her the rest of the way up the stairs and into my bedroom. Wow, she yawned, blinking at my bed. A man's bed and his couch were the most important pieces of furniture in the house. I'd gone for a big-ass king-sized sleigh bed stained dark. It was unmade, as always. I never saw the point in making a bed if you were just going to have to unmake it to use it. It was a good thing Naomi was nearly dead on her feet because if the rumpled sheets didn't send her packing, the short stack of underwear and t-shirts next to my nightstand would have. I nudged her in the direction of the bathroom and riffled under the sink until I came up with a spare toothbrush, still in its dusty, original package. I take it you don't have many overnight guests? She asked, wiping the dust off the plastic. I shrugged. I'd never spent the night with a woman in this house. I was already crossing the invisible boundaries of our agreement by having her spend the night. There was no fucking way I was going to hash out what it meant with her. She was the one who was used to sharing a life, a sink, a bed with someone. She was the one coming out of a relationship. Great. Now I was tired and annoyed. We stood shoulder to shoulder, brushing our teeth. For some reason, the companionable routine reminded me of my childhood. Every evening when we were kids, Nash and I hung out on our parents' bed, waiting for them to finish brushing their teeth so they could read us the next chapter in whatever book we were in the middle of. I shook off the memory and glanced at Naomi. She had a faraway look in her eyes. What's wrong? I asked. Everyone's talking about us, she said, rinsing her toothbrush. Who's everyone? The entire town. Everyone is saying we're dating. I doubt that. Most of them are just saying we're fucking. She flung a hand towel at me that I caught one-handed. Fine. My parents and Waylay's caseworker think we're in a relationship and the rest of town thinks we're just having sex. So? She looked exasperated. So? It makes me look like like my sister. I've only known you 3 weeks. Don't you care what people think about you? What they say about you? Why would I do that? They can whisper all they want behind my back. As long as none of them are dumb enough to say it to my face, I don't give a shit what they say. Naomi shook her head. I wish I could be more like you. What, a selfish asshole? No, whatever the opposite of a people pleaser is. A people displeaser? I supplied. You have no idea how exhausting it is worrying about everyone else all the time, feeling responsible for them, wanting them to be happy and like you. She was right. I had no idea what it was like. Then stop caring. Of course you would say that, she said, sounding disgruntled. She took the hand towel, wiped down her toothbrush, and then the counter. You make it sound so easy. It is that easy, I argued. Don't like something? Stop doing it. The life philosophy of Knox Morgan, ladies and gentlemen, she said with an eye roll. Bed, I ordered. It's too late for philosophy. She glanced down at her outfit. Her feet were bare, but she was still wearing that denim skirt and shirt from her shift. I don't have any pajamas. I take it that means you don't sleep naked. Just like making the bed, wearing pajamas was a waste, in my opinion. She stared at me. Of course you don't sleep naked. There could be a fire in the middle of the night, she insisted, crossing her arms. I don't have any turnout gear for you to sleep in. Har har. Fine. I left her in the bathroom and headed to my dresser where I found a clean t-shirt. Here, I said, returning to her. She looked down at it, then up at me again. I liked the way she looked, sleepy, and a little less than perfect, as if the shift and the late night had worn down her armor. Thanks, she said, staring at it, and then me again until I got the hint. You do realize I've already seen you naked, right? That's different. Go away. Shaking my head, I left the bathroom, closing the door behind me. 2 minutes later, Naomi stood in the doorway in my t-shirt. She was tall, but the shirt still covered her to mid-thigh. Her face was scrubbed clean, and she'd pulled part of her hair up and back in a small knot on top of her head. The girl next door was about to crawl into my bed. I knew it was a mistake, but it was one I wanted to make, just this once. We traded places, with Naomi slipping into my bedroom and me commandeering the bathroom to remove my contacts from my bleary eyes. Running on fumes, I snapped off the bathroom light and crossed to my side of the bed. She was on her back, arms tucked under her head, staring up at the ceiling. I killed the bedside light and stripped in the dark, throwing my clothes in the direction of the dirty laundry pile. I dragged back the blankets and finally fell into bed with a sigh. I waited a beat, staring up at the darkness. This didn't have to mean anything. This didn't have to be another string, another knot. You good? I asked. My pillow smells weird, she said, sounding disgruntled. You're sleeping on Waylon's side. I pulled the pillow out from under her head, then threw mine at her. Hey! Better. I heard her sniff the pillow. Better, she agreed. Night, Naomi. Good night, Knox. I woke to a thud, a yelp, and a curse. Naomi, I rasped, ungluing my eyelids. She came into a soft focus at the foot of the bed where she was performing some kind of gymnastics to get her skirt back on. Sorry, she whispered. I need to shower before I go to Liza's for breakfast. There's a shower here, I pointed out, rising on an elbow to watch her drag her shirt on inside out. But I need fresh clothes and mascara, a hairdryer. Go back to sleep, Knox. There's no need for us both to be walking zombies. Blearily, I glared at the time on my phone. 7:05 a.m. 4 hours didn't really count as spending the night with a woman, I decided. The appeal of being a bachelor was the fact that my days were dictated by me. I didn't have to work around anyone else's plans or not do what I wanted to do just so they could do what they wanted. But it seemed unfair even to me that Naomi should have to spend the day running on fumes while I slept in. Besides, breakfast did sound good. My feet hit the floor with a thump. "What are you doing?" she asked, trying to right her top. It was now right side out, but backwards. "No reason for you to walk home, shower, and walk back to Liza's. Not when there's a perfectly good shower here." "I can't go to breakfast in my uniform," she said in exasperation. "Doing the walk of shame to family breakfast is not happening." "Fine, give me a list." She looked as if I had just spoken to her in Swahili. "A list of what?" "What do you need to get through breakfast without shame? You shower, I'll get your stuff." She stared at me. "You're working awfully hard for just a hookup." I couldn't say why, but that statement pissed me off. Standing up, I picked up a pair of jeans off the floor. "Give me a list." I dragged on the jeans. She put her hands on her hips and glared at me. "Has anyone told you you're a grump in the mornings?" "Yeah, every single person who's had the misfortune of seeing me before 10 a.m. Tell me what you want from your place, then get your cute ass in the shower." 4 minutes later, I was headed out the door with an obscenely long list for a Saturday morning breakfast that my grandmother would preside over in her camo pajamas. I jogged through my backyard to hers and came up on the cottage's back porch. The hide-a-key had been in the same place since I could remember, in a fake rock in one of the flower boxes on the railing. I snagged the key, fitted into the lock, and found the door was already unlocked. Great. Now I was going to have to lecture her on security. The cottage smelled like fresh air, baked goods, and lemons. The kitchen was sparkling clean except for the opened mail on the counter. Naomi kept it in a small upright organizer, probably alphabetized, but now all the envelopes were fanned out in a sloppy stack. The roll-top desk in the nook off the living room was open, revealing a mostly tidy workspace with Naomi's laptop, a cup of colorful pens, and a stack of notebooks. The bottom drawer was open a few inches. Though it was no mountain of underwear and t-shirts, I was glad to see a little disarray. I'd noticed the more stressed Naomi got, the cleaner she became. A little mess was a good sign. I took the stairs 2 at a time and swung into the bathroom first to collect the toiletries and hairdryer. Then I hit Naomi's room and grabbed shorts and, because I was a man, a lacy, girly blouse with buttons. Hall secured, I locked the back door and headed back to my place. When I walked into the bedroom, I found Naomi standing in the steamy bathroom with wet hair, wearing nothing but a towel. The view brought me to a sudden halt. I liked seeing her like this. Liked having an undressed, freshly showered Naomi in my space. I liked it so much that I went on the offensive. "You gotta lock your doors, Daisy. I know this isn't the big city, but shit still happens out here, like my brother getting shot." She blinked at me, then snatched the bag of girl stuff from my hands. "I always lock the doors. I'm not an incompetent adult." "Back door was unlocked," I reported. She dug through the bag and laid the toiletries out in a neat line around my sink. I'd brought extra since I didn't give a shit about the difference between eyeliner and eyebrow pencil. "I lock the doors every time I leave and every night," she argued, picking up the brush and running it through her damp hair. I leaned casually against the door frame and enjoyed the show as she methodically worked her way through her cosmetics. "What is all that shit anyway?" "Haven't you ever watched a woman get ready?" she asked, aiming a look of suspicion at me as she penciled an outline around her lips. "It's just breakfast," I pointed out. "But I don't want to look like I just rolled out of bed with you." The stare she gave me was pointed. I glanced in the mirror and noted that my hair was standing up in all directions. My beard was flat on one side, and I had a pillow crease under my left eye. "Why not?" I asked. Because it's not polite. I crossed my arms and grinned. Baby, you lost me. She turned her attention back to a palette of colors and started swiping some of them on her eyelids. We're going to breakfast, she said, as if that explained anything. With family, I added. And I don't want to show up looking like I spent the last 24 hours having sex with you. Waylay needs a role model. Besides, my parents have enough to worry about without adding a second promiscuous daughter to their plates. Naomi, having sex doesn't make you promiscuous, I said, torn between amusement and annoyance. I know that, but every time I make a decision anywhere in the neighborhood of what Tina would do, I feel like it's my job to make it clear that I'm not her. She put down the eyeshadow and picked up one of those eyelash curler things. I was starting to get a clearer picture of the woman I couldn't stop thinking about naked. You're a piece of work, you know that? She managed to give me a scowl despite the fact that she was using that contraption on one of her eyes. Not everyone can strut through town not giving a shit about what other people think. Let's get one thing straight, Daisy. I don't strut. She crossed her eyes at me in the mirror. Fine, you sashay. Why do you feel like you have to keep proving to your parents that you're not Tina? Anyone with eyes and ears who spends 30 seconds with you can tell that. Parents have expectations for their kids. That's just the way it is. Some people want their kids to grow up to be doctors. Some people want their kids to grow up to be professional athletes. Some people just want to raise happy, healthy adults who contribute to their communities. Okay, I said, waiting for her to finish. My parents were in the latter group, but Tina didn't deliver. She never delivered. While I was bringing home A's and B's in school, she was bringing home D's. In high school, when I joined the field hockey team and started a tutoring program, Tina played hooky and got busted with pot in the baseball dugout after school. Her choice, I pointed out. But imagine what it was like seeing the parents you love so much get hurt over and over again. I had to be the good one. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't afford any kind of teen rebellion or bounce between majors finding myself in college, not when they'd already struck out with one daughter. Is that why you decided to marry that Warner guy? I asked. Her face shuddered in the mirror. Probably part of it, she said carefully. He was a good choice, on paper. You can't spend your entire life trying to make everyone else happy, Naomi, I warned her. Why not? She looked genuinely baffled. Eventually, you're going to give a little too much, and you won't have enough left over for yourself. You sound like Steph, she said. Now who's being mean? I teased. Your parents don't want you to be perfect. They want you to be happy. Yet once again, you're jumping in and cleaning up your sister's mess. You stepped into the role of parent with no notice, no preparation. There was no other option. Just because one of the choices is shitty doesn't mean it's not an option. Did you even want kids? I asked. She met my gaze in the mirror. Yeah, I did. A lot, actually. I thought it would be through more traditional means, and that I'd at least get to enjoy the baby-making end of things. But I've always wanted a family. Now I'm making a mess of everything and can't even fill out an application correctly. And what if I don't want this guardianship to be temporary? What if I want Waylay to stay with me permanently? What if she doesn't want to stay with me? Or what if a judge decides I'm not good enough for her? She wielded a lip gloss at me. This is what it's like living in my brain. It's fucking exhausting. It is. And the one time I do something that's purely selfish and just for me, it blows up in my face. What did you do for you? I asked. I had a one-night stand with a grumpy, tattooed barber.
30. Breakfast of Shame. Naomi. You don't have to come along, you know, I pointed out. You didn't get much sleep in the last 48 hours.
Neither did you.
Knox said, making a show of locking up the cabin before we left. I knew he was making a point. I didn't like people who made points, at least not before I'd had my coffee. We made the short walk to Liza's in silence. The birds were singing, the sun was shining, and my mind was spinning like a dryer with a lopsided load. We'd slept together. As in, fell asleep in the same bed without having sex together. Not only that, but I'd woken up with Knox Viking Morgan spooning me. I didn't know much about no strings. Hell, I had so many strings attached to so many things I'd been tied up in knots for most of my adult life. But even I knew that sharing a bed and cuddling was way too intimate for what we'd both agreed to. I mean, don't get me wrong, waking up with Knox's hard, and I do mean hard, body at my back, his arm draped heavily over my waist, was one of the best ways in the world to wake up. But it wasn't part of the agreement. There was a reason for rules. Rules would keep me from falling for the grumpy, cuddly Viking. I chewed on my lower lip. Men got tired and didn't want to walk women home or let women walk home alone only to be eaten by wildlife. The man had gone through a traumatic 24 hours. He probably wasn't making the most rational decisions, I decided. Maybe Knox was just a restless sleeper. Maybe he spooned his dog in bed every night. Of course, that didn't explain why he'd volunteered to run next door and grab a bunch of my stuff while I showered, why he'd put actual thought into an outfit for me. I glanced down at the high-waisted green and white shorts, the cute lacy top. He'd even grabbed underwear for me. Sure, it was a thong and didn't match my bra, but still. About done thinking everything to death? I shook myself from my reverie to find Knox shooting me one of those almost smiles. I was just running through my to-do list, I fibbed haughtily. Sure you were. Can we go in now? I realized we were standing in front of Liza's house. The smell of Steph's world-famous maple bacon wafted through the screen door. There was a single woof, followed by a chorus of barks as 4 dogs barreled through the door and off the porch. Waylon was last, ears flapping behind him, tongue lolling obscenely from his mouth. "Hey, bud," Knox said, dropping to his knees to greet his dog and the other 3 as they jumped and yapped their enthusiasm. I bent down and exchanged more dignified greetings with the pack before straightening. "Okay, so what's the plan?" I asked him. Knox gave Waylon's ears a last ruffle. "What plan?" "Breakfast? With my family?" I prodded. "Well, Days, I don't know about you, but my plan is to guzzle half a pot of coffee, chow down on some bacon, and then go back to bed for another 4 or 5 hours." I mean, are we still, pretending? Something passed over his face that I couldn't read. "Yeah, we're still pretending," he said finally. I didn't know if I was relieved or not. Inside, we found Liza and my dad standing sentry behind Steph as he peered into the oven at 2 baking sheets of bacon that smelled like heaven. Mom was setting the table in the sunroom. Waylay was making her way around the table, still in her new pink tie-dye pajamas, carefully pouring glasses of orange juice. I felt a swift rush of affection for her, and then remembered I had to come up with a suitable punishment for her today. I really needed to get to the discipline chapter in my library book. "Mornin', lovebirds. Didn't expect to see you here, Knox," Liza said, spotting us as she shuffled over to the coffee maker in a blue fuzzy robe over lightweight camouflage pajamas. Knox draped an arm around my shoulders. "Mornin'," he returned. "I couldn't pass up the bacon." "No one can," Steph said, pulling the trays out of the oven and setting them on the 2 cooling racks I'd discovered hidden behind the hutch in Liza's dining room. Waylay padded in on bare feet and sniffed with suspicion. "Why does it smell weird?" "First of all, gorgeous, you smell weird," Steph said, giving her a wink.
Secondly, that's the caramelized maple syrup.
Waylay perked up. I like syrup. Her eyes slid to me. Morning, Aunt Naomi. I ran my hand through her messy blonde hair. Morning, kiddo. Did you have fun with your grandparents last night, or did they make you scrub the floors? Me and Grandma and Uncle Steph watched The Princess Bride. Grandpa fell asleep before the shrieking eels, she said. Am I still grounded? Mom opened her mouth, looked at me, then shut it again. You are, I decided. For the weekend. Can we still go to the library? I was new at this discipline thing, but I figured the library was safe enough. Sure, I yawned. Someone needs her coffee, Mom sang. Late night. She looked pointedly at Knox and then winked at me.
You know where else you two should go today? Dad said. Now that the bacon was safely out of the oven, he was peering over Liza's shoulder as she flipped an omelet. Where? I asked warily. He turned to look at me. Car shopping. You need a car. Dad said it with authority, as if the idea of getting a car had somehow never occurred to me. I know, Dad. It's on the list. It was on a literal list. A spreadsheet, actually, comparing makes and models ranked by reliability, gas mileage, and cost. You and Waylay need something reliable, he continued. You can't get around on bikes forever. It'll be winter before you know it. I know, Dad. If you need money, your mother and I can help out. Your father's right, dear, Mom said, handing Knox a cup of coffee and the second to me. She was wearing plaid pajama shorts and a matching button-down top. I don't need any money. I have money, I insisted. We'll go this afternoon, Dad decided. I shook my head. That's not necessary. I hadn't finished my spreadsheet yet, and I was not walking on a car lot without knowing exactly what I wanted and what it was worth. We've already got plans to look at cars today, Knox announced. Krabby Viking says what? Car shopping plans were news to me, and unlike having a boyfriend, the purchase of a car wasn't nearly as easy to fake for my parents. He drew me into his side. It was a possessive move that both confused me and turned me on. Figured I'd take Naomi and Waylay to look for a ride, he said. Dad harumphed. I get to come too? Waylay asked, climbing up on her knees on the bar stool. Well, since it's our car, you have to help me decide, I told her. Let's get a motorcycle. No, my mother and I answered together. Well, I'm getting one as soon as I'm old enough. I closed my eyes, trying to ward off all the catastrophes that rolled through my mind like a high school driver's ed film strip. I've changed my mind. You're grounded until you're 35. I don't think you can legally do that, Waylay said. Sorry, Whitty, I'm with the kid on this one, Steph said, leaning on his elbows next to her at the island. He broke a piece of bacon in half and handed one piece to my niece. Gotta vote with Way, Knox said, squeezing my shoulder, one of those sort of smiles dancing at the corners of his lips. You can only ground her until she's 18. Waylay punched a fist into the air victoriously and took a bite of bacon. Fine, you're grounded until you're 18, and no fair ganging up on me, I complained. Uncle Steph, Waylay said, her eyes going wide and solemn. This is the best bacon I've ever had in my life. I told you, Steph said triumphantly. He slapped a hand onto the counter. The dogs, mistaking the noise for a knock, raced to the front door in a fit of barking. Got some news, Liza announced. Nash is coming home. That's awfully soon, isn't it? I asked. The man had 2 bullet holes in him. It seemed like that deserved more than a few days in the hospital. He's going stir-crazy cooped up in there. He'll do better at home, Liza predicted. Knox nodded in agreement. Well, that means his place will need a good cleaning. Can't have germs getting in bullet wounds now, can we? Mom said, as if she knew people who got shot every day. Probably needs some food, too, Dad chimed in. Bet everything in his fridge is rotten. I'll start a list.
Liza and Knox exchanged confounded looks. I grinned. It's the wit way, I explained. It's best to just go with it. I slept with Knox twice in the last 48 hours, and then I slept with him last night. And I don't know how much of it's a mistake. And it was just supposed to be one time and definitely no sleeping, but he keeps changing the rules on me, I blurted out to Steph. We were on Liza's front porch, waiting for Waylay to get her stuff so we could go back to the cottage and get ready for premature car shopping. It was the first time I'd gotten him alone since the sex and subsequent arrival of my parents. We'd been trading texts for the last 2 days. You did it again? I knew it. I freaking knew it, he said, dancing from foot to foot. Great. Congratulations, Mr. Know-It-All. Now tell me what it all means. How the hell should I know what it means? I'm the one who chickened out on asking that fine AF salon god for his phone number. My jaw dropped. Excuse me, but Stefan Lau has never chickened out on a hot guy before. Let's not make this about me and my temporary mental break. Go back to the sex part. Was it good? Phenomenal. Best sex ever. Now I've trapped him in something resembling a relationship, and I have no idea what to say to Way about it. I don't want her thinking that it's okay to jump from relationship to relationship, or that it's not okay to be alone, or that it's okay to have a one-night stand with a hot guy. I hate to break it to you, little Miss Uptight, but all of those things actually are okay. 36-year-old adult woman me knows that, I snapped. But those things don't look okay in the eyes of family court, and is that really the example I want to set for an 11-year-old? I can see you've entered the overanalyzing everything part of your freakout, Steph quipped. Stop being a jerk and start telling me what to do! He reached out and squished my cheeks between his hands. Naomi, did it ever occur to you that maybe this is your chance to start living a life you choose? Start doing things you want to do? No, I said. The screen door burst open, and Waylay jumped out with Waylon on her heels. I can't find my math book. Where did you see it last? I asked her. If I knew that, I'd know where it was. The three of us headed in the direction of the cottage. Waylon darted out in front of us, pausing every few feet to sniff things and pee on them. Does Knox know you have his dog? I asked. Dunno, Waylay shrugged. So are you and Knox a thing? I stumbled over my own feet. Steph snickered unsympathetically next to me. I blew out of breath. Honestly, Way, I have no idea. I don't know what we are or what I want from him or what he wants from me, so we probably won't be a thing forever, but we might be spending more time with him for a while, if it's okay with you. She frowned thoughtfully at the ground as she kicked at a stone. You mean, you wouldn't hang out with him and stuff if I didn't want you to? Well, yeah. You're kind of pretty important to me, so your opinion matters. Huh. Then I guess he can come over for dinner tonight if he wants to, she said. Nash was home and resting in his freshly cleaned and restocked apartment. My parents were celebrating their weekly date night with dinner at a 5-star Lebanese restaurant in Canton. Liza had invited Steph to be her hot date for a dinner party at a local, fancy-ass horse farm. As for me, I had a new, to me, SUV in my driveway, and my sort of boyfriend and niece were in the backyard building a fire in the fire pit while I put away the leftovers. Waylon was in the kitchen with me in case I dropped any of the aforementioned leftovers. Fine, but don't think you can look at me with that droopy face and get a treat every time, I warned the dog as I reached into the mason jar of dog treats I hadn't been able to resist at Nina's dad's pet shop. Waylon wolfed down his biscuit with an appreciative full-butt wiggle. Ouch! Damn it! Waylay! Language! I yelled. Sorry, she called back. Busted, Knox sang, not quite quietly enough. Knox! Sorry. I shook my head. What are we going to do with them? I asked Waylon. The dog belched and wagged his tail. Outside, Waylay gave a triumphant whoop, and Knox punched both fists in the air as sparks became flames. They high-fived. I snapped a picture of them celebrating and sent it to Steph. Me. Spending the evening with 2 pyromaniacs. How's your night going? He responded less than a minute later with a close-up of a dignified-looking horse. Steph. I think I'm in love. How sexy would I be as a horse farmer? Me. The sexiest. Aunt Naomi! Waylay burst through the screen door as I wiped down the countertops. We got the fire started. We're ready for s'mores. She had dirt on her face and grass stains on her t-shirt, but she looked like a happy 11-year-old. Then I guess we'd better get them started. With a flourish, I pulled the dish towel off the s'mores platter I'd assembled. Whoa! Let's go, ladies, Knox called from outside. You heard the man, I said, nudging her toward the door. He makes you smile. What? Knox, he makes you smile, a lot. And he looks at you like he likes you a lot. I felt my cheeks flush. Oh, yeah? She nodded. Yeah, it's cool. We ate too many s'mores and sat around the campfire until dark. I expected Knox to make an excuse to head home, but he followed us inside and helped me clean up while Waylay and Waylon went upstairs to brush her teeth. I think my dog is in love with your niece, Knox observed. He pulled an open bottle of wine and a beer out of the fridge. There's definitely a crush happening, I agreed. He pulled out a wine glass, filled it, and handed it to me. Okay, maybe there were 2 crushes happening. Thanks for dinner, he said, opening his beer and leaning back against the counter. Thanks for haranguing the sales guy into submission, I said. It's a good vehicle, he said, hooking his fingers in the waist of my shorts and drawing me closer. We'd spent the majority of the day together, but without touching. It had been a special kind of torture to be so close to a man who made me feel so much I forgot to think, yet not be able to reach out and touch him. He smelled like smoke and chocolate, my new favorite scent. I couldn't help it. I wanted to taste him. So I did. Bringing my mouth to his, I sampled his flavor, leisurely, deliberately. His free hand came around me, splaying over my low back, holding me to him. I breathed him in, letting his heat take the chill off my skin. Suddenly, there was thunder on the stairs as both Waylay and the dog charged down. Damn it, Knox muttered. I jumped back and picked up my wine. Can we watch TV before bed? Waylay asked. Sure, I'll just say goodnight to Knox. I was giving him his out. The man had to be exhausted, and I was sure he had better things to do than watch YouTube episodes of teen girls doing makeup with us. I'm up for some TV, he said, sauntering into the living room with his beer. Waylay launched herself at the couch, curling into her favorite corner. The dog hopped up next to her. Knox took the opposite end and patted the cushion next to him. So I sat down with my niece, my sort of boyfriend, and his dog, and we watched a 15-year-old with 2 million subscribers tell us how to choose the right eyeliner for our eye color. Knox's arm was warm and comforting behind me on the back of the couch. 5 minutes into the episode, I heard a soft snore. Knox had his feet propped up on the coffee table and his head pitched back against the cushion. His eyes were closed and his mouth was open. I looked at Waylay and she grinned at me. Knox snored again, and we both giggled quietly. 31. Shifty in the Stacks. Naomi. The first week of September steamed into town with summer humidity and the first hint of changing leaves. After a few days of smothering attention, Nash insisted he was well enough for desk duty and returned to work a few hours a day. The dreadful Mrs. Felch had abruptly announced her retirement and moved to South Carolina to live with her sister. Waylay had a crush on her new teacher, Mr. Michaels, and she'd joined the soccer team. We'd survived our first official interview with the caseworker, and while my niece had made it known she wasn't a fan of the vegetables I was forcing on her, Ms. Suarez had scheduled the home study, which I took as a hopeful sign. When I wasn't cheering from the sidelines or sleeping with Knox or absorbing parenting books, I was working. I'd started my new job at the library and was loving it. Between Honky Tonk and the community outreach desk at the library, I felt like I was actually starting to find a groove that was all mine, especially since most of the town had finally stopped calling me not Tina.
Naomi, God, I'm so sorry. I miss you. Things aren't right here without you. I had no right to take my stress out on you. I was just trying to provide the best life for you. If we would have waited like I'd wanted to, none of this would have happened. Love, Warner.
I exited out of my email inbox with an efficient click and a quiet groan. Warner again? Steph looked up from his laptop. The library was near empty today, and my best friend had commandeered the table next to the community outreach desk. Yes, Warner again, I said. I told you to stop opening them, Steph said. I know. I'm only opening every other one. Progress, right? You're getting naked with the Viking. You don't need to be opening another man's whiny, passive-aggressive, why aren't you here to do my laundry emails? I winced and looked around to make sure there weren't any eavesdropping patrons. Part of me likes seeing him grovel, even passive-aggressively. Fair, he mused. And another more logical part of me realizes that none of this actually matters. The relationship I had with Warner was no more real than the one I'm pretending to have with Knox. Speaking of, you two sure are pretending a lot. I know the score, I assured him, which is more than I can say for when I was with Warner. I didn't get that Warner didn't really want to be with me. Knox has been nothing but transparent with his intentions. Steph leaned back in his chair to study me. What? I asked, checking to make sure I didn't have breakfast crumbs on my sweater. A woman as gorgeous, smart, and entertaining as you shouldn't have so many half-assed non-relationships. I'm starting to think the common denominator is you, Witty. I stuck my tongue out at him. Real nice, bestie. I'm serious. I pegged Knox and his baggage within 30 seconds of meeting him. But you carry yours closer, like it's in an emotional fanny pack. You would never let me wear a fanny pack, emotional or not, I teased. When are we going to talk about the fact you still haven't asked Jeremiah for his number? Never. Besides, he hasn't asked for mine either. The elevator doors opened and Sloane emerged, pushing a book cart. How's it going up here? Today's non-librarian-like outfit was slim jeans that ended above the ankles, suede peep-toe booties, and a black sweater with heart-shaped elbow patches. The frames of her glasses were red to match the hearts. Not bad. Steph here just accused me of carrying baggage in an emotional fanny pack, and I got Agatha and Blaze an appointment with the pro bono elder law attorney so they can talk about long-term care options for Agatha's dad, I said. Sloane draped herself over the cart and rested her chin in her hands. First of all, great work with our favorite biker babes. Secondly, Steph, with the never-ending witticisms, please tell me you have a straight brother, first cousin, or old nephew. I'm not picky. Steph grinned. Ah, but you are. She wrinkled her nose. Never mind. It's only fun when you pick on Naomi. You know what they say, he said. Yeah. If you can't stand the heat, stay off the second floor of the library. With that, she disappeared into the stacks with the cart. A few minutes later, Steph headed out to take a conference call regarding one of his mysterious business deals, while I helped burly biker Wraith get an appointment with the closest Social Security office and sent out an email to library patrons about October's book or treat events. I was just finishing up taking notes on the chapter on puberty in my latest parenting book when someone cleared their throat.
Excuse me. I was wondering if you could help me.
He had hard green eyes and short, spiky red hair. Tattoos peeked out on the back of his hands from the sleeves of his white button-down. He had a sheepish smile, an expensive-looking watch, and a gold chain around his neck. There was something strange about the way he was looking at me. Not that it was unusual. Anyone who had had the misfortune of meeting Tina generally needed a while to adjust to the whole twin thing. "How can I help?" I asked with a smile. He tapped the closed laptop under his arm.
"I'm looking for someone who can do a little light tech support. This darn thing stopped recognizing my wireless mouse and reading flash drives. Know anyone who can help?"
His eye contact was intense, and it made me a little uncomfortable. "Well, it definitely wouldn't be me," I joked with a forced laugh.
"Me either. My wife's usually my go-to for stuff like this, but she's on a business trip and I can't wait until she gets back," he explained. "I just need someone to help me out. They don't have to be a professional or anything. I'd even be willing to pay a kid."
Something was off. Maybe I was just hungry, or maybe my code red was coming up. Or maybe this guy stomped litters of kittens for a hobby and my kinship guardian intuition was reacting. The only person I knew who fit the bill was Waylay, and I wasn't about to let someone who gave me the heebie-jeebies anywhere near her. I flashed him a smile a few degrees warmer than perfunctory. "Gosh, you know what? I'm new in town and I'm just getting my bearings. I don't know anyone off the top of my head, but if you give me a phone number or email, I'll reach out as soon as I find a resource." His index and middle fingers on his left hand drummed lightly on the lid of his laptop. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. For some reason, I found myself holding my breath.
"You know what? That'd be great," he said with a warm grin. "Got a pen?"
Relieved, I pushed a knock-em-out public library notepad across the desk to him and held out a pen. "Here you go." Our fingers brushed when he took it, and he held my gaze for a beat too long. Then he smiled again and bent to scrawl a number on the pad.
"Name's Flint,"
he said, tapping the pen over his name for emphasis. His eyes skimmed over my name tag.
"Naomi."
I did not like the way he said my name as if he knew me, as if he were already intimately familiar with me. "I'm sure I'll be able to find someone to help," I croaked. He nodded.
"Great. Sooner the better."
Flint picked up the laptop and gave me a once-over. He tossed me a salute.
"Later, Naomi."
"Goodbye." I watched him stroll to the stairs. It took me an entire minute to figure out what was bothering me. It was his hands, specifically his left hand, which hadn't sported a wedding ring. I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was a sign that I was getting better at this guardian thing. I brushed the encounter aside and headed into my tiny office to load local IT support to the running list of questions I had for Sloan. The woman might have been pixie-sized, but she certainly had big ideas about how to expand the library's services to the community. It was both exciting and interesting to be part of something that was so focused on helping people. A shadow in my doorway caught my eye. I jumped and slapped a hand to my chest. "Crap on a cracker, Knox! You scared the hell out of me!" He leaned against the door jamb and quirked an eyebrow.
"Baby, I don't want to tell you how to do your job or anything, but aren't you supposed to not yell in a library?"
32. Lunch and a warning. Knox. I had things to do. businesses to run, employees to yell at. But I wasn't thinking about all that. I was thinking about her. And here I was in the library, ignoring everything else because I woke up thinking about her and wanted to see her. I'd spent a lot of time thinking about Naomi Witt since she blew into town. I was surprised that it only got worse the more time I spent with her. She looked entirely too pretty today, standing there behind her desk, lost in some mental to-do list, wearing a curve-hugging sweater in a ridiculously female pink. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her surprise turning to happiness. She closed the distance between us, stopping just shy of touching me. I liked how she was always leaning toward me, into me, like her body wanted to be as close to mine as possible at all times. It didn't feel clingy like I'd always thought it would. It felt not terrible. "Thought I'd take you to lunch." "Really?" She looked thrilled at the invitation, and I decided I didn't mind that either. Having a woman like Naomi look at me like I was the hero of her day felt damn good. "No, Daisy, I just showed up here to mess with you." "Yes, really." "Well, I am hungry." Those plush lips, painted a deep pink, curved in an invitation I wasn't going to ignore. I was hungry for something other than food. "Good, let's go. How long's your break?" "I get an hour." Thank fucking God. A minute later, we were walking out of the library and into the September sun. I steered her toward my pickup with a hand on her lower back. "So what fine dining establishment will we be patronizing today?" she asked when I slid behind the wheel. I reached into the back seat and dropped a paper bag in her lap. She opened it and peered inside. "It's peanut butter and jelly," I explained. "You made me a sandwich." "There's chips in there, too," I said defensively. "And that tea you like." "Okay, I'm trying not to be charmed by the fact that you packed me a picnic lunch." "It's not a picnic," I said, turning the key. "Where are we going to eat our not picnic lunch?" "Third base, if you're up for it." She squeezed her knees together and squirmed a little in her seat. Her lower lip snagged between her teeth. "What about the horn?" she asked. I brought a blanket. "A blanket and a packed lunch. Definitely not a picnic," she teased. She wouldn't be so smug when I had my hand down those tight little pants she was wearing. "We could just go back and eat in the break room at the library," I threatened. She reached over and gripped my thigh. "Knox?" The seriousness in her tone had my guard going up. "What?" "This doesn't feel like we're pretending." I thumped my head against the back of the seat. I'd known this conversation would be coming, and I still didn't want to have it. As far as I was concerned, we'd both stopped pretending almost as soon as we started. When I touched her, it was because I wanted to, not because I wanted someone to see me doing it. "Do we have to do this, Daisy, when you've got a meter running on your lunch break?" She looked down at her lap. "No, of course not." I gritted my teeth. "Yes, we do. If it's something you want to talk about, then talk about it. Stop worrying about pissing me off because we both know it's bound to happen." Her gaze lifted to mine. "I was just wondering what we're doing." "I don't know what we're doing. What I'm doing is enjoying spending time with you without worrying about what comes next or what happens in a month or a year. What are you doing?" "Besides enjoying spending time with you?" "Yeah." Those pretty hazel eyes returned to her lap. "I'm worrying about what comes next," she confessed. I nudged her chin up so she'd look at me. Why does there have to be something that comes next? Why can't we both just enjoy this the way it is without worrying ourselves to death over something that hasn't happened yet? "That's just usually the way I operate," she said. "How about we try this my way for the next while? My way gets you a non-picnic lunch and at least one orgasm before 1 p.m. Her cheeks went pink, and while her smile wasn't as big as the one I'd gotten earlier for surprising her, it was good enough. "Let's go," she said. I went instantly hard. All the thoughts I'd had of spreading her out on a blanket, naked and whimpering my name, rushed back. I wanted to taste her outside in the sun, the warm breeze, wanted to feel her move under me while the rest of the world stood still. I threw the truck in reverse and hit the gas. We made it a block before Naomi's phone rang from the depths of her purse. She dug it out and frowned at the screen. "It's Nash." I snatched the phone from her and answered the call. "Knox!" she complained. "What?" I snapped into the phone. "Need to talk to Naomi," Nash said. He sounded grim. "She's busy. Talk to me." "I tried, asshole. I called you first and you didn't pick up. Got some news about Tina." There went my fucking picnic. As I admired the view of Naomi's shapely ass in front of me, I wondered how my brother was dealing with the long flight of stairs with his injuries. Nash's place was on the second floor above Whiskey Clipper, and when I'd brought him home the previous weekend, he only made it to the top after I threatened to pick him up and carry him. He opened the door just as I raised my fist to knock. He looked pale, tired, and the asshole had his shirt off, revealing his wound dressing. He was holding fresh gauze and a roll of tape. "You poor thing," Naomi crooned, grabbing the supplies out of his hands. "Let me help you." Nash shot me a smirk when Florence Nightingale pushed her way inside. If he kept up the wounded hero routine with Naomi, I was going to raise his damn rent and push him down the stairs. "This better be good," I warned him, following her inside. The apartment had high ceilings, exposed brick, and tall arched windows overlooking Main Street. There were 2 bedrooms, a bathroom I'd personally gutted, and an open-concept living space with a small but kick-ass kitchen. His dining room table was covered in paperwork and what looked like case files. He clearly had trouble following doctor's orders. Morgan men didn't care to be told what to do. "Sit," Naomi said, pulling out a stool from the kitchen island. He eased himself down on it, his jaw tight, as if just that movement hurt. "You taking your pain meds?" I asked. I'd strong-armed him into filling the prescription, but the bottle was still sitting next to the sink where I'd left it. My brother met my gaze. "Nope." I knew why. Because one generation had the potential to poison the next. It was something we both lived with. "It's not pretty, Naomi," Nash warned as she headed to the sink to wash her hands. "Wounds never are. That's what first aid is for." She dried her hands and gave me a sunny smile as she returned to his side. "You're not going to faint, are you?" I asked her. She stuck her tongue out at me. "I'll have you know I have extensive first aid training." Nash met my gaze as Naomi gently peeled the tape from his shoulder. "A few years ago, I came across the scene of a car accident. It was late at night, raining. A deer had run out in front of the driver and he swerved to miss it. He hit a tree head on. There was blood everywhere. He was in so much pain, and all I could do was dial 911 and hold his hand. I'd never felt more helpless in my entire life," she explained. She'd hate that, I realized. The woman who lived her entire life to make others safe and happy would have hated feeling helpless when someone was in pain. "So you took a class," Nash guessed as she eased the gauze away from the wound. I saw the clench in his jaw, caught the tightness in his tone. She hissed out a breath, and I looked up. Nash's shoulder was bare. It wasn't a nice, neat hole. It was a chasm of angry tissue, black stitches, and the rust of dried blood. "I took 3 classes," Naomi said. A memory surfaced. Nash on his back on the playground, fresh blood flowing from his nose as Chris Turkowski sat on his chest and pummeled fists into my brother's face. Chris had fared worse than Nash that day. I'd gotten suspended for 2 days. A consequence both my dad and I felt was worth it. "Family takes care of family," he'd said. At the time, he'd meant it. I couldn't stop staring at my brother's wounds as blood pounded inside my head. "Knox?" Naomi's voice was closer now. I felt hands on my shoulders and realized Naomi was standing in front of me. "You want to sit down for a minute, Viking? I don't think I can handle 2 patients at once." Realizing she thought I was going to faint, I opened my mouth to clear up the misconception and explained that it was manly rage, not wobbly knees. But I changed my mind and went with it when I realized her concern for me had trumped Nash's bullet holes. I let her push me down into one of the leather armchairs in the living room. "You okay?" she asked, leaning down to look me in the eye. "Better now," I said. Over her shoulder, my brother flipped me the bird. She brushed a kiss to my forehead. "Stay here. I'll get you a glass of water in a minute, okay?" Nash coughed something that sounded suspiciously like faker, but the cough ended in a groan of pain. Served him right. I returned the one-fingered salute when Naomi rushed back to his side. "Never saw you go weak in the knees at the sight of blood before," Nash observed. "You want to get to your point, or is this how you wrangle social calls since no one wants to be around your ass?" Naomi shot me a behave-yourself look as she opened a fresh strip of gauze. I saw my brother's jaw go tight when she pressed it to his wound. I looked away until Nash cleared his throat. "Got some news on Tina," he said. Naomi froze, holding a strip of tape. "Is she okay?" Her twin sister had stolen from her, abandoned her child, and Naomi's first question was whether or not Tina was okay. The woman needed to learn that some ties needed cutting. "We don't know her whereabouts, but it seems like there's something in town that she didn't want to leave behind. We found her prints at the storage unit break-in." I tensed, remembering the conversation in his hospital room. "What storage unit break-in?" Naomi asked as she moved on to the wound lower on his torso. "The trailer park landlord reported 2 separate break-ins. One at his office and one at his storage unit where he keeps anything of value that tenants leave behind. The storage unit was a smash and grab. The lock was jimmied. Shit was broken. A bunch of stuff was missing. We found Tina's prints all over the place." I forgot about my fake fainting spell and got out of the chair. "It's a small fucking town," I pointed out, crossing to the kitchen. "How the hell is she sneaking around without anyone spotting her?" "Got a theory on that? We got some footage from a security camera at the entrance," Nash said, using his good arm to pull a file folder closer to him. He tipped it open, and a grainy photo showed a woman with long dark hair dressed in a long dress. Naomi leaned across my brother to peer at the photo. I wasn't certain, but I thought Nash looked like he was sniffing her hair. I dragged her into my side away from my brother and handed her the photo. "What the fuck?" I mouthed at Nash. He shrugged, then winced. "Stubborn fucking idiot," I muttered. I guided Naomi to a stool out of Nash's reach, then stomped over to the sink. He still kept his over-the-counter shit and his excessive collection of supplements in the cabinet. I grabbed a bottle of Tylenol and poured a glass of tap water, then slid both across the counter to my dumbass brother. I spotted a baking dish on the counter with some kind of dessert in it. Lifting the plastic wrap, I sniffed. Peach cobbler. Nice. Since I was missing out on my own lunch and Nash was to blame, I grabbed a fork. "That's my dress," Naomi said, handing the photo back to Nash. She'd gone pale. I snatched it out of his hand and stared at the image. Fuck, it was her dress. "Figured she was dressing like you in case she ran into anyone in town," Nash explained. "She must have grabbed it when she broke into your motel room." Naomi was biting her lip again. "What's wrong?" I demanded. She shook her head. "Nothing." My bullshit detector was activated. Daisy. "It's just, Tina used to do that when we were kids. I was homesick once our sophomore year of high school. She went to school dressed like me and told my history teacher, who I had a crush on, to go fuck himself. I got detention. All because my parents gave me the car the weekend before because she was grounded. Christ. You better not have kept your mouth shut and sat through detention, I snapped, throwing the fork in the baking dish in disgust. Did she get whatever it was she wanted? Naomi asked Nash. We don't know. I heard that Tina got herself hooked up with some new guy a few weeks back. Lucian did a little digging. Said the new guy was some badass out of D.C., and Tina bragged to a couple of friends that they had a big score coming up. Is that my mom's peach cobbler? She asked, nodding at the dish I held. She stopped by this morning to drop it off. She also stole my laundry and watered my plants. Naomi gave him a wobbly smile. Welcome to the family. Prepare to be smothered. Something was wrong, and she was trying to hide it. I put down the cobbler and picked up the picture again. Fuck. What? Nash asked. I saw you in this dress, outside the shop, I said, remembering her standing in the window of Whiskey Clipper with Liza and Waylay. She'd look like a summer vision in the dress. Her cheeks weren't pale now, they were flushed. Which means Tina didn't take this from the motel. She broke into the cottage. Naomi busied herself by organizing the first aid supplies. Nash swore and rubbed his good hand over his face. I need to call Grave. He got up and snatched his phone off the dining table. Yeah, Grave, he said. We've got a new problem. I waited until he headed into his bedroom before turning my attention back to Naomi. She broke into your place, and you weren't going to say a word. She looked up as I rounded the island. She held up her hands, but I kept coming until her palms were pressed against my chest. You do not keep shit like that from me, Naomi. You owe her nothing. You can't live your whole life protecting people who don't fucking deserve it, not when it puts your safety at risk. She winced, and I realized I was yelling. What are you thinking? You have way. If Tina and some low-life criminal fuck buddy are breaking into your fucking house, you don't cover that shit up. You don't protect the bad guy. You protect the kid. She shoved me, but I didn't budge. You saw my motel room. You heard what Nash said. The storage unit was trashed. That's what my sister does. She destroys. Naomi snapped. If Tina broke into the cottage, she would have wrecked the place. She never could stand the idea of me having anything nicer than what she did. So yeah, maybe I noticed a few things out of place once or twice, and I chalked it up to Waylay, or you, or Liza, but Tina didn't break in. What are you saying? She wet her lips. What if someone let her in? Someone meaning Waylay? Naomi shot a nervous glance in Nash's direction. What if Tina got word to her that she needed access and Waylay left a door unlocked? You were the one who yelled at me for leaving the back door unlocked, or what if Tina told her what she needed and Waylay got it for her? You think that kid would give Tina the time of day after she's had a few weeks with you? With your parents? Hell, even fucking Steph and Liza. You made one big happy family for her. Why would she risk fucking that up? Tina is her mother, Naomi insisted. Family doesn't stop being family just because one of you does shitty things. That's exactly what happens to families, and you need to quit this loyalty to your fucking sister. She doesn't deserve it. It's not loyalty to Tina, you idiot! Naomi shouted back. She shoved against my chest again, but I was immovable. Educate me, I insisted. If Waylay had anything to do with letting Tina in, how is that going to look in the guardianship hearing? How am I fit to take custody when I can't even keep criminals out of my house? They'll take her away from me. All have let her down. All have let my parents down. Waylay will end up with strangers. Her voice hitched. I grabbed her and pulled her into me. Baby, stop. I tried, she said, fingers curling into my t-shirt. Tried what? I tried not to hate Tina. My whole life I tried so hard not to hate her. I cupped the back of her head and buried her face in my neck. Don't fucking cry, Days. Not over her. You've given her enough. She sucked in a breath and blew it out. You can use me as a pillow if you want to scream out, I offered. Don't be sweet and funny right now. Baby, those are two things no one has ever accused me of being. She pulled back and took another steadying breath. This is not what I was expecting when you said you were taking me to lunch. I expected the yelling, just thought we'd be doing it naked. We good? Her fingers were tracing little circles against my chest. We're good, for now. I'm going to go collect myself in the bathroom. I'm going to eat some more of your mom's cobbler. She gave me another one of those wobbly smiles that made me feel things I didn't want to feel. I reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. It's going to be fine. No one's taken away. Nash and I'll take care of it. She nuzzled her cheek against my hand. You can't solve my problems for me. Oh, but you can solve everyone else's, I pointed out. You gotta stop worrying about making everything okay for everyone else and start thinking about making it okay for you. She didn't say anything, but I felt like my words had landed. I gave her a playful slap on the ass. Go on, go scream into some hand towels. A minute later, Nash came out of the bedroom. Grave is sending some boys out to see if we can lift any prints. Where's Naomi? Bathroom. You find any prints in the landlord's office? I asked Nash. He shook his head. It was a clean job. What are the odds they split up? Tina took the storage unit and the boyfriend took the office. Nash thought about it. It plays. Naomi doesn't think Tina broke in. She's worried Wade let Tina in, worried how that'll play in the guardianship shit. Nash blew out a breath. Any judge that looks at those two sisters and decides Naomi isn't fit has the robe on too tight. She's a worrier, which is why I don't want her worrying about some stranger sneaking into her home and going through her things. Better the devil you know, he said. I nodded. Speaking of, you going to see him this weekend? Nash asked. Deliberately, I took another forkful of cobbler even though my appetite was suddenly gone. If he's there. Give him this from me. Nash limped over to the table and picked up a backpack. And maybe think about not handing over cash. You're lucky I'm tired of fighting about this, I told him and took the bag. People keep telling me how lucky I am, he said. You're still here, aren't you? You remember what she was wearing when she walked by your window, he said, nodding at the bathroom door. Yeah, so? She means something to you. Does blood loss make you stupid? I wondered. I'm just saying, you care about her. Any other woman you wouldn't have bothered calling her on her own bullshit. You wouldn't have known any other woman well enough to know she was bullshitting you, let alone care that she was. Getting to your point anytime soon? Yeah, don't fuck it up like you usually do.
33. A swift kick. Naomi. Why do kids' sports start at such ungodly hours? And why is the grass so wet? Look at these shoes. They'll never recover. Steph complained as we set up our folding chairs on the sideline of the soccer field. It's 9 a.m, not 4 a.m, I said dryly. Maybe if you and Liza hadn't made and then drank an entire pitcher of margaritas last night, you wouldn't be cringing like a vampire at the light of day. He collapsed into his chair, looking impossibly stylish in Ray-Bans and a thick knit sweater. It was my last night in town before my trip to Paris. I couldn't say no to margaritas. Besides, it's easy to be Susie Sunshine when you're getting laid regularly. Zip it, Betty Big Mouth, I said, shooting a look at the rest of Waylay's cheering section. My parents were sitting with Liza, who didn't seem any worse for the wear for her half of the margaritas. Mom was doing her mom thing and introducing herself to everyone in a 20-foot radius, asking them the names of their players, and proudly pointing out Waylay in her number 6 jersey. Wraith, badass biker and silver fox, strode down the sideline. He was wearing a Metallica t-shirt, black jeans, and a scowl perfectly framed by his gray Fu Manchu mustache.
"Looking lovely as always, Liza," he said with a wolfish smile.
"Peddle that charm someplace else, biker boy," she shot back. But I noticed 2 dots of color on her cheeks.
"Bring it in, knock-em-outs,"
Wraith bellowed. 15 girls in all shapes, sizes, and colors jogged and skipped their way over to the unlikely head coach.
"That guy looks like a probation violation, not a girls' soccer coach,"
Steph observed. "That's Wraith. His granddaughter Delilah is the one with the pigtails. She plays forward. She's unbelievably fast," I told him. Waylay looked up from her team huddle and waved at me. I grinned and waved back. The ref blew 2 short blasts on the whistle, and 2 girls from each team jogged to the center circle.
"What's happening? Did the game start?"
Steph asked. "They're doing the coin toss. You're lucky you're so pretty. What if your future husband is into sports?" Steph shuddered.
"Perish the thought."
"The coin toss determines which team gets the ball for kickoff and which direction they're trying to score."
"Look at you, soccer mom,"
he teased. Self-consciously, I straightened my knock-em-out hoodie. Thanks to a school fundraiser, I now owned a capsule wardrobe of school cheer gear. The mascot was an oversized boxing glove named Punchy that I found both charming and inappropriate. "I may have done a little reading up on the sport," I said. I'd done a lot of research. I'd reread Rock Bottom Girl and watched Ted Lasso, Bend It Like Beckham, and She's the Man for good measure. The whistle on the field signaled the start of the game, and I cheered along with the rest of the crowd as the action got underway. 2 minutes into play, I was holding my breath and Steph's hand in a death grip as Waylay got the ball and started dribbling for the goal.
"Go, Waylay, go!"
Dad shouted as he came out of his chair. When we were 10 years old, Tina had played softball for 1 season. Dad had been her biggest fan. It was nice to see he hadn't lost his enthusiasm. Waylay faked a move to the right before heading in the opposite direction around the defender and firing off a pass to Chloe, Sloane's niece.
"That was good, right?"
Steph asked.
"It looked good. Sneaky and full of deception."
"The coach says she's a natural," I said proudly before yelling, "Go, Chloe!" Chloe lost the ball out of bounds and play was paused so 3 players could tie their shoelaces.
"A natural. That's impressive."
"She's quick, she's sneaky, she's a team player. There's just 1 or 2 little kinks that need working out."
"What kind of kinks?"
Steph asked. "What did I miss?" Sloane appeared next to me in jeans and a Nirvana tank top under a soft gray cardigan. She had her pink and blonde hair piled high in a knot on top of her head and stylish sunglasses. Her lips were painted ruby red. She waved to Chloe and plopped down in her own camp chair. "Just the first 2 minutes, no score, and Wraith hasn't screamed, 'Come on, ladies,' yet," I reported. On cue, the burly biker cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Come on, ladies!" "And all was right with the world," Sloane said with a satisfied smile. "Any yellow cards for Way yet?" I shook my head. "Not yet." Though if the past 2 games were accurate predictors, it was only a matter of time.
"Is that like an award?"
Steph asked. "Not exactly," she said, winking at me before turning back to my best friend. "You're looking annoyingly gorgeous today." He preened, fluffing the collar of his sweater.
"Why, thank you, sexy librarian. Love those boots."
She kicked up her feet to admire the knee-high waterproof footwear. "Thanks. I discovered early on in Chloe's soccer career that I wasn't a fan of wet shoes and squishy socks."
"Now she tells me,"
he complained. "By the way, loving this whole curly vibe," Sloane said, waving her hand in front of my face. I tossed my hair dramatically. "Thanks. Waylay showed me a tutorial."
"We're the new generation of hot soccer moms," Steph decided.
"I'll drink to that," Sloane agreed, hoisting her tumbler that said this is definitely not wine. So where's your hot soccer daddy? Steph asked me. Thank God someone asked, Sloane said, shifting in her chair. Here are all the questions I've stored up. How good is the sex? Is he as grumpy immediately after orgasm as he is the rest of the time, or are there cracks in the stony facade that reveal the soft teddy bear heart beating underneath? Has he torn any clothing off your body? Steph asked. If so, I know a guy who makes entire wardrobes with Velcro closures. Of course you do, I said dryly. Sloane leaned forward. Is he a flowers and a cook you dinner kind of guy? Or is he more of a growl at any man who dares to look at your boobs dude? Definitely a growler, Steph decided. You guys, my parents and his grandmother are right there, I hissed. Besides, we're at a children's soccer game. She's going to tell us how inappropriate we're being, but what she doesn't realize is how every conversation happening around this field is about sex, he complained. They are not, I insisted. Oh, believe me, they are. Chloe's been playing since she was 6. Those dads over there might look like they're talking about power tools and lawnmowers, but they're actually talking about vasectomies, Sloane said, pointing at a group of dads huddled together next to the bleachers. I forget. Did you tell us why Knox isn't here? Steph said, feigning innocence. I sighed. He's not here because I didn't invite him. What I didn't tell them was I didn't invite him because I didn't think he'd come. Knox Morgan didn't seem like the type of man who would willingly show up at a kid's sporting event and make small talk for an hour. He was the kind of man who pinned you down and made you come in positions that shouldn't have been possible. Like last night when he'd pressed me flat on my stomach and entered me from behind. My inner walls clenched involuntarily at the decadent memory. Why didn't you invite him? Sloane pressed, ignoring the game in favor of the sideline inquisition. I rolled my eyes. I don't know. Probably because he wouldn't have come. And I don't want Waylay to get too used to him being around. Naomi, I say this with love. This is the first time since high school Knox has dated anyone in town. That's huge. It means he sees something special about you that he hasn't seen in anyone else. I felt like a fraud. I wasn't special. I hadn't landed a never-falling-in-love bachelor. I'd gotten swept up in an admittedly scorching hot one-night stand, and he'd gotten caught in the consequences of banging a good girl. Is that Nash? Steph asked, mercifully changing the subject. I looked up and spotted him ambling slowly in my direction. Sloane hummed. Those Morgan brothers sure were built to catch the eye. She wasn't wrong. Nash Morgan looked every bit the wounded hero. I noticed quite a few of the moms and even one or two of the dads thinking the same thing. He was wearing worn jeans and a long-sleeved Henley. He had a baseball cap pulled down low, and I noticed he'd ditched the sling for his arm. He walked slowly, carefully. It looked casual, but I guessed the pace was dictated more by pain and exhaustion than by a desire to look cool. "Mornin'," he said when he arrived. "Hey," I said, "want a seat?" He shook his head, eyes on the field as the knockamouts played defense. Waylay glanced up and spotted him and waved. He waved with his good arm, but I saw the grimace under the smile. The man should be sitting at home resting and healing, not strolling around town without his sling. I realized my annoyance with his brother was spilling over onto Nash. "Sit," I insisted, rising. I all but manhandled him into my chair. "I don't need to sit, Naomi. I don't need to be at home resting. I need to be out here doing what I'm good at." "And what's that?" I asked. "Looking like you got hit by a fleet of school buses?" "Ouch," Steph said. "Better listen to her, Chief. She's mean when she's riled." "I don't get riled," I scoffed. "You should be riled, given the bomb that got dropped on you," Nash said. Uh-oh. I changed my mind. "You can stand up and walk away," I decided. He looked smug then. "You didn't tell them." Tell us what? Sloane and Steph said at the same time. I didn't get a chance, I fibbed.
Did you get a chance to tell your parents? Or Liza J., seeing as how she owns the property in question?
What's happening right now? Sloane wondered. Steph's eyes narrowed.
I think our close-mouthed little friend here is keeping more from us than just her exploits in bed.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I huffed.
Naomi didn't mention to you that Tina was connected to a break-in in town?
Nash asked, knowing full well I hadn't. She most definitely didn't mention that.
How about that in order to commit the robbery, Tina broke into Naomi's cottage and stole one of her dresses?
Sloane tilted her sunglasses down her nose to look at me. Not cool, babe. Not cool at all.
She pulled the old wrong twin again, didn't she?
Steph asked, not looking at me. It wasn't a good sign.
Look, I just found out about this. I told you 3 days ago, Naomi,
Nash reminded me. I'm not real clear on the law in Virginia. Is it okay to put duct tape over a police officer's mouth?
Not when he's on the clock,
Nash said with a grin. Why wouldn't you tell us? Why wouldn't you say something? If we need to be on the lookout for your sister, it's better if we know about it, Sloane pointed out.
Let me explain something about our little Whitty here,
Steph said to Sloane. And here we go, I muttered.
See, Naomi doesn't like to inconvenience anyone by doing anything annoying like talking about what's wrong, asking for help, or standing up for what she needs and wants. She prefers to scurry around like a mouse, making sure everyone else's needs are met.
Well, that's just fucked up, Sloane decided. I winced. Look, guys, I understand that you're concerned. I get it. I am too. But right now, my priority is to get custody of my niece. I don't have the time or the energy to worry about anything else. Your evil twin has been in your house that you share with her daughter, Sloane interjected.
She stole from you. She committed a crime disguised as you, so once again you'd be the one to pay the consequences. And you didn't think it was worth mentioning?
Thanks a lot, Nash, I said. Sloane crossed her arms over her chest. Don't blame a man who just took 2 bullets, she said. Guys, don't you think you're overreacting?
No, we're reacting appropriately. You're the one who is underreacting. Your safety, Waylay's safety, is on the line. That deserves a reaction, Steph said.
I looked down at my hands.
So, it would make you all feel better that I am terrified, frozen in the core of my soul, fearful that something is going to happen and Waylay is going to be taken away from me, that some stranger is going to end up raising my niece, or worse, that my sister, the person I'm supposed to be closest to in this world, could come waltzing back into town and take her from me without me knowing. That between trying to prove to a caseworker who keeps seeing me at my worst that I'm the most responsible option she has, holding down 2 jobs, and reminding a little girl that not everything has to be the way it was for the first 11 years of her life, you want me to pencil in a conversation about how I have to exhaust myself just so I can sleep at night and not stare at the ceiling thinking of all the ways this could go horribly wrong.
Yeah. That would make me feel better than being intentionally cut out, Sloane said.
Thank you, Steph said. Nash, you want to bring this home for us? Naomi, you've got a lot of people who care about you. Maybe it's time you let them take care instead of you doing all the caretaking for once.
I stuck out my chin. I'll take that under advisement, I said.
That's her snooty tone, Steph said. There's no getting through until she calms down.
I'm going for a walk, I said huffily. I hadn't made it very far when I heard,
Naomi, hold up.
I wanted to keep walking, to flip him the middle finger, but because I was me, I stopped in my tracks and waited for Nash to catch up.
I'm not doing this to piss you off, he said.
His eyes were bluer than Knox's, but they burned with that same Morgan intensity that had my stomach flipping upside down and inside out.
You need to be on the lookout. Your family needs to, too. Keeping shit like this from them is irresponsible, and that's the kind of thing that doesn't look good in guardianship cases.
You said I had nothing to worry about.
I'm speaking to you in a language you understand. Being a guardian, being a parent, It isn't about getting gold stars from some authority figure. It's about doing what's right even when it's hard, especially when it's hard.
Easy for him to say. A caseworker hadn't caught him mostly naked after a one-night stand. He reached out and gripped my shoulder with one hand.
"Do you hear me?" he asked. "I'd think real hard about removing that hand if I were you."
My head swiveled, and that's when I saw him. Knox, sauntering our way. But there was nothing casual about the look in his eyes. He looked pissed. Nash kept his hand where it was, even as Knox stepped into our little twosome. A second later, I found myself hauled up against Knox's side, his arm draped over my shoulder. Our audience was dividing its attention between the play on the field and the drama off it. I smiled like we were chit-chatting about butterflies and the weather. The brothers glared at each other.
"I was just reminding your girl here that family takes care of family," Nash said. "Now you're done reminding her. Why don't you get your ass back home and rest the fuck up so you're in shape to take care of family?"
"I'm enjoying the game. Think I'll stick around," Nash said.
"Good to see you, Naomi."
I said nothing and watched him wander over to Liza and my parents. Neither of the Morgan brothers appeared to be in good moods in the mornings. "What are you doing here?" I asked, tilting my head back to look at Knox. His gaze was on the field, where Nina missed the ball entirely and instead connected with the shins of the opposing player.
"Heard there was a game. Thought I'd swing by."
His thumb was rubbing lazy circles against my upper arm. I felt a tingling that originated at the sight of his touch and traveled through the rest of my body. My grumpy, tattooed sort of boyfriend had dragged himself out of bed on an early Saturday morning after a closing shift at the bar, just to show up for me and Waylay. I wasn't sure what to do with that information. "It's early," I pointed out.
"Yep."
"Nash is just worried," I said, trying to move the conversation along.
"He does that."
The crowd noise picked up, and the game drew my attention. I felt Knox tense beside me as Waylay intercepted a pass and dribbled down the field.
"Go all the way, Way!"
Wraith yelled.
"Keep going, Waylay!" Dad shouted. "Come on, kid," Knox said under his breath, his attention riveted on the number 6 jersey.
My fingers curled into Knox's shirt as she closed in on the goal. Just as she reared her leg back to let the ball fly, another player ran into her and they both dropped to the ground. There was a collective groan from the fans. Nina and Chloe pulled Waylay to her feet, and I saw how red her face was. "Uh-oh."
"Uh-oh what?"
Knox asked. "What the shit, ref?" Waylay bellowed.
"Ah, crap,"
I whispered.
"Did she just say shit to the ref?"
Knox added. The referee blew the whistle and strode up to Waylay, digging in his front pocket. I groaned as the yellow card was produced and held up in front of my niece's mutinous little face. Ugh, she does this every game. It's like she can't control her mouth, I groaned.
"Come on, ref,"
Wraith yelled.
"That was a foul."
"Sorry, coach. Can't use that language on the field," the referee said. Waylay opened her mouth again. Thankfully, Chloe had the foresight to slap a hand over the gaping chasm of 4-letter words. Waylay fought against her. This is her 3rd yellow card in 3 games. I can't get her to stop. Knox stuck his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Everyone looked in our direction, including Waylay.
"Way,"
he said, crooking his finger.
"Get over here."
Chloe released her, and Waylay, gaze on her feet, cheeks red, marched over to the line. Knox released me and hooked Waylay by the back of the neck.
"I get it, kid. I do. But you can't say that shit on the field or in school."
"Why not? You say it. My mom says it."
We're adults, and we don't have a bunch of other adults breathing down our necks telling us what not to do.
So what am I supposed to do? I got tripped. I could have scored.
You say it as loud as you want to in your head. You let it come out of your eyes, your pores, every exhale, but you do not say it on the field again. You're fucking better than that way. You've got a temper, but there's a hell of a lot more power in controlling it than letting it fly. Use it, or it'll use you. You get me?
She nodded solemnly. I think so. When can I swear?
When you and me are watching football.
Waylay's gaze slid to my face, gauging my reaction.
Don't you worry about your aunt. She's proud as hell of you, but you're only holding yourself back when you blow up like that. So let's give her something else to be proud about, yeah?
She sighed, then nodded again. Yeah, okay. But I get to swear when we watch football?
Damn right you do,
Knox said, ruffling her hair. And when I'm not in school anymore?
You can swear as much as you fucking want after you're out of college. Maybe grad school, too, if you want a PhD or some shit.
The corner of her mouth lifted.
That's better, he said. Now, get your ass out there and put the ball in the back of the net so we can get ice cream after.
But it's morning, she said, again looking at me as if I were some anti-swearing, anti-ice cream monster.
No better time for ice cream than after a big win,
he assured her. She grinned up at him. Okay. Thanks, Knox. Sorry, Aunt Naomi. You're forgiven, I assured her. I'm already proud of you. Now go be awesome. So it wasn't my best advice to impart, but I was feeling rather swoon-like as Knox stood shoulder to shoulder with Wraith. My father, then Nash, joined him. Together they created a wall of testosterone, ready to protect and guide their girls. Just when you think he can't get any hotter, my mom said, sidling up next to me. Are you talking about Knox or Dad? I asked. Both. All of them, really. Coach Wraith certainly has a charm about him, and Nash is just as sexy as his brother. Mom! It's just an observation. We wit women have excellent taste in men. Well, most of us. I covered my mouth with my hand and tried to stifle the laugh. Time was ticking down, and the score was still tied 1-1.
Let's go, ladies!
Wraith shouted. I saw Waylay glance our way, caught the tiny smile on her face, and I felt the tingles again. She had a cheering section waiting to celebrate with her, and it meant something to her. You're doing an amazing job with her, Mom said. Really? Look at that smile. Look at how she keeps glancing over here, reassuring herself that we're all still here. Say what you will about Tina, but giving you her daughter was the best choice she's ever made. My eyes clouded with tears. Thanks, Mom, I whispered. She looped her arm through mine, then tensed. She has the ball again. Wraith's granddaughter had gotten tangled up with two defenders and sent the ball sailing to Waylay's feet. Go! We shouted as one, the crowd coming to its feet. Mom and I clung to each other as Waylay dribbled around the last defender between her and the goal. Oh my God, I'm going to be sick. Let her rip, Waylay! Mom shrieked. So she did. I held my breath as we watched the ball sail in slow motion toward the goal. The crowd was screaming. I could hear Steph over everyone yelling, "Get it in the net thing!" The goalie dove for it, but the ball spiraled just past her fingertips into the back of the net. I screamed along with Mom as we jumped up and down together. That's my granddaughter! Mom screeched. Fuck yeah! Wraith bellowed. You're damn right! Liza shouted. Sloane and Steph were hugging each other. The ref blew the final whistle. That's game! Waylay stood stock still, staring at the ball in the back of the net as if she couldn't believe what she'd just done. And then she turned. Her teammates raced to her, shrieking and giggling. But she was looking beyond them. She was looking at me. And then she was running. And so was I. I caught her when she jumped into my arms and swung her around. "You did it! Did you see? Did you see what I did, Aunt Naomi?" "I saw, honey. I'm so proud of you. Can we get ice cream? And can I swear when I watch football with Knox?" "Yes, and I guess so." She hugged me tight around the neck and whispered, "This is the best day of my life." I was trying to blink back tears when someone pulled her from my arms. It was Knox, and he was settling Waylay on his shoulders as the rest of the players and parents gathered around to congratulate her. Knox shot me one of his rare, full-on grins that made me dizzy. "Sloan and I have talked, and you're forgiven," Steph said, slinging his arm around me. "As long as we're invited for ice cream," Sloan added. "And included in your life," Steph insisted. I pulled them both in for a hard hug, and over their shoulders, I saw Dad clap Knox on the back. 34. The Groom. Naomi. I threaded the stem of the earring through my lobe and leaned back to admire the effect. "What do you think?" I asked Waylay, who was sprawled across my bed on her stomach, chin pillowed in her hands. She studied the earrings. "Better," she decided. "They sparkle like honky-tonk on your shirt, and they stand out more when you toss your hair." "I don't toss my hair," I said, ruffling hers. My niece was more and more willing to tolerate affection from me these days. "Oh, yes, you do. Whenever you catch Knox looking at you, you're all—" She paused to shake out her blonde hair and bat her eyes. "I do not. Do so." "I'm the adult, and I'm in charge, and I say I don't," I insisted, flopping down on the bed next to her. "You also get this mushy face whenever he walks into a room or you get a text from him." "Oh, is it like the mushy face you make whenever someone says Mr. Michael's name?" I teased. Waylay's face transformed into what could aptly be described as mushy. "Ha! See? That is a mushy face," I said, pointing accusingly at her. "You wish," she scoffed, still smiling. "Can I use some of your hairspray since you messed up my hair?" "Sure," I said. She slipped off the bed and picked up the can I left on the dresser. "Are you sure you packed everything you need?" I asked, eyeing the pink duffel bag in the doorway. Waylay was invited to Nina's birthday sleepover. It was the first time she'd be spending the night with a non-family member, and I was feeling the nerves. "I'm sure," she said. Her tongue poked out between her teeth as she carefully brushed her hair over her forehead just so before hitting it with a shot of spray. "I'm working the closing shift tonight, so if you decide you don't want to spend the night, you can just call Grandma and Grandpa or Liza or Knox, and one of them will come pick you up." She crossed her eyes at me in the mirror. "Why wouldn't I want to spend the night? It's a sleepover." She was already dressed in pajamas, a request on the invitation. But she was wearing the pink sneakers Knox had given her with the ever-present heart charm. "I just want you to know that no matter what, you can always call and someone will be there," I said. "Even when you're older." I cleared my throat, and Waylay put down the hairspray. "What?" she asked, turning around to face me. What? I hedged. "You always clear your throat before you say something you think someone isn't going to like." Damn astute kid. "Have you heard from your mom?" She looked down at her feet. "No. Why?" "Someone said she was in town not too long ago," I said. "She was?" Waylay frowned like the news was disturbing. I nodded. "I didn't talk to her." "Does this mean she's going to take me back?" she asked. I started to clear my throat, then stopped. I didn't know how to answer that. "Is that something you'd like?" I asked instead. Waylay was staring hard at her shoes now. "I'm okay here with you," she said finally. I felt the tension release from my shoulders. "I like having you with me." "You do?" "I do. Even if your hair-tossing impression of me is terrible." She grinned, then stopped. "She always comes back." It sounded different when she said it this time. It sounded more like a warning. "We'll figure that out when we have to," I told her. "Let's get you to your sleepover. Are you sure you packed your toothbrush?" "Geez, Aunt Naomi, this isn't my first sleepover." Okay. What about underwear?" Me. How's Paris? Steph. I drank too much champagne and danced with a man named Gaston, so pretty fucking great, but I still miss you and the fam. Me. We miss you too. Steph. Any drama happening that you forgot to tell me about? Me. It's so nice that you don't hold a grudge. And no drama to report except Waylay is going to a sleepover. Steph. Does that mean you'll be having your own sleepover? If so, wear the teddy I sent you. It'll melt Knox's mind. Oops, gotta go. Gaston is beckoning. Honky Tonk on a Friday night was a rowdy time. The crowds were big, the music loud, and no one cared if they were hungover in the morning, so the drink orders were plentiful. I swept my hair up off the back of my neck as I waited for Max to finish keying in an order. "Where's Knox tonight?" Silver called from behind the bar. "Out with Lucian," I yelled back over Sweet Home Alabama. The band was decent, but they were drowned out by the crowd singing over them. "He said he'd come by later." Max moved away from the POS and started throwing drinks on trays. "Tips are good tonight," she said. "Sounds like it could be a shots night," I said with an eyebrow wiggle. "There's a new guy in your section," Max said, pointing to the wall on the far side of the dance floor. "How's the sleepover going?" Way messaged me to tell me to stop messaging her, and Gail sent me a picture of the girls doing mani-pedis and face masks, I told her. She looks like she's having the time of her life. I dropped off 2 fresh beers at a table of equestrians and gave a quick hello to Hinkle McCord and Bud Nickleby on my way across the bar. I caught a glimpse of the new patron. He'd angled his chair against the wall, half in shadow, but I could still make out his red hair. The guy from the library, the one who had asked about tech support. I felt a nervous tickle at the back of my neck. Maybe he lived in Knockemout. Maybe I was overthinking it and he was just a regular person with a broken laptop who liked a cold beer on a Friday night. And maybe he wasn't. "Here you go, guys," I said, doling out drinks to a 4-top that had turned into a 6-top. "Thanks, Naomi, and thank you for hooking my aunt up with that home health organization," said Nisi, the gossipy waitress from Dino's. "My pleasure. Hey, does anyone know that guy along the back wall?" I asked. 4 heads swiveled in unison. Knockemout wasn't much for subtlety. "Can't say he looks familiar," Nisi said. "That red hair sure stands out. I feel like I'd remember him if I met him."
"Is he giving you trouble, Nay?"
Wraith demanded, looking deadly serious. I forced a laugh. "No, I just recognized him from the library. I didn't know if he was a local." I suddenly wished Knox was here. 2 seconds later, I was really glad he wasn't, because this time when the front door opened, I prayed for the floor to open up and swallow me.
"Now, who the hell is that dandy?"
Wraith wondered out loud. "Oh no. No, I whispered. Warner Dennison III was scanning the bar, an expression of derision on his handsome face. I thought about turning around and hightailing it for the kitchen, but it was too late. He locked eyes with me, not bothering to hide his surprise.
"Naomi!"
he called just as the band cut off their song. Heads turned to look at me and then back at Warner. I stayed rooted to the spot, but he was on the move, weaving his way through tables to get to me. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. "Me? What the hell are you doing in a place like this? And what are you wearing?" he said, reaching for me. His hands gripped my biceps like he was going to pull me in for an embrace, but I resisted. "I work here," I said, planting a hand firmly on his chest. A motorcycle revved its engine outside, and he flinched. "Not anymore," Warner said. "This is ridiculous. You made your point. You're coming home." "Home?" I managed a dry laugh. "Warner, I sold my house. I live here now." "Don't be ridiculous," he said. "You're coming home with me." Not wanting to cause a scene, I gave up trying to extricate myself from his grasp. "What are you talking about? We're not together anymore." "You ran out on our wedding, then ignored my calls and emails for weeks. You wanted to make a point, and you made it." "What point exactly do you think I was making?" His nostrils flared, and I noticed the clench of his jaw. He was getting upset, and it turned my stomach. "You wanted me to see what life would be like without you. I get it." We had the rapt attention of the bar. "Warner, let's talk somewhere else," I suggested. I pulled him past the bar and into the hallway by the restrooms. "I miss you, Naomi. I miss our dinners together. I miss coming home and finding out you did all my laundry for me. I miss taking you out and showing you off." I shook my head, hoping to rattle some sense into my brain. I couldn't believe he was here. "Look," he said, "I apologize for what happened. I was stressed. I had too much to drink. It won't happen again." "How did you find me?" I asked, finally extricating myself from his grasp. "My mom is Facebook friends with yours. She saw some of the pictures your mom has been posting." For once, I regretted not telling my mom exactly why I'd run out on my wedding. If she'd known why I left Warner, she sure as hell wouldn't have pointed the way here. Warner took my wrists in his hands. "Everything all right here?" Max asked, appearing at the mouth of the hall. "Everything's fine," I lied. "Mind your own damn business," Warner muttered without taking his eyes off me. "Warner!" I remembered all the little insults he'd say under his breath directed at me and countless others. "Let's go somewhere where we can talk," he said, squeezing my wrists together. "No! You need to listen to me. I'm not going anywhere with you, and I'm certainly not getting back together with you. It's over. We're over. There's nothing more to talk about. Now go home, Warner." He stepped forward into my space. "I'm not going anywhere unless you're with me," he insisted. I could smell alcohol on his breath and winced. "How much have you had to drink?" "For fuck's sake, Naomi, stop trying to blame everything on a drink or two. Now, I let you have your space, and look what you did with it." He swept an arm out. "This isn't you. You don't belong in a place like this with people like them." "Let go of me, Warner," I said calmly. Instead of letting me go, he pushed me back against the wall and held me there by my biceps. I didn't like it. It wasn't like when Knox boxed me in and my senses were full of him when I wanted to do anything to be closer to him. This was different. "You need to go, Warner," I said. "You want me to go, you're going with me." I shook my head. "I can't leave. I'm working." "Fuck this place, Naomi. Fuck your little temper tantrum. I'm willing to forgive you." "Take your fucking hands off her. Now." My knees went weak at Knox's voice. "Move along, asshole. This is between me and my fiancé," Warner said. "Not the brightest answer," Lucian said mildly. Knox and Lucian were standing at the mouth of the hallway. Lucian had his hand on Knox's shoulder. I couldn't tell if he was restraining him or telling him he had his back. Then suddenly Knox wasn't standing at the mouth of the hall, and Warner didn't have his hands on me anymore.
Give him the first shot,
Lucian called. Warner swung, and I watched in horror as he landed a punch that snapped Knox's head back.
Good enough,
Lucian said, his hands in the pockets of his slacks, the picture of relaxation. Knox let his fists do the talking. The first punch connected with Warner's nose, and I heard the crunch. Blindly, Warner struck out. The blow glanced off Knox's shoulder. As blood poured from Warner's nose, Knox threw another punch and then another before Warner crumpled to the floor. Before Knox could follow him down, Lucian was pulling him back.
Enough,
he said calmly as Knox fought to free himself.
Take care of Naomi.
When Lucian said my name, Knox's gaze abandoned my bloodied ex-fiancé and found me.
What the fuck?
Warner snarled as Lucian hauled him to his feet.
I'm calling my lawyer. Your ass will be in jail by morning. Good luck with that. His brother's the chief of police, and my lawyer is 10 times more expensive than yours. Watch the door,
Lucian warned. And then he used Warner's face to open the kitchen door. A cheer went up in the bar as the two men disappeared. And then, I wasn't thinking about who was going to clean up the bloody smear on the glass, because Knox was in front of me, looking 1,000 shades of pissed off.
35. The whole story and a happy ending. Knox. I have to go to the restroom, Naomi announced and bolted into the ladies' room. God damn it, I muttered, clenching my hands into fists. Adrenaline and rage raced through my veins, heating my blood to boiling. I debated going into the no man's land after her, but Max, Silver, and Fee beat me to it. You can't all leave the floor at the same fucking time, I called through the door. Fuck off, Noxie, we got this, Fee yelled back. And we got this, Knox, Wraith said, throwing a bar towel over his shoulder and stepping behind the bar. You're all getting beers or shots because I don't know how the fuck to pour anything else. A raucous cheer rose up from the customers. The kitchen doors swung open and Milford the cook walked out with 2 baskets of brisket nachos in one hand and an ice pack wrapped in a towel in the other. He tossed me the ice, then let out an ear-splitting whistle. Sloan jumped up and grabbed the baskets. Yo, who got the brisket nachos? Hands went up all over the bar. If I find any of you are lying, I'll personally ruin your life for an entire year. Sloan was no mild-mannered librarian. She had a legendary temper that, when roused, was a Category 5 shitstorm. All but 2 hands wisely went down. That's better, she said. We got this, boss. See to your lady, Milford insisted. Did Lucian, Mr. Rollins is taking out the trash, he said with a grin before ducking back into the kitchen. I wanted to, but I was afraid her posse wouldn't let me near her. I could punch an asshole out without a second thought, but I was smart enough to be a little terrified of the honky-tonk women. Naomi, I said, pounding a fist on the bathroom door, if you don't get your ass out here, I'm either coming in there or I'm gonna go knock more sense into that son of a bitch. The door opened and Naomi, with smudged eye makeup, glared at me. You will do no such thing. Relief coursed through me, and I leaned into her. I'm going to touch you now because I need to. And I'm warning you in advance because if I touch you and you flinch, I'm going to go out in the parking lot and start kicking ass until he's too broken to ever touch another woman again. Her eyes widened, but she nodded. I tried to be gentle as I took her by the hand. We good? I asked. She nodded again. It was good enough for me. I pulled her past the restrooms and Fee's office into the next hallway that led to my office. I can't believe this happened, she groaned. I'm so embarrassed. She hadn't been embarrassed. She'd been fucking terrified. The look in her eyes when I stepped into the hall was one I'd never forget as long as I lived. The nerve of him showing up here, saying he wants me back because he misses how I cleaned up after him. I squeezed her hand. Pay attention, Daisy. To what? The way you turned his face into ground beef? Do you think you broke his nose? I knew I had. That was the point. Pay attention to this, I said, pointing at the keypad next to the door. 0522. She stared at the keypad, then back at me. Why are you giving me the code? If that guy or anyone else you don't want to see shows up, you come back here and you plug in 0522. I'm trying to have a nervous breakdown and you want me to memorize numbers. Enter the code, Naomi. She did as she was told while muttering about what pains in the ass all men were. She wasn't wrong. Good girl. See the green light? She nodded. Open the door. Knox, I should get back out there. People are going to be talking. I've got 6 tables, she said, her hand hovering over the handle. You should open the damn door and take a breath. Those gorgeous fucking hazel eyes of hers widened, and I felt the world slow to a stop. When she did that, when she looked at me with hope, trust, and just a little bit of lust, it did things to me. Things I didn't want to dissect because it felt good, and I didn't want to waste time wondering how it was going to go bad. Okay, she said finally, pushing the door open. I hustled her across the threshold and closed the door behind us. Wow, the Fortress of Solitude, she said with reverence. It's my office, I said dryly. It's your safe space, your lair. No one but Waylon is allowed in here, and you just gave me the code. Don't make me regret it, I said, moving in to back her against the door, fighting against the need to grab her and hold her tight. I'll try not to, she promised on a breathy sigh. What happened out there was a shit show, I began, putting my hands on either side of her head. She winced. I know. I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was coming. I haven't talked to him since the rehearsal dinner. I tried to get him away from the crowd and handle it privately, but baby, a man ever gets you in that position again, I want you to knee him in the balls as hard as you can, and when he doubles over, you knee him in the fucking face. Then you run like hell. I don't give a shit about causing scenes. I give a shit that I walked into my bar and found a man with his hands on my girl. Her lower lip trembled, and I wanted to hunt down Warner, whatever the fuck his name was, and put his head through a plate glass window. I'm sorry, she whispered. Baby, I don't want you to be sorry. I don't want you to be scared. I want you to be as pissed off as I am that some asshole thought he could put his hands on you. I want you to know your worth, so no one in their right mind ever thinks they can treat you like that. You get me? She nodded tentatively. Good. Think it's time you tell me the whole story, Days. We don't really need to talk. You're not getting out of this room until you tell me everything, and I mean every fucking thing. But we're not really together. I pinched her lips closed. Naomi. It doesn't matter what the fucking label says. I care about you, and if you don't start talking, I can't do what I need to do to make sure it never happens again. She was still for a long beat. If I tell you, will you let me go back to work? She asked through my fingers. Yes, I'll let you go back to work. If I tell you, will you promise not to hunt Warner down? I was not going to like this one bit, and I knew it. Yes, I lied. Fine. I took my hand away, and she ducked under my arm to stand in the middle of the room between my desk and the couch. It's my fault, she began. Bullshit. She whirled around and fixed me with a look. I'm not telling you anything if you're going to interject like one of those old man Muppets in the balcony. We'll both just die of starvation in here, and eventually someone will smell our decaying bodies and break down the door. I leaned against the front of my desk and stretched my legs out. Fine. Continue with your asinine assessment. Excellent alliteration, she said. Talk days. She blew out a breath. Fine, okay. We were together for a while. History, you've got it. You moved on, and he hasn't. She nodded. We'd been together long enough that I had my eye on the next step. She glanced at me. I don't know if you know this about me, but I really like checking things off my list. No shit. Anyway, on paper, we were compatible. It made sense. We made sense. And it wasn't like he was making plans for next year's vacations, but he wasn't moving as quickly as I thought he should. You told him to shit or get off the pot, I guessed. Much more eloquently, of course. I told him I saw a future for us. I was working for his family's company. We'd been dating for 3 years. It just made sense. I told him if he didn't want to be with me, he needed to cut me loose. When he slid a jeweler's box over the table at his favorite Italian place a few weeks later, part of me was so relieved. The other part? I think I knew it was a mistake right there. I shook my head and crossed my arms. Baby, you knew it was a mistake long before then. Well, you know what they say about hindsight. It makes you feel like an idiot. Her lips quirked. Something like that. You don't really want to hear all this. Finish it, I growled. I spilled my guts to you the night Nash was shot. This'll even us out. She sighed, and I knew I'd won. So we started planning the wedding. And by we, I mean his mother and me, because he was busy with work and didn't want to deal with the details. Things were happening with the company. He was under a lot of stress. He started drinking more, snapping at me for little things. I tried to be better, do more, expect less. My hands itched to close around that fuckface's throat. About a month before the wedding, we were out to dinner with another couple, and he had too much to drink. I was driving us home, and he accused me of flirting with the other guy. I laughed. It was so absurd. He didn't think it was funny. She paused and winced. Say it, I said gruffly. He grabbed me by the hair and yanked my head back. I was so surprised I swerved and almost hit a parked car. It took everything I had not to jump up from the desk and run into the parking lot to kick this fucking guy's ass. He said he didn't mean it, she continued, as if her words hadn't just set off a ticking time bomb inside me. He apologized profusely. He sent me flowers every day for a week. It was the stress, he'd said. He was trying for a promotion to set us up for our future. I was choking on suppressed rage and wasn't sure how long I could pretend to be calm. We were so close to the wedding day, and he really did seem like he was sorry. I was stupid enough, eager enough to move on to the next step that I'd believed him. Things were fine, better than fine, until the night of the rehearsal. My fingers dug into my biceps. She was pacing now in front of me. He showed up to the rehearsal smelling like a distillery, and he had several more drinks during dinner. I overheard his mother making snide comments about how she wished she could have invited more people, but that she couldn't because my parents couldn't afford it. Fuckface's mom sounded like she needed her own kind of ass-kicking. I was so mad I confronted him when we left the restaurant. She shuddered, and I was afraid I was going to grind my feelings into dust. Thank God we were alone in the parking lot. My parents had already gone home. Steph and the rest of the wedding party were still inside. He was so angry, just like a switch had flipped. I never saw it coming. She closed her eyes, and I knew she was reliving the moment all over again. He slapped me right across the face, hard. Not hard enough to knock me down, but just enough to humiliate me. I just stood there in shock, holding my cheek. I couldn't believe he'd do something like that. I doubted that Naomi was aware she'd lifted a hand to her cheek, as if she could still feel the hit. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I turned for the door and was ready to rip the knob off when I felt her hands on my back. Knox, where are you going? I flipped the lock and wrenched the door open. To dig a shallow grave so I have a place to put 'em after I get tired of throwing punches. Her fingernails dug into my skin under my shirt, giving me something else to feel besides fury. "Don't leave me alone," she said, then pressed herself against my back. Fuck. He started pacing and yelling. It was my fault, he told me. He wasn't ready to get married. He had goals he wanted to accomplish before focusing on his personal life. It was my fault for pushing him. All he was trying to do was give me everything I wanted, and there I was complaining to him the night before the wedding he didn't want to have. That's fucking bullshit, Naomi, and you know it. "Yeah," she squeaked, resting her forehead between my shoulder blades. I felt something damp leak through the shirt. Damn it. I turned and took her in my arms, holding her face against my chest. Her breath hitched. "Baby, you're killing me." "I'm so embarrassed," she whispered. "It was a slap. He didn't put me in the hospital. Didn't threaten my life." Doesn't make it anywhere near right. A man doesn't put hands on a woman like that. Ever. But I wasn't exactly innocent. I tried to force a man to marry me. I almost said "I do" even after he hit me. How pathetic is that? I was in that church basement in my dress, worrying about what other people would think if I didn't go through with it. Worried about letting them down. I thumbed away the tears that tracked down her cheeks. Each one felt like a knife to my heart. I still don't know if I would have made the right choice if Tina hadn't called me and said she was in trouble. That's when I knew I wasn't going to go through with it. After everything Tina had done, at least she'd provided the excuse Naomi needed when she needed it. Daisy, you gave him a choice. It doesn't matter how shitty the options are. It's still his choice to make. He could spend the rest of his life with you or without you. He didn't give you a choice when he hurt you. But I should have listened to what he was trying to tell me. He didn't want to commit, and I forced him to. He had a choice, I repeated. Look, a man doesn't go all in with a woman. It's for a reason. Maybe he's looking for something better. Maybe he's just comfortable with his place in your world and doesn't want to make a place for you in his. Either way, he makes no forward progress unless he's forced into it. After that, even if he pops the question, even if he shows up at the altar, he'll hold on to the fact that it wasn't his idea. He washes his hands of responsibility for the entire relationship. But the bottom fucking line is, he had a choice every step of the way. You didn't force him into anything. She looked down. He never thought I was good enough for him. Baby, truth is, on his best day, he was never going to be good enough for you, and he fucking knew it. So he'd manipulated her, and he'd tried to prove he was better by showing he was stronger, more powerful, by using force. And it only would have gotten worse. Damn it, Knox. You cannot be sweet to me right now. Do not cry. Do not shed one more tear over some asshole who never deserved you in the first place. Or I'm going to go break both his arms and legs. She cast her eyes down, then looked back up at me. Thank you. For what? For being here? For taking care of me and cleaning up my mess? It really means a lot. I thumbed away another stray tear. What did I say about crying? That one was for you, not him. Instead of hunting Warner down and kicking him in the gut until my boot wore through, I did something more important. I lowered my mouth to take hers. She instantly went soft and pliable against me, surrendering. I spun us around so she had her back to the door. Knox, she whispered. Then I pressed my knee between her thighs and pinned her against the door with my hips as I plundered her mouth. She melted against me, eager and needy. I was instantly hard. The sexy little moan she made in the back of her throat when I ground my erection against her made me lose my fucking mind. I licked and kissed and tasted her until the air around us was electrified, until the pulse in my blood matched the beat of her heart. I pumped my cock against her once, twice, 3 times, before shoving my hand between our bodies and under that skirt that I loved to hate. When I found the silk edge of her underwear, I growled. I knew just by the touch it was one of the pairs I'd bought her, and I loved knowing she wore something I gave her close to her skin in a place I'd be the only one to see. He doesn't deserve 1 second of your energy. Never did, I said, yanking the underwear to the side with more haste than finesse. What are you doing? She asked, her eyes glazed with desire. Reminding you what you deserve. I thrust 2 fingers into her wet heat and swallowed her cry with my mouth. She was already rippling around me, begging to come. Do you want me to stop? My voice was harsher than I intended, but I couldn't be soft, gentle, when she was making me harder than concrete. If you stop, I'll murder you, she groaned. That's my girl, I said, nipping at the sensitive skin of her neck. I fucked her with my fingers, starting slow and building speed. I held her gaze with an obsessive desire to watch the orgasm I gave her ruin her. But I needed something more. I needed to taste her. She whimpered when I dropped to my knees. The whimper became a low moan when I pressed my mouth between her legs. Ride my hand, Naomi. Ride it while I make you come. Remember who you are, what you deserve. It was the last order I gave because my tongue was busy teasing circles over her sensitive clit. She tasted like heaven as she bucked against my face. My dick throbbed behind my zipper with a need so intense I didn't recognize it. Mine. I wanted to claim her, to make her mine so assholes knew they didn't have a chance. Knox, she whimpered, and I felt the clutch and pull of her around my fingers. It was fucking beautiful. That's right, baby, I murmured. Feel me in you. I sucked gently while working the swollen bud with my tongue. She let out a wrenching moan, and I felt her come apart around my fingers. She was a miracle, a work of art, and no one deserved her. Not Warner, not even me. But not deserving something wasn't going to stop me from taking. The waves broke, the clenching became a languid flutter, and still my cock ached. I wanted to thrust into her and feel the echoes of her orgasm on my shaft. Then she was pulling me to my feet, and her fingers were at my belt. My palms went to the door as she reverently released my erection, and she sank to her knees. You don't have to do this, Naomi. My whisper was harsh with need. I want to. Her lips were parted. I felt her hot breath on my thigh, and my cock jerked. She made an approving noise, and before I could say or do anything, those perfect pink lips were parting, and my tip disappeared between them. It was like a lightning strike. My last coherent thought was that the only thing that saved Warner fuckface from the beating of his life was Naomi's perfect mouth on my cock. 36. The Break-In. Knox. Nash yawned and scraped a hand over his face. He was sitting at his dining table in sweatpants. His usually clean-shaven mug had the beginnings of a beard. Look, I told you, I don't remember jack shit from the shooting. I don't even remember pulling the car over. It was after 2 a.m., and Lucian had insisted we put our heads together on the situations. I flipped my phone over to see if Naomi had texted me yet. She was supposed to text as soon as she got home. After the night she'd had, I felt unsettled letting her drive home by herself. But Lucian was insistent that we needed to talk to Nash. Is that normal? Not remembering? I asked. Nash shrugged with his good shoulder. How the fuck should I know? This is the first time I got shot. He was being flippant, but there were shadows under his eyes that had nothing to do with the time of night. Lucian, on the other hand, looked as if he was just hitting his stride. He was in what was left of another expensive suit. His tie and jacket hung over the back of Nash's couch. Even as a kid, he'd slept short and light. Every sleepover we'd ever had, he'd been the last to fall asleep and the first to wake. We never talked about what demons kept him up at night. We didn't have to. We need the dash cam footage, Lucian said. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, a glass of bourbon in his hand. My brother was already shaking his head. Fuck you, Luce. You know I can't do that. It's evidence in an ongoing investigation. I know law and order don't mean much to you two. We've got the same goal. Finding out who the fuck decided to put 2 bullets in you and leave you for dead, I interjected. If I were you, I wouldn't be pissed off about the extra eyes and ears. I flipped my phone over again. No messages. What's your problem? Nash asked, nodding at my phone. Liza J kicking your ass in words with friends again? Naomi isn't home yet. It's a 5-minute drive, Nash pointed out. Lucian looked at me. You didn't tell him? Tell me what? Naomi's ex showed up at Honky Tonk tonight. Put his hands on her, scared her. Jesus, where did you put the body? Lucian smiled slyly. You don't want to know. Nash pinched the bridge of his nose. I really don't want this paperwork. Relax, I said. He's not dead. But if he ever shows his goddamn face in this town again, I make no promises. Knox gave him the first shot in front of witnesses, Lucian explained. What else did he do in front of witnesses? Break his fucking neck? Just the idiot's nose. I escorted him out into the parking lot and helped him understand if he ever came within 100 miles of Naomi again, my lawyer was going to make it his personal mission to bankrupt him, his family, and his family's business. Luce also smashed his face against the kitchen door, I added cheerfully, wanting to give credit where credit was due. My brother picked up the untouched bourbon Lucian had put in front of him and downed it. God damn it. I hate being left out of shit. He didn't miss much, I told him. What the hell are you doing here? Nash demanded, looking at me. I'm staring at you two pains in my ass. What the hell are you doing here staring at us when you should be home with her? She's probably messed up over the whole thing, scared, embarrassed, worried about how it's going to look in a guardianship hearing. This, on top of the Tina shit, is the last thing she needs. I didn't like how well my brother knew Naomi. She's fine. We talked it out. I'm heading to her place as soon as you get your head out of your ass and hand over the dash cam footage. What Tina shit? Lucian asked. Nash was filling him in on the details of Tina's break-ins when my phone rang. I all but vaulted out of my seat to answer it. About damn time, Daisy. Knox? The way she said my name had my hackles rising. What's wrong? I said, already grabbing my car keys. Nash and Lucian were on their feet, too. Someone was here. Someone broke in. It's a mess. It's going to take me forever to clean this up. Get out of the house, I snarled. Lucian was shrugging into his jacket, and Nash was doing his best to pull a shirt on over his sweats. I tossed him his sneakers. They're not here. I checked, Naomi said in my ear. We're gonna have words about that, I assured her grimly. Now get back in your fucking car, lock the fucking doors, and drive to Liza's. Do not get out of your fucking car until your dad comes out to get you. Knox, it's the middle of the night. I don't give a shit if it's the middle of his colonoscopy. Get in the car now. I'm hanging up and I want you to call Nash. Stay on the line with him while I call your dad. Knox, don't argue with me, Naomi. Get in the damn car. I heard her grumbling under her breath, and then the telltale signs of an ignition starting. Good girl. Call Nash. I hung up before she could say anything else and scrolled through my contacts to Lou's number. Cottage? Nash asked. His phone lit up. Naomi's name was on it. Yeah. I'll drive Nash, Lucian said, snatching the keys off the hook by the door. You can't drive a department vehicle, Luce, Nash argued. Watch me. Yeah, Lou, I said when Naomi's dad answered. We got a problem. We came in hot, looking like a high-speed car chase with me in the lead, followed by Lucian and Nash, lights blazing in a knock-em-out PD SUV. My hands tightened on the wheel when I saw everyone, dogs included, out on Liza's porch. What part of stay the fuck inside didn't they understand? I slammed on my brakes in front of Naomi's cottage. Lucian slid in next to me. I turned to him. Do me a favor and get everyone inside so they're not standing around waiting for someone to start picking them off. Wordlessly, Lucian nodded and melted into the night. Backup's on the way, Nash said as we jogged up the porch steps. The screen door was hanging by one hinge, the door beyond it wide open. Naomi said no one's inside. And she knows that how? Nash said, sounding almost as pissed as I felt. Because before she called me, she walked through the house holding a bread knife. And you're gonna have words with her about that, right? What do you think? I think you're gonna have words. I had to admit, it was kind of nice to have my brother back. Fuck, I said when we entered. Mess was an understatement. Couch cushions were thrown on the floor. The desk drawers had all been pulled out, their contents dumped. The coat closet was open, its inventory scattered throughout the living room. The kitchen cabinets and drawers had all been gutted. The refrigerator door hung open with half of the food dumped on the linoleum. Someone was pissed off and in a hurry, Nash observed. I started up the steps, trying to keep a lid on my rage. Twice in one night she'd been violated, and I'd been a step behind each time. I felt helpless, useless. What good was I if I couldn't keep her safe? I heard my brother on the stairs behind me, his ascent slower than my own. Spotting Waylay's pink comforter in the hallway, I headed into her room. It had fared worse than the first floor. Her new clothes had been ripped from the closet and dresser. The bedding was torn off, the mattress flipped and leaning against the wall. The picture frames that had hung on the walls most of my life were on the floor, some of them broken. The ex or the sister? Nash wondered out loud. Naomi's bedroom had been hastily tossed. The bed stripped, the closet open and emptied. The same with the dresser. There was a mess of cosmetics on top of the dresser that I doubted Naomi had made. Bitch was scrawled across the mirror in lipstick. I was seeing red that had nothing to do with the shade of lipstick. Keep your cool, Nash advised. You snapping and going off the rails on a temper tantrum isn't going to help. We poked into every nook and cranny upstairs, making sure the place was empty. By the time we hit the first floor again, Nash was pale and sweaty, and 2 more cruisers had pulled in. The surrounding woods were painted blue and red from the emergency lights. I went out on the front porch to force fresh air into my lungs so I could choke down the rising anger. I spotted her, standing in the dirt lane, still dressed in her work uniform with one of my grandfather's old flannel shirts, layered on top. Waylon was leaning against her shins, as protective as a basset hound got. I wasn't even conscious of jogging down the porch steps. I just knew I was being pulled to her. Are you okay? She asked, looking worried. I shook my head and wrapped my arms around her. She was asking me if I was okay. I'm fine, I lied.
37. Shave and a haircut. Naomi. Where are we going? I asked Knox as we left Knockemout in the rearview mirror. Are we going shopping? Waylay asked hopefully from the back seat. She'd taken the news that we were temporarily moving into Liza J's well. Of course, I'd flat out lied to her, telling her there was a bug problem at the cottage and that we'd be staying with everyone at Liza's for a few days. Waylay was thrilled for the extended sleepover. My parents, on the other hand, were struggling. Not with having us all under one roof, that part had them in near ecstasy. But Knox had insisted I spill the truth, the whole truth, beginning with why I'd run out on Warner. While my mother wrote a strongly worded message to Warner's mother on Facebook at 4 a.m., Knox had to physically restrain my father from leaving to go after Warner. Dad calmed down considerably after Lucian assured him that Knox had not only mopped the floor with Warner, he'd also broken the man's nose. The truth hurt, as I'd expected it to, which was why I hadn't shared it in the first place. But my parents had stood up under its weight. Over Mom's anxiety pancakes, we'd talked until nearly 5 a.m. before I'd fallen into bed with Knox in his childhood bedroom. I was certain I'd never be able to sleep, but with his heavy arm anchoring me to his side, I'd fallen into a dreamless oblivion and stayed there until 10. When I woke up, I was alone because Knox had driven into town to pick up Waylay from her sleepover. I'd taken my gigantic vat of coffee on the front porch and waited for them, thinking about how the man just kept blurring the lines of our agreement. And when they returned, when Knox put his hand on top of Waylay's blonde head, ruffled her hair, and gave her an affectionate shove, I realized just how blurry those lines in my heart were getting. I was in trouble. And it had nothing to do with a break-in or a criminal sister or an ex-fiancé. I was falling for the man I'd sworn I wouldn't. But Knox made it impossible not to. He made it inevitable. Unfortunately, at that moment, the caseworker had shown up ready to do the home study that I'd completely forgotten about. I was not imagining the look of surprise on Mrs. Suarez's face when I tried to herd Waylay into Liza's house while issuing a vague excuse as to why we were unprepared for her visit. Thankfully, Knox had stepped in once again, ordering Waylay into the kitchen to get us coffees for the road. When she was out of earshot, he was the one who explained the situation to Mrs. Suarez. I did not have a good feeling about what this meant for the custody hearing.
"We're not going shopping,"
Knox told Waylay as he took the on-ramp for the highway. "What's all this stuff in the back for?" Waylay asked. Between freaking out over what our caseworker thought of me allowing multiple break-ins to happen, I was curious too. Before he'd closed the cover over the truck bed, we'd spotted more than a dozen shopping bags.
"Supplies,"
he said mysteriously. His phone rang and I saw Jeremiah's name on the screen.
"Yeah,"
Knox said by way of a greeting. The man was not one for small talk.
"We'll be there in about 45,
he said into the phone.
"Yeah, see you there."
There turned out to be Hannah's place, a homeless shelter on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. It was a newer brick building on a large fenced lot. Knox pulled the truck through the gate and swung it around toward the entrance, where I saw Jeremiah standing under an awning.
"The second string has arrived,"
Jeremiah said with a grin as we piled out.
"Great do, Way."
Waylay proudly patted a hand to the little French braid she'd worked around her head like a crown. "Thanks." The woman beside Jeremiah was short, stocky, and very, very brave because she charged right on up to Knox and wrapped him in a hard hug. "There's my second favorite barber," she said. Knox hugged her back.
"How did I lose the top spot this time?"
She leaned back and grinned wickedly. "Jer brought me 200 rolls of toilet paper."
"We'll see how you feel about me after you see what I brought,"
he said. "I see you brought me 2 new volunteers," she said.
"Shirley, meet Naomi and Waylay,"
Knox said.
"Shirley left a 7-figure corporate gig to run this shelter."
"Who needs boardrooms and corner offices when you can spend your days doing good?" Shirley said, shaking my hand and then Waylay's. It's so nice to meet you, I said. Likewise, especially if you've got 2 working hands and don't mind stocking shelves and packing boxes. Ready and able, I said, elbowing Waylay, who was looking a little morose.
Put 'em where you want 'em,
Knox said.
I'll set up shop and we can get started.
Waylay and I followed Shirley as she led the way inside. I'd rather be shopping, Waylay whispered to me. Maybe we can find a mall afterwards, I said, giving her shoulders a squeeze. One thing was for sure. Knox Morgan was full of surprises. I guess it's kind of cool they do this, Waylay said as we watched Knox and Jeremiah run their makeshift outdoor salon through the tall windows. While we had spent 2 hours sorting food and clothing donations with other volunteers, Knox and Jeremiah had entertained an endless stream of shelter residents in their chairs under the awning on the sidewalk. It was a beautiful day edging toward fall, and the mood was festive. The staff, volunteers, and residents had formed a kind of large, unruly family, making something as bleak as homelessness feel like a challenge to be conquered, not a stigma to be reinforced. Together, Knox and Jeremiah transformed ignored, unruly, disheveled hair into sleek, stylish looks, and in doing so, I realized they were also changing the way each client saw themselves. Currently, Jeremiah was working a hand razor over a little boy's dark hair, keeping him in an almost constant state of giggles. The man in Knox's chair had sat down with a long, scraggly beard and wispy gray hair. His tanned face was deeply lined, his thin shoulders stooped. He wore clean sweatpants and a long-sleeve t-shirt, both a few sizes too big. His eyes were closed in what looked like a moment of unguarded bliss as Knox draped a hot towel over his face and readied his shaving supplies. Yeah, kind of cool, I agreed, stroking a hand over Waylay's hair. Those 2 have been doing this once a month for years, Shirley said, appearing next to me. Our residents get a kick out of having $200 haircuts, and it shortchanges the way other people see them. We consider ourselves pretty dang lucky to have caught Knox Morgan's attention with our work here. I wondered if he had his name on this building, too. And if he did it bother him less than the police station? I watched him remove the towel with a flourish, making the man in his chair grin.
Grabbed you a coffee.
A huge to-go cup materialized before my eyes as I straightened from the table where I was folding t-shirts. Knox stood there, holding a second, smaller cup with the kind of look in his eyes that made my heart somersault in my chest. The man had played hero to 24 people today, not counting me, and then he'd run out to grab me a cauldron of coffee. It hit me like a warm, glowing wave that swept my feet out from under me. Thanks, I said, going misty-eyed.
The fuck, Days?
Of course, he noticed I was about to cry over caffeine, because he noticed everything.
Baby, what's wrong? Someone say something to you?
He was glaring through the window as if looking for someone to blame. No, I assured him. This is amazing, Knox. You know that, right?
It's a haircut, Naomi,
he said dryly. I shook my head. As a woman, I inherently understood that a haircut was rarely just a haircut. No, it's more than that. You're changing the way the world sees each one of these people, and you're changing the way they feel about themselves.
Shut up,
he said gruffly, but the corner of his mouth lifted, and then he was plucking the coffee out of my hands, putting it on the table next to the stack of shirts, and pulling me into his chest. You shut up, I said, planting my hands on his shoulders.
Where's Way?
He asked, those blue eyes searching for her. Damn it. That stupid golden glow was back and threatening to burst out of my chest. The man had spent the day giving homeless men and women haircuts. Then he'd brought me coffee and was now on alert, making sure Waylay was safe. He was as protective of her as he was me. I was a goner. "She's over there with Shirley," I said, pointing in the direction of the playground where Waylay was pushing a little girl on the swings while Shirley led some kind of game. Waylay spotted us watching her and waved. I waved back, that glow in my chest refusing to budge now. I needed to get out of here, away from those strong arms, so I could remind myself why we wouldn't work, why we weren't really together. Because Knox didn't want to be. Because when it came down to it, no one ever really chose me. That mean little voice did the trick, popping my pretty little balloon of hope like a dart. Knox tensed against me, his hold tightening. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Got yourself a girl, Knox?" a thin, reedy voice asked. I turned in his arms to see the man who'd been in Knox's chair earlier. Now, rather than looking like a lost soul, he looked years younger. A silver fox with his hair cut short and swept back from his face. His beard lay neat and gray along his strong jawline. Knox's arms tightened around me, holding my back to his front. "Two, actually," I said with a smile, pointing over to where Waylay was giggling at something a boy her age said. "Pretty," the man said. "Just like her mama." Technically, I could have corrected him, but since Waylay's mom was my identical twin, I decided to just pocket it as the compliment it was intended. "Thank you," I said. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" the man asked Knox as he scratched at his forearm. There was a subtle unsteadiness to his movements. There were a few beats of awkward silence, which I was compelled to interrupt. "I'm Naomi," I said, holding a hand out to the man. "Naomi," he repeated. This is Duke," Knox interrupted. Duke nodded, looking down at his feet for a second. "It's nice to meet you, Duke," I said, my hand still extended. "Then the pleasure is mine," he said finally. He accepted my hand, his palm rough and warm against mine. He had striking eyes the color of sterling silver. "Take good care of him, Knox," he said finally. Knox grunted in response and pulled me back a step, my hand sliding out of Duke's. The man shuffled off in the direction of the big commercial kitchen. "We're leaving," Knox announced. "Go get Way." Something had crawled up Knox's ass. Good. It would keep me from falling head over heels for the man. Wordlessly, I picked up the coffee he'd brought me and headed outside to collect Waylay. I coaxed her off the playground, telling her that it was time to go home. As we were saying our goodbyes, I spotted Knox by the truck with Duke. He was handing over a backpack that looked as though it was stuffed full. They were having some kind of discussion that looked intense. Duke kept nodding while looking at his feet and scratching absently at his arms. He didn't look up until Knox held out a white envelope and said something. "Who's Knox talking to?" Waylay asked. "A man named Duke. He cut his hair earlier." "Is he okay?" I didn't know if she meant Knox or Duke. "I don't know, honey."
38. Fine. I'd fucked up in so many ways already I couldn't stop myself from making it worse, even knowing what I had to do next. "Knox," Naomi moaned, her voice muffled by a pillow. This time she wasn't screaming in frustration. She was doing her best to stay quiet while I fucked her in my grandmother's house, in the bedroom I'd grown up in. She was on her hands and knees in front of me. I thought it would be easier if I couldn't see those eyes, if I didn't get to watch the way they went glassy under heavy lids when I made her come one last time. I was fucking wrong. I tightened my grip on the back of her neck and hit the brakes on my thrusts. It cost me. But holding there, sheathed to the hilt inside her, was worth it. She shuddered against me, around me, when I pressed an open-mouthed kiss to her shoulder blade. My tongue darted out to taste her skin. I wanted to breathe her in, to commit every second of this feeling to my memory. I was in too deep. I was drowning. She'd pulled me in over my head, and I was the dumb bastard who'd gone willingly. Forgetting everything I'd learned, every promise I'd ever made, every reason why I couldn't do this. The possibility that it was already too late loomed large. "Knox," her sob was broken, and I felt her walls flutter around my throbbing dick. My blood pulsed in response. I stroked my hand down her back, worshipping the silky warmth under my palm. Naomi pulled her head out of the pillow and looked over her shoulder at me. Her hair was a mess, her lips swollen, lids heavy. She was seconds from coming, from giving me that miracle. My balls tightened and I dug my teeth into my lip. I needed this. I needed to give her this, one last time. I dragged her up so we were both on our knees, her back flush to my front. She lifted her arms overhead, reaching back to grip my neck, my shoulder. "Please, Knox, please," she begged. I didn't need any further encouragement. I gripped her breast with one hand and sent the other sliding lower, between her legs where we were still joined. One testing thrust, and her head fell back against my shoulder. I pulled out almost all the way before driving back in. She was coming. Her muscles undulated around me, gripping my cock as I worked her clit, mindlessly driving her over the edge. And then I was following her, diving off the cliff behind her, letting her orgasm milk mine. I came hard, deep. Giving up that first hot spurt to her felt so fucking right. She bowed back, accepting what I had to give her, relishing it even. I fucking loved it. I fucking loved her. It wasn't until I was empty, still moving in her, still chasing that high, that I remembered how fucking wrong it was. How fucked up I was doing this to her when I knew what came next. But I just couldn't stop myself. Just like I couldn't stop myself from pushing us both to the mattress, my arms wrapped tight around her chest, holding her to me. I was still inside her as I plotted how I was going to end it all. An hour later, Naomi was sound asleep as I slipped out of bed. I wanted a drink. A double of something strong enough to make me forget, to make me stop caring. And because I craved the numbness, I ignored it and filled a glass of water instead. "Someone's dehydrated." I was rattled enough to let my own grandmother startle me. "Jesus, Liza J., what are you sneaking around for?" She flipped on the light switch, studying me behind her bifocals. "Been a long time since you snuck a girl into your bed here," she observed. She was wearing plaid pajama shorts and a matching short-sleeved top. She looked like a lumberjack on summer vacation. "I never snuck a girl into my bed under your roof," I lied. "Bullshit. So Callie Edwards just happened to be checking the porch roof at 1 o'clock in the morning, summer of your senior year." I'd forgotten about Callie, and all the other ones. It was like my brain only had room for one woman now, and that was the problem. "Don't mind seeing you with them," she said, bumping me out of the way so she could get her own glass of water. "Seeing me with who?" Liza shot me a cut-the-bullshit look. "Naomi. Waylay, too. You seem happy." I wasn't. I was anything but happy. I was one step away from a downward spiral I'd never recover from. A spiral that would destroy everything I'd built. "It's nothing serious," I said, feeling defensive. "I saw the look on your face when you came here last night, when you saw how close trouble got to your girl." "She's not my girl," I insisted, deliberately ignoring her point. "She's not yours. She's bound to end up as someone else's. Pretty girl like that, thoughtful, sweet, funny. Sooner or later, someone with an IQ higher than yours will be along." "Good. She'd find someone else," She deserved someone else. Someone far from here where I wouldn't have to run into her in the produce aisle or see her across the bar or down the street. Naomi Witt would just fade away into a ghost of a memory. Except I knew it wasn't true. She wouldn't fade away. The hook was set. I'd taken the bait. There wouldn't be a day in the rest of my life that I didn't think about her, that I wouldn't say her name in my head a dozen times just to remind myself that I had her once. I chugged the water, trying to fight off the tightness in my throat. "Your brother looks at her like she's a home-cooked Sunday dinner," Liza observed shrewdly. Maybe he'd be smart enough to know how lucky he was. Some of the water missed my throat and hit my lungs. I choked, then coughed. As I gasped for air, it played out in my head. Naomi and Waylay sitting across the Thanksgiving table, Nash's hand on the back of her neck, smiling at her, knowing what was in store once everyone else went home for the night. I could see her moving over him in the dark, those sweet lips parting, hair tumbling over her eyes as she breathed out the name, Nash. Someone else would get to hear their name from her mouth. Someone else would get to feel like the luckiest man alive. Someone else would bring her mid-afternoon coffees and watch those hazel eyes light up. Someone else would take her and Waylay back to school shopping. And that someone very well could be my own brother. "You okay?" Liza asked, dragging me out of my vision. "I'm fine." Another lie. "You know what they say about fine? Fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional," Liza muttered. "Turn the lights off when you're done. Electricity don't grow on trees." I turned the lights out and stood there in the dark kitchen, hating myself. I had shards of glass in the lining of my gut. That's how it felt to hold the door to Dino's open for Naomi. She was wearing another dress, but instead of the long, flowing silhouette of her summer sundresses, this one was fitted with long sleeves. I knew from getting dressed next to her this morning that she was also wearing one of the pairs of underwear I'd bought her. The fact that it was the last time that I'd have the right to watch her get dressed had nearly brought me to my knees that morning. So had breakfast with her entire fucking family. One big happy family gathered around the table. Even desk duty Nash had joined the fun. Hell, Steph had FaceTimed in from Paris just to judge the bacon Naomi made. Amanda was thrilled to have everyone under the same roof and had whipped up a fancy-ass breakfast. Lou, who'd spent most of their time in town hating my guts, now acted like I was a Steph-level addition to the family. He'd change his tune soon enough, I guessed. This one big happy family deal wasn't real, and the sooner everyone stopped pretending it was, the better. I'd walked Waylay to the bus stop while Naomi got ready for work. I didn't feel comfortable letting either of them out of my sight while there was the possibility that whoever had broken in was still in town, still looking to do more damage, which made what I was about to do even more of a problem. When Naomi started for a table near the window, I steered her to a booth in the back. Public, but not too public. "So I made a list for Nash," she said, pulling a piece of paper out of her purse and smoothing it out on the table, blissfully unaware of what I was about to do. My brother's name caught me off guard. "A list of what?" I demanded. "Of the dates that I think Tina could have broken into the cottage, and of any suspicious people I could remember. There's not much there, and I don't know how it's going to help. But he said it would help if I could at least narrow down the timing of the earlier break-in," she said, picking up a menu. "I'll pass it on to him," I said, wishing for a stiff drink. "Is everything okay?" she asked, cocking her head to study me. "You look tired." "Days, we gotta talk." The words were choking me. My skin felt too tight. Everything felt wrong. "Since when do you feel like stringing words together?" she teased. She trusted me. The thought made me feel like dog shit. Here she was, thinking her boyfriend was treating her to lunch in the middle of the day. But I'd warned her, hadn't I? I'd told her not to let herself get too close to me. Things have gotten complicated, I said.
Look, I know you're worried about the break-in, Naomi said. But I think when the new security system goes in, it will be a load off our minds. Warner is back home, so if it was him throwing some destructive temper tantrum, he's too far away to do it again. And if it was Tina, the odds are she either found out what she was looking for or realized I don't have it. You don't need to worry about me and Wei.
I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just needed to get the words out. She reached across the table and squeezed my wrist.
By the way, I just want you to know how grateful I am that you're here. And you're helping. It makes me feel like I'm not alone. Like maybe for the first time ever, I don't have to be completely responsible for every single thing. Thank you for that, Knox.
I closed my eyes and tried not to throw up. Look, like I said, I had to grit my teeth to get through it. Things are complicated. And part of that's on me. She looked up and frowned.
Are you okay? You look tired.
I was fucking exhausted and full of self-loathing. I'm fine, I insisted. But I think it's time to move on. Got yourself a girl? The words echoed in my mind. Her hand stilled on my arm.
Move on?
I've had a good time. I hope you have too. But we need to stop this thing before one of us gets too attached. She stared at me, those hazel eyes stunned and unblinking. Fuck.
You mean me?
She said, her voice barely above a whisper. I mean, what we're doing is scaring the shit out of me. This thing between us has run its course, because I can't trust myself with you, I thought.
You brought me here to a public place to break up with me? Unbelievable.
Her hand was gone now, and I knew I'd never feel it again. I didn't know what had the power to break me faster, knowing that or knowing what would happen if I didn't end this now. Look, Naomi, we both knew the score when we started this. I just think before one of us gets in over their head, we need to pull back.
I'm such an idiot,
she whispered, bringing her fingertips to her temples. I know you've got the custody hearing coming up next month, and I'm willing to still keep up the appearance that we're together if you think it'll help you in court. And I'm still going to be keeping an eye on you and Wei until we know for sure who busted into your place.
How magnanimous of you,
she said, her tone icy. I could handle angry. Hell, I could eat angry for breakfast every day. It was the tears, the hurt, the pain I couldn't deal with. I said from the beginning, I don't do strings. I'd warned her. I'd tried to do the right thing, yet here she was looking at me like I'd deliberately wounded her. And then suddenly the look was gone. The softness vanished from her face, the fire from her eyes.
I understand, she said. I'm a lot. Waylay's a lot. This whole thing is a lot. Even on my best day, I'm too much and yet not enough.
Her laugh was humorless. Don't, Daisy, I ordered before I could help myself. She took a slow, deep breath, then gave me a perfunctory smile that felt like a fucking cleaver to the heart.
I believe that's the last time you get to tell me what to do and call me Daisy.
I felt something rising inside me that had nothing to do with the relief I'd expected. No, this thing growing inside me felt like the white-hot edges of panic. Don't be like that. She slid out of the booth and stood up.
You didn't have to do it this way. Out in public so I wouldn't make some kind of scene. I'm a big girl, Knox. And someday I'm going to find the kind of man who wants an uppity, needy pain in the ass. One who wants to wade into my mess and stay for the duration. Obviously, you're not him. At least you told me that from the start.
I stood too, feeling like I'd somehow lost control of the situation.
I didn't say that. Those are your words, and you're right. I should have listened the first time you said them.
She grabbed her purse and snatched the paper off the table in front of me.
Thank you for your offer of pretending to be interested in me, but I think I'll pass.
She wouldn't look me in the eye. Nothing needs to change, Naomi. You can still work at the bar. You and Liza still have an arrangement. Everything else can stay the same.
I have to go,
she said, starting for the door. I grabbed her arm and pulled her into me. It had felt so natural, and it had the other benefit of forcing her to look at me. The knot in my gut loosened temporarily when her gaze met mine. Here, I said, yanking the envelope out of my back pocket and handing it over.
What's this, a list of reasons I wasn't good enough?
It's cash, I said. She recoiled, like I'd told her it was an envelope of spiders. Take it. It'll help you and Way out. She slapped the envelope against my chest.
I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you now, but especially not your money.
With that, she tried to yank free. It was a reflex that had me tightening my grip.
Take your hands off me, Knox,
Naomi said softly. It wasn't fire in her eyes now. It was ice. Naomi, it doesn't have to be this way.
Goodbye, Knox.
She slipped out of my grip, leaving me staring after her like an idiot.
39. Breaking up, down, and through. Naomi. Too complicated, too much, too needy, not worth it. The thoughts swirled in my head on a vicious merry-go-round as I marched down the sidewalk, knockabout blurring around me through unshed tears. I'd made a life here. I'd built up a fantasy in my mind, taken afternoon coffees and whispered dirty talk to mean something else entirely. He didn't want me. He never had. Worse, he hadn't wanted Waylay either. I'd taken my young, impressionable charge and dragged her into my relationship with a man who was never going to be there for her in the long term. I'd seen it in his eyes, the pity. He felt sorry for me. Poor, stupid Naomi falling for the bad boy who'd made no promises. And the money. The gall of the man, thinking he could break my heart and then fork over cash like I was a prostitute and like it would somehow make everything all right. It added a new layer to the humiliation. I was going to go to Liza's, fake a migraine, and spend the rest of the day in bed. Then I was going to have an overdue chat with myself about picking the wrong fucking guy again. And when I was done lecturing myself, I was going to make sure that Waylay never let herself get stuck into positions like this. Oh, God. I lived in the small town of freaking small towns. I'd see him around, everywhere, at the coffee shop, at work. This was his town, not mine. Did I even belong here? Hey, Naomi, Bud Nickleby called as he ducked out of the hardware store. Just wanted to let you know I popped out this morning and fixed your front door. I stopped in my tracks. You did? He bobbed his head. Heard about the trouble and didn't want you to have to worry about getting the repairs done. I hugged him hard. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you, Bud. He shrugged against me, then awkwardly patted my back. Just figured you had enough crap to deal with and thought you could use a break. You're a good man, Bud. Okay, he said. You all right? You need me to call someone? I can have Knox come get you. I shook my head rapidly from side to side until the hardware store and its owner blurred before me. No, I barked. I mean, thanks, but no. The door to Dino's opened and my stomach dropped into my toes when Knox stepped outside onto the sidewalk. I turned away, praying for invisibility. Naomi, he called. I started walking in the opposite direction.
Naomi, come on, stop,
Knox said. But with just a few words, he'd permanently lost the privilege of me listening to him when he told me what to do.
Now, Knox, I don't think the lady wants to talk to you right now,
I heard Bud advise.
Step aside, Bud,
I heard Knox growl. I was an idiot, but at least I was a fast-moving idiot. I walked briskly down the block, determined to leave Knox in my rearview mirror just like my ex-fiancé. A man doesn't go all in with a woman, it's for a reason. Maybe he's looking for something better. My chest physically ached as Knox's words about Warner echoed in my head. Was there someone out there who would find me to be enough? Not too much or too little, but the person they'd been waiting for their whole life. Tears burned my eyes as I turned the corner at a jog. I blamed them for not seeing the woman who stepped out of the storefront. "I'm so sorry," I said, a split second after barreling into her. "Ms. Witt!" Oh, dear God, no. Yolanda Suarez, stern caseworker who had never once seen me at my best, looked nonplussed at the full-body contact. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. "Are you all right?" she asked. The lie was on the tip of my tongue, so familiar it almost felt true. But it wasn't. Sometimes the truth was bigger than any intention. "No, I'm not." 10 minutes later, I stared down at a heart drawn in the foam of the latte in front of me. So that's everything. I pretended to be in a relationship with a man who told me not to fall in love with him, and then I did. My ex-fiancé showed up at my job and caused a scene. Someone broke into our house, and no one is sure if it was him, Tina, or a random criminal. Oh, and Waylay tried to get revenge on a mean teacher with field mice. Across from me, Yolanda picked up her green tea and sipped. She set the mug down. "Well then."
Brought you some cookies,
Justice said, looking mournful. He slid a plate onto the table near my elbow. "Were these hearts?" I asked, holding up what was clearly one half of a pink frosted heart. He winced.
I broke them in half. Was hoping you wouldn't notice.
"Thank you, Justice. That's so sweet of you," I said. Before leaving, he squeezed my shoulder, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from crying. "Basically what I'm saying is, I'm a big enough mess that I can't hide it, and you deserve to know the truth. But I promise you, even though my life doesn't look like it, I am extremely organized, resourceful, and I will do whatever it takes to keep Waylay safe." "Naomi," she said, "Waylay is lucky to have you as a guardian, and any court in the state is going to come to the same conclusion. Her attendance at school is improved, her grades are up, she has real friends. You're making a positive impact on that little girl's life." For once in my life, I didn't want a gold star. I wanted someone to see me, really see me for the hot mess I was. What about all the things I'm doing wrong? I thought I detected a hint of pity in Mrs. Suarez's smile. That's parenting. We're all doing our best. We're exhausted, confused, and feeling like we're constantly being judged by everyone else who looks like they've got it all figured out. But no one does. We're all just making it up as we go. "Really?" I whispered. She leaned forward. "Last night, I grounded my 12-year-old for 3 days because he was on my last nerve before he told me that he liked his friend Evan's mom's meatballs better than mine." She took another sip of tea. "And today I'll apologize and unground him if he cleaned his room, even though Evan's mom gets her meatballs from the freezer section of Grover's Groceries." I managed a tremulous smile. "It's just life is so much harder than I thought it would be," I confessed. "I thought if I had a plan and followed the rules, it would be easy." "Can I give you some advice?" she asked. Please do. At some point, you have got to stop worrying so much about what everyone else needs and start thinking about what you need. I blinked. I would think selflessness was a good quality in a guardian, I said with a defensive sniff. So is setting an example for your niece about how she doesn't need to turn herself inside out to be loved. How she doesn't need to set herself on fire to keep someone else warm. Demanding to have your own needs met isn't problematic. It's heroic. And kids are watching. They're always watching. If you set an example that tells her the only way she's worthy of love is by giving everyone everything, she'll internalize that message. I dropped my forehead to the table with a groan. There's a difference between taking care of someone because you love them and taking care of someone because you want them to love you, she continued. There was a big difference. One of them was genuine and giving, and the other was manipulative, controlling. You're going to be fine, Naomi, Yolanda assured me. You've got a big heart, and sooner or later, once all this drama is over, someone is going to look at you and recognize it, and they're going to want to take care of you for a change. Yeah, right. I was realizing that the only person I could count on in this life was me, and Steph, of course. But him being gay definitely put a damper on our romance. About Knox, she said. I picked my head up off the table. Just hearing his name was a jagged splinter in my heart. What about him? I don't know another woman in town who wouldn't have fallen under Knox Morgan's spell, given the time and attention he gave you. I'll also say this. I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. If he was faking those feelings, someone needs to get that man an Academy Award. I've known him for a good long time, and I've never known him to do anything he didn't want to do, especially when it comes to women. If he willingly agreed to the guise of a relationship, he wanted it. It was his idea, I whispered. A spark of hope lit inside me, one I immediately extinguished. A man doesn't go all in with a woman, it's for a reason. He had a shit time with his mom's death and everything that came after, she continued. He didn't have the happily ever after example you grew up with. Sometimes when you don't know what's possible, you can't hope for it yourself. Miss Suarez, I think at this point you can call me Yolanda. Yolanda, we're practically the same age. How do you have all of this wisdom? I've been married twice and have 4 kids. My parents have been married for 50 years. My husband's parents have been divorced and remarried so many times neither of us can keep count. If there's one thing I understand, it's love and how damn messy it can be. Hi, sweetie. How was lunch? My mom was dressed in a dirt-streaked t-shirt and sun hat. She had a glass of iced tea in one hand and a gardening glove on the other. Hi, Mom, I said, trying to keep my eyes averted as I headed for the front porch. Amanda Witt had a keen sense of when something was wrong with someone, and this was not a conversation I felt like having. Where's Way? Your father took her to the mall. What's wrong? What happened? Did someone choke on a breadstick at lunch? I shook my head, not trusting my voice. Did something happen with Knox? She asked softer now. I tried to swallow around the lump in my throat, but I was choking on unshed tears. Okay, let's go sit down, she said, guiding me down the hall to the bedroom she was sharing with my father. It was a bright, pretty room done in creams and grays. There was a large 4-poster bed and windows that overlooked the backyard and creek. A vase of fresh flowers sat on a table tucked between 2 armchairs that occupied the space in front of the windows. I'll just spread this out, Mom said, draping my father's ratty bathrobe over one of the armchairs. She hated the robe and had tried 6 ways to Sunday over the years to get rid of it, but Dad always found a way to resurrect it. She plopped down on the robe-covered chair and patted the one next to her. "Sit. Talk." I shook my head even as I sat. "Mom, I'm really not in the mood to talk right now." "Well, tough shit, sweetie." "Mom!" She shrugged. "I've let you get away with this don't be a burden routine for far too long. It was easier for me to rely on you to always behave, to always be the easy daughter. And that's not fair to you." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying, dear sweet heart of gold daughter of mine, stop trying to be so damn perfect." I wasn't sure if I was prepared to have this conversation any more than the Knox conversation. "You've lived your whole life trying to make up for your sister, trying to never burden anyone, never ask for anything you needed, never disappoint." "I feel like that's something a parent wouldn't want to complain about," I said defensively. "Naomi, I never wanted you to be perfect. I just wanted you to be happy." "I'm happy," I lied. "Your father and I did everything we could to help Tina be happy and healthy, but it wasn't her path. And it took years, but we finally understood that it wasn't our path to turn her into someone she's not. We did our best with your sister. But Tina's choices are not a measure of our worth. It's a tough lesson, but we got it. Now it's your turn. You can't live your entire life trying to make up for your sister's mistakes." I wouldn't say that's how I've lived my entire life," I hedged. Mom reached over and brushed her hand over my cheek. I felt the grit of dirt transfer to my skin. "Whoops, sorry about that." She licked her thumb and leaned in for the mom polish. "I'm too old for this," I complained, backing away. "Listen, sweetie, you're allowed to have needs. You're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to make decisions your father or I might not agree with. It's your life. You're a beautiful, big-hearted, intelligent woman who needs to start figuring out what she wants." What did I want? Right now, I just wanted to crawl in bed and pull the covers over my head for a week. But I couldn't. I had responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities had conned my father into taking her to the mall. "Do you even want to be a guardian?" Mom asked. I stilled at the question. I can't imagine that taking in a soon-to-be 12-year-old fit neatly into your life plan. "Mom, I couldn't just let her end up with strangers. What about your father and me? You didn't think we'd be thrilled to make room in our lives for a granddaughter? You shouldn't have to raise your daughter's daughter. It's not fair. Dad's retired. You'll be there soon. That cruise was the first big trip you two have ever taken together." "Do you want to be her guardian?" Mom repeated, ignoring my excellent points. Did I want this? Did I want to be a surrogate mother to Waylay? I felt an echo of that warm glow in my chest. It pushed back against the cold that had settled there. "Yeah," I said, feeling my mouth do the impossible and curve into a small smile. It was the truth. I wanted this more than I'd ever wanted anything on my to-do list, more than any goal I was single-mindedly marching toward. I really do. I love her. I love being around her. I love when she comes home from school, bursting with news to tell me. I love watching her grow into this smart, strong, confident kid who, every once in a while, lets her guard down and lets me in. I know how that feels, Mom said gently. I wish it would happen more often. Ouch. Direct hit. Knox and I broke up, I said in a rush. We were never really together. We were just having really, really great sex. But I accidentally fell in love with him, which he warned me not to do, and now he thinks I'm too complicated and not worth the effort." Mom looked at her iced tea, then back at me. "I think we're gonna need a stronger drink." Hours later, I tiptoed out onto the deck with my phone in hand. The phone he'd bought me, which meant it needed to be smashed into a million pieces at my earliest convenience. The rest of the family was cleaning up from dinner, a dinner that Knox was conspicuously absent from. My mom had distracted Waylay from his absence by demanding a post-dinner fashion show of the new winter coat and sweaters my pushover father had bought her. I had a headache from fake smiling. I dialed the number before I could chicken out. "Whitty, what's up? Did they find the bastard who broke in?" I'd texted him and Sloan about the break-in, but this deserved a phone call. "Steph." My voice broke on his name. "Shit, what happened? Are you okay? Is Waylay okay?" I shook my head, trying to dislodge the lump in my throat, when I remembered what Knox had said. "Do not shed one more tear over some asshole who never deserved you in the first place." I cleared my throat. "Knox ended things." "That gorgeous piece of garbage. Fake ended things or for real ended things?" "Real ended things. I'm too complicated." "What the hell does he want? A simpleton? Simpletons are terrible in bed, and they're worse at blowjobs." I managed a pathetic chuckle. "Listen to me, Naomi. If that man isn't smart enough to recognize how amazingly intelligent and beautiful and kind and caring and wickedly awesome at board games you are, it's his loss. Which makes him the simpleton. I forbid you to spend 1 second of your time overthinking this and coming to the false conclusion you're the one with the problem." Well, there went my evening plans. "I can't believe I fell for him, Steph. What was I thinking?" You were thinking, here's a gorgeous man who's great in bed, who walks my niece to the bus stop, breaks my ex's nose, and brings me mid-afternoon coffee so I don't get cranky. All the signs were there because he put them there. If you ask me, which I know you didn't, I'm betting he wasn't faking it. He was feeling it, and it scared the shit out of him. The beautiful, tattooed piece of chicken shit. I really need to stop texting you about everything that happens in my day, I decided. It's codependent. I'll bring it up with our couples therapist, Steph quipped. Listen, I'll be back in Knock 'em Out in a few days. What do you want to do until then? Get out of Dodge? Buy a new fuck you wardrobe? He meant it. If I said I felt like flying to Rome and spending a ridiculous amount of money on shoes, he would book the plane tickets. If I told him I wanted to get revenge on Knox by filling his house with styrofoam peanuts and cat litter, Steph would show up at my house with a U-Haul packed with retribution supplies. Maybe I didn't need a life partner. Maybe I already had one. I think I want to pretend he doesn't exist long enough that I forget he does, I decided. I wanted to make him not matter. I wanted to not feel a damn thing when he walked into a room. I wanted to forget I'd ever fallen for him in the first place. That's annoyingly mature of you, Steph observed. But I want him to suffer while I forget, I added. That's my girl, he said. So it's a straightforward ice queen with a side of swan. I managed a watery smile despite the gaping hole in my chest cavity. That sounds about right. Keep an eye on your mailbox for an order from Sephora, Steph said. No amount of expensive cosmetics would make me feel better. But I also knew that this was Steph showing me how much he loved me, and I could let him. Thanks, Steph, I whispered. Hey, keep your chin up, Whitty. You've got a kid to set an example for. Resilience isn't a bad trait to pass on. Get out there and have some fun. Even if it doesn't feel fun right away, just fake it till you make it. I had a feeling I'd be faking it for a very long time. Knox Morgan wasn't the kind of man you got over. Ever.
40. The consequences of being an idiot. Knox. "Stop looking at me like that," I ordered. Waylon huffed out a sigh that ruffled his jowls. He looked more mournful than usual, which was saying something for a basset hound. He was also sitting in my lap, with his paws on my chest, creepily staring at me. Apparently, my dog wasn't a fan of the fact that we were back at the cabin full-time. He didn't see it as sparing Naomi from seeing me at the dinner table. He didn't care that it was the right fucking thing to do. It was the right thing to do, I reminded myself, no matter how hurt she'd looked. Fuck, I muttered to myself, swiping a hand over my beard. Dragging it out would have only made things more complicated, hurt more feelings. She'd been so relaxed and happy, sitting across from me at Dino's. So damn gorgeous, I couldn't look directly at her or look away. Then the light had gone right out of her. I'd done that. I'd extinguished it. But it was the right fucking thing. I'd feel better soon. I always did. The relief from ending a complication would come, and I wouldn't feel so unsettled. With nothing better to do, I popped the top on my third beer. It was Monday. I'd put in a full afternoon at Whiskey Clipper, moving into my office when clients and staff started shooting dirty looks at me. Word spread fast and knock 'em out. I'd planned on working tonight at the bar, but when I'd walked in the door at Honky Tonk, Max and Silver had booed me. Then Fee flipped me the bird and told me to come back when I learned how to be less of an asshole. This was why I didn't mess around with knock-em-out women. They were rattlesnake mean when riled. So here I was, home for the night, enjoying my solitude. It would all blow over soon. I'd stop feeling like shit, Naomi would get over it, and everyone would move the fuck on. Waylon let out another grumble and shot a pointed, droopy look at his empty food dish. Fine. He jumped down and I fed him, then returned to the living room where I flopped down on the couch and reached for the remote. Instead, my fingers found the picture frame. Since I had nothing better to do, I picked it up and studied it. My parents had been happy. They'd built a life for me and Nash, a good one. Until it had all crumbled because the foundation was unstable. I ran a finger over my mom's smiling face in the photo and wondered for just a moment what she'd think of Naomi and Waylay. What she'd think of me. After a long pull from the bottle, I shifted my attention to my father's face. He wasn't looking at the camera, at whoever had taken the picture. His attention was on my mom. She'd been the light and the glue. Everything that had made our family strong and happy. And when she'd gone, we'd collapsed in on ourselves. I put the photo down, angling it away so I wouldn't have to look into the past anymore. The past and the future were two places I had no business being. The only thing that mattered was right now. And right now, well, I still felt like shit. Ready to numb out for a night, I reached for the remote again when a loud knock sent Waylon galloping to the front door, ears flapping. I followed at a more dignified pace. Crisp September evening air wafted in when I opened the door. Nash stood on the doorstep, jaw clenched, hands fisted at his side. "You're lucky I gotta do this right-handed." "Do what?" I didn't get a chance to finish the question before my brother's fist connected with my face. Like any good sucker punch, it rang my bell and knocked me back a full step. "Ow! Fuck! What the hell, Nash?" He pushed past me and stomped inside. "What did I tell you?" He snarled over his shoulder. He opened my fridge and helped himself to a beer. "Jesus! Tell me about what?" I asked, working my jaw back and forth. "Naomi," Lucian said. "Christ, Lucy, where did you come from?" "I drove." He clapped me on the shoulder and followed Nash into the kitchen. Feel better? He asked my brother. Nash handed him a beer and shrugged. Not really. He's got a hard face to go with that thick head. What are you two assholes doing here? I demanded, swiping Lucian's beer and holding it to my jaw. Nash handed him a fresh one. Naomi, of course, Lucian said, accepting the beer and squatting down to pet Waylon. For fuck's sake, that shit is none of your business. Maybe not, but you are, Lucian said. I told you not to fuck it up, Nash said. This is bullshit. You can't just come into my house, punch me in the face, play with my dog, and drink my beer. We can when you're being a stupid, stubborn son of a bitch, my brother snapped. No, do not sit. Don't make yourselves comfortable. I finally have a night to myself, and I'm not wasting it with you two. Lucian took his beer and wandered into the living room. He sank into one of the armchairs and put his feet up on the coffee table, looking content enough to stay there for the rest of the night. Sometimes I really hate you assholes, I complained. Feelings mutual, Nash growled, but his hand was gentle when he leaned over to give Waylon the loving he demanded. The dog's tail blurred into happiness. You don't hate us, Lucian declared mildly. You hate yourself. Fuck off. Why would I hate myself? I needed to move. I needed to buy 1,000 acres and build a damn cabin in the damn middle and never tell a damn soul where I lived. Because you just told the best thing that ever happened to you to take a damn hike, Nash said. A woman is never going to be the best thing that happens to me, I insisted. The words tasted suspiciously like a lie. You are the stupidest son of a bitch in the state, my brother said wearily. He's not wrong, Lucian agreed. Why in the hell do you two have your panties in a twist over who I do or don't date? It was never real anyway. You're making a huge fucking mistake, Nash insisted. What do you care? Now you get your shot at her. The thought of it, just the split second imagining him with Naomi, nearly brought me to my knees. My brother set down his beer. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting him again. Lucian dropped his head back against the cushion. I said I'd give you one. You've had it. Find a new way to get through his thick skull? Fine, let's try something new. The truth. How novel, Lucian said. I wasn't going to get rid of either of them until they'd said their piece. Say what you need to say, then get the hell out. This happens every time he sees him, Nash complained to Lucian. Lucian nodded. I am aware. I didn't like that my brother and my best friend seemed to have a history of making up and discussing my issues. Sees who? Nash leveled me with a look. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come the fuck on. I broke it off with Naomi because she was going to get herself hurt. I did the right thing, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. So stop trying to fucking analyze me. So it's just a coincidence that you see him and the very next day you decide things are getting too serious? He has nothing to do with anything I do, I insisted. How much did you give him? Nash asked. What are you talking about? How much cash did you give him? That's what you do. You try to solve problems with money. Try to buy your way out of feeling pain. But you can't. You can't buy Dad into sobriety. You couldn't buy me into a life you were comfortable with. And you sure as fuck can't make yourself feel better about breaking Naomi's heart by handing her a wad of cash. Lucian's gaze cut to me. Tell me you didn't. I slammed my bottle down on the counter, sending a geyser of beer everywhere. I warned her. I told her not to get attached. She knew there was no chance. It's not my fault she's this romantic who thought I could change. I can't change. I don't want to change. And why the fuck am I even having this conversation with you? I didn't do anything wrong. I told her not to fall. Actions speak louder than words, dipshit. Nash threw up his good hand. Luce, you take this. Lucian leaned forward in his chair, elbows resting on his knees. I believe what your brother is trying to tell you is that while you said you couldn't and wouldn't care, your actions told her something else. We had sex, I said flatly. Great sex, mind-blowing sex. Lucian shook his head. You shut up for her time and time again. You gave her a place to live, a job. You went to her niece's school. You bashed in her ex's face. Bought her a cell phone, helped her get a car, Nash added. You looked at her like she was the only woman you saw. You made her believe, Lucian continued. Waylon trotted over to him and hefted his bulk into my friend's lap. And then you tried to buy her off, Nash said. I closed my eyes. I didn't try to buy her off. I wanted to make sure she was taken care of. And she'd thrown it back in my face. And what part of that sentiment says, I don't care about you? Lucian asked. You don't use cash as a replacement for actually showing up for someone. Nash's voice was miserable enough that I opened my eyes and looked at him. Really looked at him. Is that what he thought I'd done when I'd offered him the lottery money? When I'd all but shoved it down his throat? His career in law enforcement had been a sticking point for us, but rather than sit down and talk to him about it, I'd tried to pull his strings with the promise of a pile of cash. Enough that he'd never have to worry or work again. I saw it as taking care. You should have kept the money. Maybe then you wouldn't have ended up bleeding in a fucking ditch, I said evenly. Nash shook his head. You still don't get it, do you, Knox? Get what? That you're more stubborn than I am? That if you'd listened to me, that carjacking coward wouldn't have almost ended your life? By the way, Luce, you dig up anything yet? Working on it, Lucian said. Nash ignored the sidebar. You don't get that I'd still put on that uniform. Even if I knew I was going to take another hit tomorrow, I'd still walk into that building your money paid for, even if I knew it was my last day on Earth. Because that's what you fucking do when you love something. You show up, even if you're pissing your pants scared. And if you two don't stay the fuck out of police business, or if you even think about going vigilante, I will throw both your asses in a cell. Agree to disagree, Lucian said. Waylon's tail thumped on the arm of the chair. You about done? I asked, suddenly too tired to fight. About? You want to do the right thing? You need to tell Naomi the real reason you let her go. Oh? And what's the real reason? I asked wearily. That you're scared down to your fucking bones that you'll fall hard and end up like Dad, like Liza J. That you won't be able to hold up under the bad. His words landed like arrows, zeroing in on a bullseye I didn't know I was wearing. It's funny. I used to think my big brother was the smartest guy on the planet. Now, I realize he's just a delusional fool. He started for the door, pausing when he got to it.